simply put it with another one and act like that's not a taking. So our biggest argument, and I'm going to channel Justice Scalia here, would be the following. The Founding Fathers didn't say, you shall not take private property for public use without just compensation unless they own property next door, in which case it's cool. You can take their property. They've got a nice little lakefront property anyway. What's it to you? Enjoy your property. Don't worry about your property next door. We argue that this is an unprecedented reach. We encourage you to watch out for the Murr case, support the Murrs, and let's hope that the Supreme Court gets this one right. Thank you very much. God bless you all.
Okay, our next speaker is going to talk about intellectual property. As I mentioned, these include things like formulas, medicines, plans, logos. So let's all welcome Professor Adam Mossoff. He's an ACU Foundation Fellow, and he is currently at the Antonin Scalia Law School at George Mason University. Professor Mossoff.
Good morning. I'm here to talk to you about something extremely important, although a lot of people aren't aware of it because it underlies a lot of the goods and services that we use today, and that's intellectual property. And intellectual property is under attack, both domestically and internationally. And this is really important to understand why, but a lot of people don't do so because they don't understand the foundations of where intellectual property has come from and its key role in the United States and in American exceptionalism. You see, the founders created a republican government dedicated to the protection of life, liberty, and property under the rule of law. And this included the very important key protection of intellectual property. And so the American founders were not just political entrepreneurs who broke from England and our broader structure and nature of our government. They were also entrepreneurs in recognizing that creators and innovators should have the fruits of their labors protected to them, just as farmers and tradesmen historically have had theirs protected under the law. Thus, in the Constitution, for the very first time in human history, a founding document creating a government authorized that government to protect patents, which are property rights in technological innovation, and copyrights, which are property rights in new creative works like songs and movies and books. And in fact, Congress immediately acted on this. The founders recognized how important this was. And so some of the very first laws enacted by the first Congress in 1790 were the Patent Act and the Copyright Act of 1790. And thus, securing the intellectual property rights to all creators and innovators, it became a foundation for driving the Industrial Revolution in this country in the 19th century. Many people don't realize Samuel Colt's repeating firearm, the foundation of our Second Amendment protections, was a patented invention. So was Samuel Morse's telegraph, John Deere's plow, Charles Goodyear's invention of vulcanized rubber, Thomas Edison's light bulb, his invention of the record player, of our electrical distribution systems, our ability to use electricity. And thousands of other innovations arose from the protection of the rights of innovators in our country, confirming for the whole world that America was not just a beacon of liberty and freedom, it was a beacon of innovation and creativity, the true shining city on the hill. And thus, in the 20th century, protection of intellectual property drove the high-tech and biotech revolutions that we're all enjoying the benefits of from today. So the work of Bill Gates, Steve Jobs, scientists and researchers working in their garages and universities in the 1970s is what gives us our miracle cures and our incredible high-tech technologies today. And this is confirmed again and again how important this is. A recent study by the Department of Commerce found that companies that rely on intellectual property rights in their business models contributed more than $6 trillion to the US economy in 2014 and were responsible for 45 million jobs that year. 30% of all the jobs in the United States are based in intellectual property. President Abraham Lincoln, our first Republican president, wisely recognized this important principle when he said himself, quote, "The patent system added the fuel of interest to the fire of genius," end quote. And by the way, President Lincoln knew of which he spoke. To this day, he's the only US president to have received a patent on an invention that he created. Now, this is the foundation by which we need to understand the attacks on intellectual property today that are occurring both internationally and domestically. Now, domestically, like all property rights, like you just heard, are under attack in the United States, and intellectual property rights are under attack as well. It's become nearly impossible to obtain a patent in recent years on new high-tech innovation and biotech inventions that provide us these miracle cures, our smartphones, as I mentioned, our medical treatments for cancer and other things. And so the US is in danger of losing its long-standing status as a world leader in innovation. Internationally, US innovators are under attack in other countries, like China and South Korea, who use their antitrust laws to target US companies and inventors for the sole benefit of protecting their own domestic companies and their own consumers. And these countries repeatedly fail to crack down on rampant piracy of creative works on the internet. Now, what makes this even worse is these countries have rationalized their attacks on US innovators and creators by pointing to the very changes in the laws here in the United States that have weakened these protections. And to make matters even worse, the Obama administration repeatedly refused to defend US innovators and creators when China and other countries attacked their rights. So US competitiveness in the global economy is now threatened because our very rights of our own creators and innovators, the foundation of our innovation economy for over 250 years, has been seriously weakened and undermined. And this is so, I urge you to support wholeheartedly intellectual property rights across the range. They are key. They are just as fundamental as our property rights in our land and our personal goods. In a recent letter to the Trump administration and the 115th Congress, over 70 organizations and individuals, including the ACU, wrote, quote, "The founding fathers understood that by protecting the proprietary rights of artists, authors, entrepreneurs, innovators, and inventors, they were promoting the greater public welfare. The continued protection of these fundamental rights is essential to American innovation and competitiveness," end quote. So we should reclaim America's rightful leadership by securing stable and effective intellectual property rights for all innovators and creators. Thank you.
Okay, is this too many lawyers for you? Let's change pace and bring on the Chief of Police of Lindsay, Oklahoma, Stephen Mills. He's going to discuss our rights to personal property. Chief.
I want to thank Ed for the introduction. What he didn't say is I'm really just an old soldier. I'm a cattle rancher. I wear this uniform because I've been given and I accepted a position of responsibility for my fellow citizens. I intend to live up to that position of responsibility. I'm here to talk about asset forfeiture reform. There's various government and non-government agencies out there that are proponents for continuing civil asset forfeiture in its current form. Often these people will give you a scenario that there's a state trooper out on the highway somewhere and he sees a speeder coming. He stops the individual, searches the vehicle, and finds $400,000 all heat sealed and hidden up in the fenders of the vehicle, and they say that's cartel money. And that without civil asset forfeiture, the only thing that this trooper can do is write that individual a ticket and give the cartel their money back and send them down the road. I'm telling you, that's not how it is. That's not the reality of civil asset forfeiture. Here's the reality of civil asset forfeiture. The majority of forfeitures are less than $10,000. They aren't taken from hidden compartments in cars, and they aren't cartel drug money. An actual civil asset forfeiture is more like this. Your local octarian artist, we'll call her Grandma Moses, she just sold 10 paintings at the local flea market. She's got a few $1,000s hidden under the seat of her vehicle as she leaves. There's a local officer who's got legitimate information that drug dealers are also selling drugs at that local flea market. So he's watching as people leave the flea market, and he stops Grandma Moses, and he talks to her, and he says, "Hey, do you mind if I can search your vehicle?" And Grandma Moses, she loves the police. She's been grown up to respect the police. She knows that we're out there to protect her. She says, "Sure." The officer finds the $10,000, and he seizes it under civil asset forfeiture as drug money. Grandma Moses says, "Well, wait a second, that's my money. I've got it selling paintings." The officer says, "Prove it. Prove that it's not drug money, and you can have it back." She doesn't know what to do. She calls the local prosecutor and gets the same story. The prosecutor says, "Yes, under civil asset forfeiture law, you have to prove that you're not the criminal. You have to prove that that's not drug money to get your money back." She calls the sheriff's department. The sheriff's department tells her the same thing. She keeps complaining, and they finally tell her, "Look, you need to stop calling us and complaining, or we're going to look at..."
All right, for some reason, Fox National is stepping away from the CPAC conference momentarily. We are going to take you to Trump there in a few minutes. In the meantime, though, we are going to take you to this Politico conference.
Government.
Right. Well, it's,
I mean, how does anyone counteract that?
The Congress established a bill called the Promesa Bill, which allows for the Fiscal Oversight Board, but it also allows for the potential for bankruptcy of all of its instrumentality. So different from any state or any jurisdiction in the United States, literally the whole of government can go into bankruptcy.
And you see this as almost a good thing, possibly going into bankruptcy?
No, I actually don't like bankruptcy. I think we can work against that effort. But what I'm saying is that different from the past where creditors really didn't have, or the government of Puerto Rico really didn't have, Chapter 9 or any of those alternatives, and even further so, all of the instrumentalities of government. Now there's a decision to be made by different creditors. Do we sit down and look at the reality of Puerto Rico, look at the numbers, see if we can agree on different vehicles to push forward? Or do we go through the Title III restructuring, which, God only knows how that's going to turn out. So it is now, there is a decision to be made, whereas in the past, I agree, bondholders were on a position to establish, this is what we loaned you, this is what we expect, and you don't have a vehicle such as Chapter 9 to sort of renegotiate this.
Do you think some of them are being greedy, that they're actually profiting off the misery of Puerto Rico?
Well, it's everything. It's a gradient of things, and some bondholders bought at par, institutional bondholders. Some bought at distressed prices, right? So it's sort of a different dialogue.
When you say like distressed prices, like fire sale prices.
Fire sale prices. That's right.
And these are the same folks who want to get all their money back for taking a high risk, but they basically want no risk.
Right. Well, again, it's a game theory approach. I'm pretty sure that if you bought something at 30 cents on the dollar, you'll be able to renegotiate those terms. Again, there was a stronger position previous to Promesa because the government of Puerto Rico really didn't have an out. But now there are different alternatives, which I think at least draws people to the table if there's that opportunity. And what I'm stating is, as governor, and my government is following this line, we want to talk to all of the creditors. We want to look for opportunities to renegotiate the terms in, at least as many creditors as we can, so that we can have a mutually agreed upon good faith solution to these problems. Alternatively, then, Promesa sort of pushes it on the restructuring side.
Now, I've been remiss. I've let time go away. We generally like to have one or two questions toward the end. We're getting toward the end. If folks out there want to think of something to ask, please start to formulate whatever question that'll be. I'll be with you in just 1 second, if you don't mind. One thing I've been also remiss in doing is not asking about one of the most interesting issues, statehood.
That's right.
Should Puerto Rico be a state? Will it be a state?
Yes and yes. Here,
I got to disagree with you, because Congress has to approve this, correct?
That's right.
Congress is controlled by Republicans, correct?
Right.
Puerto Ricans, at least my experience in Florida, and seeing how they vote in New York, is that if Congress does that, they're creating 7 new electoral college votes for the next Democrat.
Well,
Why would they do that?
Well, I would invite you. That's a top-line narrative that has been out there. But if you look at Puerto Rico's electoral behavior, we're really a swing state. When we don't like something, we flip, and it's happened previously. Number one, number two. If you look at our, Puerto Rico is very socially conservative in most areas. So I would see this essentially as a wash in the onset. And the third point I would like to add is, let's look at history. When Hawaii and Alaska were added as states, it was sort of a mutually agreed upon between Democrats and Republicans, because at that point they said, Hawaii's going to be Republican and Alaska's going to be Democrat, so we agree that it's going to work. And take a look at those states now and see where they stand. So I would caution that. I would go in deeper in terms of that analysis. And in my view, really Puerto Rico is up for grabs. So I think it would be a swing state. And if you look at previous presidents, Ronald Reagan, for example, supported statehood for Puerto Rico. George Bush Sr. supported statehood for Puerto Rico. So there is something to be said, and I'd like to make this a clear point. It's not only the added value that Puerto Rico gets from becoming a state, it's the added value for the United States. I think the U.S. is hard-pressed to go to Cuba, it's hard-pressed to go to Venezuela and claim democratic rights, when in our own backyard we have a colonial territory, and we still haven't attended to that matter. So it is important. It is important because the United States is the third largest Hispanic-speaking nation in the world, and soon enough it's going to be the largest. That's going to be the largest demographic group. So why not expand and having what would be essentially the first Hispanic state in the nation from U.S. citizens that have been citizens for more than 100 years. Why not look at the possibility of Puerto Rico becoming a connector between the Americas? Culturally, we're identified with the United States and with South America. In terms of the languages, we speak Spanish, we speak English. Geographically, it's right there in the center. There's many opportunities that can ensue over here, both on a philosophical level and on a pragmatic level. So I think it's of great benefit to the people of Puerto Rico, no doubt. I think it's of great benefit to the nation as a whole. It establishes a strong narrative to eradicate colonialism and essentially gives us a path forward.
Excellent. Now, there were 2 people who would raise hands. Actually, he had started first, and then I'll get to you if you don't mind. Please, sir, hand the microphone over.
Yes, Governor Rossello, and thank you, Politico and Microsoft, for holding this session. My name is Rudy Arredondo with Latino Farmers and Ranchers, and one of the things that I know is that almost 80% of food is imported into Puerto Rico. How do you, what kind of solutions do you propose for that? Thank you.
Right. It's a great question. In Puerto Rico, we essentially consume everything we import. And there's a great area of opportunity in agriculture. Our objective is to double in 4 years what the gross product from agriculture is. And the way we're doing it is, number one, we're taking our agriculture department right now. It's 70% of the budget is spent on bureaucracy and only
70% is spent on bureaucracy.
Yes, and only 30% on the agricultural side. We're decentralizing it, and we're aiming to flip it, right? 70% towards the agricultures, and 30% towards the bureaucratic structure. So that way, we put a path forward. We're also going to create a incentives code in Puerto Rico, which is going to benefit not only on the agricultural side, but industry in general. And what we're doing is we're going to rationalize what the incentives we're giving in Puerto Rico are. So we're going to put a code. Everything that has return on investment that's positive for Puerto Rico will be, a valuable asset to have. But if it's not, then we're going to take it off. And lastly, we're going to have a focus. We're going to refocus on the small and mid-sized farmers. So that they can also have some of the elements to compete effectively. I mean, tax credits have typically been the vehicle, but if you're a small farmer or a small business owner, it's really not enough. You need technical assistance. You need instruments, which we're going to be creating on a regional level. You need a basis where you can sort of create clusters and export some of your services. We need to rationalize what we're producing in Puerto Rico. I mean, we've sort of had a historical growth of different products in Puerto Rico, but they're not being sold in Puerto Rico or out of Puerto Rico, whereas there's some areas of opportunities like tomatoes and mangoes and things of that nature that there's a vast market in Puerto Rico and outside of Puerto Rico. So we're sort of leveraging science there and sort of strong tools so that we can have the outcome be that whatever's on the table in Puerto Rico can increase from 10 to 15% right now to 25 to 30%.
Well, we're out of time. It seemed to go quickly. I don't know about the crowd. We can take a vote, unfortunately. But I think if anyone might be capable of solving this problem, it's you. But I still have to say, you really might find it easier to cure Alzheimer's, I think, than to fix the debt and the situation in Puerto Rico. But we do appreciate your time. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you so much. It's been a pleasure. Thank you.
And thank you, guys. And we're being hustled off stage, and we'll see you guys shortly.
Morning. Hold on, I'll make some room for you. We off to a good start? Yeah, I'm Eli Stokels. I'm one of the Politico White House correspondents. Nice to see everyone. Next to me is an old friend, Governor John Hickenlooper of Colorado. Nice to see you back in town.
I knew Eli back when.
Care to elaborate?
Nope. I think that would be inappropriate. We don't have to start out making news.
We don't have that kind of time. Well, we do have to start out with something that's kind of been like eating away at me. I got to be like over the last 12 hours. So covering the White House, sometimes you daydream in the briefing room. You're sitting there. And what I daydream about is thinking about some sort of escape. And one idea is this notion of seeing myself running around Des Moines in like 2019, early 2019, maybe fall, with someone I used to know who might be spending some time in Iowa. And then I read in the Denver Post yesterday, John Hickenlooper says no, not running in 2020. That's like just, you're not running right now, right? Reassure me a little. Keep the dream alive.
Isn't it fair that I can occasionally ask a question back? And my question would be, isn't it a little early? I mean, at a certain point, there's an awful lot of stuff to be done.
It's a good dodge, but come on.
Here's exactly what I said, and I'll try to be as explicit. And I mean, obviously, it's a full-time job being a governor.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So I haven't formed a PAC. I don't plan to form a PAC. I'm now out there trying to set up a network. I'm trying to make Colorado the strongest economy in America, to, have a jobs program that really works. Now, down the road, who knows? But I am not right now. No. And I've always said this. Any normal person would say it. But I am very, very focused on what Colorado needs and how to work with other states to make sure that we have regional solutions. The Western Governors Association, very powerful network of people. So, and I said again, I am not running for president.
All right, I'll buy that for now. But I'm going to keep the dream alive just a little bit because Iowa's never looked so good. Let's talk a little bit about. I won't give you a hard time since you're not running about like how active other governors like Jay Inslee have been in terms of getting on TV and being really, out there publicly as sort of an anti-Trump Democratic politician. This sort of, mantle of leader of the Democratic Party is a little bit up for grabs right now. And we have a DNC chairman's race taking place this weekend. We have a lot of talk about how to lead the Democratic coalition, how to broaden the party and bring back some of the voters who may have, felt like this party no longer represents them and voted for Donald Trump last November, and to also harness the energy of this really galvanized Democratic grassroots that is out there sitting here saying we don't want any Democrats working with Donald Trump. Anybody who does, we might primary them. There might be some sort of liberal Tea Party. So how do you reconcile those feelings, the passions of the base? If you're looking to sort of broaden this coalition and bring everybody together, yet harness that energy, what do you think the blueprint is for leading this party over the next 2 to 4 years?
And that is a good question. The Democratic Party has got to be the most multifaceted political organization on earth. It's a big tent. I think, and I felt this is not so much about the presidential election as going back over all the state elections, right? There are 32 states that have both their Senate and their House in those states are controlled by Republicans. That's one of the largest numbers. I think it's almost the largest number in history. Might well be the largest number in history. I think that the Democratic Party, that we somehow, we're always going to be the party of civil rights and social justice, making sure everyone has equal opportunity. We're always going to be the party that protects the environment and thinks long-term about the planet and those issues. I think we missed it a little bit I think we used to be and we need to be the party that's about jobs and not about hyperbole and, kind of wild, large visions, but the basic policy of how are we going to make sure that people have good jobs. And that, when I first ran for mayor and when you first kind of we interacted, I was talking about jobs. I think jobs, it's what every parent wants for their children. It's what every individual wants, a job that hopefully leads to a better job, and that job to a better job, that's a career. And as someone who got laid off, I had a master's in geology when I first got to Colorado and thought I'd be a geologist the rest of my life. And 6 years later, the price of oil collapsed, our company got sold, and everyone got laid off. And there were enough other companies doing that there were no other jobs. I know what that feels like to take jobs and get paid, half of what you were making before. And there are an awful lot of people in this country that they've been left behind, and I think they feel they've been forgotten. And I think as you have seen technology and automation, it's not just outsourcing, but technology and automation have eliminated whole profession one after another. We have done a poor job of retraining people, saying, all right, here are the skills you have. Here are all these new jobs that are coming up. The delta, what are the skills that are missing, and here's how we're going to train you. And it might take 2 or 3 years. Part of automation, we concentrate wealth dramatically. We should take a sliver of that wealth and make sure that we retrain everybody so that they're prepared for the next generation of jobs.
It sounds like, if you were in Iowa, you'd find that okay, right? That's a compelling personal biography, check. From Pennsylvania, check.
No, don't forget my great uncle was the 24-year senator from Iowa. Don't forget that. Sorry, was that my outside voice?
Career politician, yeah, never mind. On automation, though, that is something, right? Donald Trump spoke throughout the campaign. It is hard to get people to emotionally react when you say you're losing your jobs to robots. You're losing your job to people with, advanced degrees in engineering and technology. It's easier to say your jobs are going to Mexico. Your jobs are going to China. That's what he said. in terms of appealing to those voters, how do you explain? I mean, the automation is very real. I think the business owners who were at the White House meeting with the president yesterday were talking about these things, but it doesn't necessarily translate to easy politics, to an easy message. How do you push that? How do you talk about advanced degrees and continuing education?
Well, I'm not sure it's about advanced degrees. I think that there's a huge chunk of jobs that don't require a master's degree or some advanced degrees. Cybersecurity. So Colorado has Northern Command is down in Colorado Springs, and associated with Northern Command is Space Command, which for the Air Force and it has significant responsibility for all the military in terms of cybersecurity. So we now have over 120 cybersecurity companies in Colorado. We have right now, rough justice, 9,000 job openings in cybersecurity. You know, somewhere between half and 2/3 of those jobs don't need a college degree. What do they need? Well, you have to have certain basic skills. What would those skills be? Well, you need to be numerate, have a high sense of precision. You got to have a sense of urgency. You have to have a sense of collaboration and work with other people. You know, a basic sort of set of skills that then they can train you in coding and maybe not how to write code, but how to, like Legos, put code together. Let's look at bank tellers. So about 3 months ago, we opened in 2 different cities in Colorado branch banks that have no people as tellers. In other words, it's completely robotic. I think bank tellers, it's likely in the next several years we're going to see a lot less bank tellers. What are the skills they have? Well, a bank teller has to be numerate, high sense of precision, have to have a sense of urgency, have to be highly collaborative. Now, they'd have to take a 6 or an 8 month class on how to put code together, but they could actually, as their profession goes away, if we're on top of it, we should be able to retrain bank tellers and make them into, whether it's cybersecurity or some other technology profession. There ought to be a steady pipeline there where we can move people from one to the other. And as I said, more than half of those jobs in cybersecurity don't need a college degree or certainly not an advanced degree.
The Trump administration so far has at least shown an intent to follow through on pretty much everything that he talked about during the campaign. It may not be as easy as just signing an executive order and saying we're going to repeal Obamacare. It may not be as easy as just doing trade policy via Twitter and individually trying to pressure companies to keep jobs here. But let's start with trade. I mean, a number of these issues are going to have a huge impact on states. Trade, I mean, when you're the governor of Colorado, a state that I think the biggest trading partners are Canada and Mexico. Yep. When you've been part of economic development there, going back several decades in terms of really globalizing Denver, bringing nonstop flights to Asia, to Europe, to South America. When you hear Steve Bannon yesterday talking about the focus of this administration is economic nationalism, when you listen to the trade policies, how impactful, how nervous does that rhetoric make you about your ability to continue to grow business in Colorado?
Well, it's interesting, and that's a big question right now. I couldn't agree more that we need to revisit trade agreements on a regular basis.
All right, everyone, it looks like they have finally given us back the CPAC conference. Lou Dobbs speaking at CPAC now.
Meetings with world leaders, one after another, Abe, Trudeau, May, Netanyahu. Has anybody in years seen Netanyahu smile so broadly? There is a new light in America, and my goodness, all those countless meetings already with CEOs. He's talking to business leaders, the private sector, capitalists. Capitalist is back in vogue. Thousands of jobs he's already created and saved, and he did much of it before he was even in the Oval Office. He's met with labor unions. He's brought labor unions and the leaders into the White House. Do you know many of those labor leaders had never seen the Oval Office? That's how well treated they were by the previous occupant of the White House. The left-wing media, the opposition party, refuses to credit this president in his 36 days in office. They're at war with this president. But they're ignoring also about $3 trillion in market cap that has been gained in our equities market since he was elected. You can run all the popularity polls you want. You can run all of the confidence metrics and indexes you want. But $3 trillion in American stocks is one heck of a statement by the American people about our new president. Housing is showing strong signs of recovery, existing home sales at a 10-year high. Workers are only beginning, to re-enter the marketplace. The dollar is strong. Oh yes, there is $20 trillion in debt. There are some issues, no question. Many years ago, 1988, I was doing one of the last interviews that Ronald Reagan did as president in the Oval Office. And I asked him about deficits, and I asked him about the trade deficit, the national debt, the federal budget deficit, as he was driving the country toward succeeding in the collapse of Marxist-Leninism and the end of the Soviet Union because of the budgets that he created, the military strength that he built, and that great, great slogan, which was his: prosperity and peace through strength. Reagan said, as I asked him about those deficits, because I could not ignore those largest in our history, Ronald Reagan looked at me and he sort of cocked his head. And I couldn't wait to hear what he was going to say about economic policy on those issues. And he said, well, Lou, I think they're about right for a country our size. To this day, I don't know what he meant with that answer. But I can tell you, he was exactly right, wasn't he? To have succeeded as a nation in defeating our ideological enemy, to have ended the Cold War. There are issues that loom larger in the minds of leaders, and I believe that we have elected another such leader in President Trump. The left, who would bleed this nation with redistributive economics and ever greater state power and strip our citizens of their individual rights, trying to eliminate individual freedom. And make no mistake, the venal, vicious attacks against our president and his administration by the left-wing national media will continue, unleashed by the large global corporatists who own them. It is a mistake to ignore who has given them permission to be what they have become. This national left-wing media is neither independent nor free, but doing the bidding rather of the establishment, the elites against whom this president campaigned. I don't believe it's a fair fight, by the way. I think this president and his administration will easily prevail. I have absolute confidence in you. I believe you will march, you will mobilize, you will support this president, you will support his administration, his policies, and President Trump and this country are most importantly of all, and you and I along with them, on the right side of history. I want to say I am so excited about our prospects and our future, and the people who have joined together to make possible this presidency and to make possible this nation and its continued arc in history. I would like to quote in closing one of my favorite philosophers. He's a French philosopher Excuse me, I can't do that. Not in, it's America first. It's buy America, it's hire America. I'm going to conclude simply by saying, Yogi Berra once said, the future is not what it once was, because of what you did and what we accomplished on November 8th. And because of all that, the future of America, the United States of America, I believe looms brighter than as never before. And I thank you for all you have done and will continue to do to make that future possible for succeeding generations of great Americans like you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Good to see you.
Chef arbeiten, aber Ladies and gentlemen, this is a reminder that the Potomac Ballroom is at capacity. If you depart the ballroom at this time, you will not be allowed to re-enter. Please take your seats. The program will begin shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats and silence all electronic devices. The program will begin shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Mercedes Schlapp from the Washington Times and American Conservative Union's chairman, Matt Schlapp.
I don't think we can. Did you all show up for us?
Well, hello, Mr. Deplorable.
Hello, Mrs. Irredeemable. You know, the last time a president of the United States came to CPAC in his first year? Ronald Reagan in 1981.
Wait. Okay, so that means the 1980s. I'm pretty sure they didn't have Twitter back then. But just like the 1980s, we're in a critical moment for our nation. And we have with us an amazing leader who has become the voice of the forgotten men and women of this country.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, you are no longer forgotten.
And you know what I'm learning is how good it feels to have somebody lead our country who knows how to fight. And he's fighting for you. And the other thing I've learned, especially over the course of the last couple days, is that when he fights for us, he unites us. And you know something else, Mr. President? As you continue to fight, all of us here will continue to have your back. Do you know what comes next here? It is my honor to introduce to CPAC 2017 our president, Donald Trump.
To Houston and New York to LA, where there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say, I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free, and I won't forget the men who died, who gave their life to me, and I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA.
Thank you, everybody. So great to be with you. Thank you. Great to be back at CPAC. It's a place I have Really? I love this place. Love you people. So thank you. Thank you very much. First of all, I want to thank Matt Schlapp and his very, very incredible wife and boss, Mercedes, who have been fantastic friends and supporters, and so great when I watch them on television defending me. Nobody has a chance. So I want to thank Matt and Mercedes. And when Matt called and asked, I said, absolutely, I'll be there with you. I mean, the real reason I said it, I didn't want him to go against me, because that one you can't beat. So I said absolutely, and it really is an honor to be here. I wouldn't miss a chance to talk to my friends. These are my friends. And we'll see you again next year and the year after that. And I'll be doing this with CPAC whenever I can, and I'll make sure that we're here a lot. You know, if you remember my first major speech, sit down, everybody, come on. You know, the dishonest media, they'll say, he didn't get a standing ovation. You know why? No, you know why? Because everybody stood and nobody sat. So they will say, he never got a standing ovation, right? They are the worst. So, sit down. Donald Trump did not get a standing ovation. They leave out the part, they never sat down. They leave that out. So I just want to thank. But you know, my first major speech was at CPAC, and probably 5 or 6 years ago. First major political speech. And you were there. And it was, I loved it. I loved the people. I loved the commotion. And then they did these polls where I went through the roof, and I wasn't even running, right? But it gave me an idea. And I got a little bit concerned when I saw what was happening in the country. And I said, let's go to it. So it was very exciting. I walked the stage on CPAC. I'll never forget it, really. I had very little notes and even less preparation. So when you had practically no notes and no preparation, and then you leave and everybody was thrilled, I said, I think I like this business. I would have come last year, but I was worried that I would be, at that time, too controversial. We wanted border security. We wanted very, very strong military. We wanted all of the things that we're going to get, and people considered that controversial, but you didn't consider it controversial. So I've been with CPAC for a long time. All of these years we've been together, and now you finally have a president. Finally. Took you a long time. Took you a long time. And it's patriots like you that made it happen, believe me. Believe me. You did it because you love your country, because you want a better future for your children, and because you want to make America great again. The media didn't think we would win. The pundits, you're right, they had an idea. The pundits didn't think we'd win. The consultants that suck up all that money, oh, they suck it up. They're so good. They're not good at politics, but they're really good at sucking up people's money. Especially my opponents, because I kept them down to a minimum. But the consultants didn't think we would win. But they all underestimated the power of the people, you. And the people prove them totally wrong. Never and this is so true, and this is what's been happening. Never underestimate the people. Never. I don't think it'll ever happen again. And I want you all to know that we are fighting the fake news. It's fake, phony, fake. A few days ago, I called the fake news the enemy of the people, and they are. They are the enemy of the people. Because they have no sources, they just make them up when there are none. I saw one story recently where they said 9 people have confirmed. There are no 9 people. I don't believe there was 1 or 2 people. 9 people. And I said, give me a break, because I know the people. I know who they talk to. There were no 9 people, but they say 9 people. And somebody reads it, and they think, oh, 9 people, they have 9 sources. They make up sources. They're very dishonest people. In fact, in covering my comments, the dishonest media did not explain that I called the fake news the enemy of the people, the fake news. They dropped off the word fake. And all of a sudden, the story became the media is the enemy. They take the word fake out. And now I'm saying, oh, no, this is no good. But that's the way they are. So I'm not against the media. I'm not against the press. I don't mind bad stories if I deserve them. And I tell you, I love good stories, but we won't go. I don't get too many of them. But I am only against the fake news media or press. Fake, fake. They have to lead that word. I'm against the people that make up stories and make up sources. They shouldn't be allowed to use sources unless they use somebody's name. Let their name be put out there. Let their name be put out. A source says that Donald Trump is a horrible, horrible human being. Let him say it to my face. Let there be no more sources. And remember this, and not all in all cases. I mean, I had a story written yesterday about me in Reuters by a very honorable man. It was a very fair story. There are some great reporters around. They're talented, they're honest as the day is long. They're great. But there are some terrible, dishonest people. And they do a tremendous disservice to our country and to our people, a tremendous disservice. They are very dishonest people, and they shouldn't use sources. They should put the name of the person. You will see stories dry up like you've never seen before. So you have no idea how bad it is, because if you are not part of the story, and I put myself in your position sometimes, because many of you, you're not part of the story. And if you're not part of the story, you know, then you sort of know. If you are part of the story, you know what they're saying is true or not. So when they make it up, and they make up something else, and you saw that before the election, polls. The polls. They come out with these polls, and everybody was so surprised. Actually, a couple of polls got it right. I must say, Los Angeles Times did a great job. Shocking, because, you know, they did a great job. And we had a couple of others that were right. But generally speaking, I mean, I can tell you the network. Somebody said, a poll came out. And I say, what network is it? And they'll say a certain, let's not even mention names, right? Sure. Well, you have a lot of them. Look, the Clinton News Network is one. Totally. Take a look, honestly. Take a look at their polls over the last 2 years. Now, you'd think they'd fire the pollster, right? After years and years of getting battered. But I don't, I mean, who knows? Maybe they're just bad at polling. Or maybe they're not legit. But it's one or the other. Look at how inaccurate. Look at CBS. Look at ABC also. Look at NBC. Take a look at some of these polls. They're so bad, so inaccurate. And what that does is it creates a false narrative. It creates like this narrative that's just like, we're not going to win. And people say, oh, I love Trump, but you know, I'm not feeling great today. He can't win, so I won't go and vote. I won't go and vote. It creates a whole false deal. And we have to fight it, folks. We have to fight it. They're very smart, they're very cunning, and they're very dishonest. So just to conclude, I mean, it's a very sensitive topic, and they get upset when we expose their false stories. They say that we can't criticize their dishonest coverage because of the First Amendment. You know, they always bring up the First Amendment. And I love the First Amendment. Nobody loves it better than me. Nobody. I mean, who uses it more than I do? But the First Amendment gives all of us, it gives it to me, it gives it to you, it gives it to all Americans, the right to speak our minds freely. It gives you the right, and me the right, to criticize fake news and criticize it strongly. And many of these groups are part of the large media corporations that have their own agenda, and it's not your agenda, and it's not the country's agenda. It's their own agenda. They have a professional obligation as members of the press to report honestly. But as you saw throughout the entire campaign, and even now, the fake news doesn't tell the truth. Doesn't tell the truth. So just in finishing, I say it doesn't represent the people. It never will represent the people. And we're going to do something about it because we have to go out and we have to speak our minds and we have to be honest. Our victory was a win like nobody has ever seen before. And I'm here fighting for you, and I will continue to fight for you. The victory and the win was something that really was dedicated to a country and people that believe in freedom, security, and the rule of law. Our victory was a victory and a win for conservative values. And our victory was a win for everyone who believes it's time to stand up for America, to stand up for the American worker, and to stand up for the American flag. Yeah, there we should stand up. Come on. There we should stand up. Okay. And by the way, we love our flag. And by the way, you folks are in here, the place is packed. There are lines that go back 6 blocks. And I tell you that because you won't read about it, okay? But there are lines that go back 6 blocks. There is such love in this country for everything we stand for. You saw that on Election Day. And you're going to see it more and more. So we're all part of this very historic movement, a movement the likes of which, actually, the world has never seen before. There's never been anything like this. There's been some movements, but there's never been anything like this. There's been some movements that petered out, like Bernie, petered out. But it was a little rigged against him, you know, superdelegate. She had so many delegates before the thing even started. I actually said to my people, how does that happen? Not that I'm a fan of Bernie, but a lot of Bernie people voted for Trump. You know why? Because he's right on one issue, trade. He was right about trade. Our country is being absolutely devastated with bad trade deals. So he was right about that. But we got a lot of Bernie support. So actually, I like Bernie, okay? I like Bernie. But I'm here today to tell you what this movement means for the future of the Republican Party and for the future of America. First, we need to define what this great, great unprecedented movement is and what it actually represents. The core conviction of our movement is that we are a nation that put and will put its own citizens first. For too long, we've traded away our jobs to other countries. So terrible. We've defended other nations' borders while leaving ours wide open. Anybody can come in. Oh, we're going to build the wall. Don't worry about it. We're building the wall. We're building the wall. In fact, it's going to start soon. Way ahead of schedule. Way ahead of schedule. Way, way, way ahead of schedule. It's going to start very soon. General Kelly, by the way, has done a fantastic job. Fantastic job he's done. And remember, we are getting the bad ones out. These are bad dudes. We're getting the bad ones out. Okay? We're getting the bad. If you watch these people, it's like, oh, gee, that's so sad. We're getting bad people out of this country. People that shouldn't be, whether it's drugs or murder or other things. We're getting bad ones out. Those are the ones they go first, and I said it from day one. Basically, all I've done is keep my promise. We've spent trillions of dollars overseas while allowing our own infrastructure to fall into total disrepair and decay. In the Middle East, we've spent, as of 4 weeks ago, $6 trillion. Think of it. And by the way, the Middle East is in what? I mean, it's not even close. It's in much worse shape than it was 15 years ago. If our presidents would have gone to the beach for 15 years, we would be in much better shape than we are right now. That I can tell you. Be a hell of a lot better. We could have rebuilt our country 3 times with that money. This is the situation that I inherited. I inherited a mess, believe me. We also inherited a failed health care law that threatens our medical system with absolute and total catastrophe. Now, I've been watching, and nobody says it, but Obamacare doesn't work, folks. I mean, I could say, I could talk. It doesn't work. And now people are starting to develop a little warm heart. But the people that you're watching, they're not you. They're largely, many of them are the side that lost. You know, they lost the election. It's like, how many elections do we have to have? They lost the election. But I always say, Obamacare doesn't work. And these same people 2 years ago and a year ago were complaining about Obamacare. And the bottom line, we're changing it. We're going to make it much better. We're going to make it less expensive. We're going to make it much better. Obamacare covers very few people. And remember, deduct from the number all of the people that had great health care that they loved that was taken away from them. Was taken away from them. Millions of people were very happy with their health care. They had their doctor, they had their plan. Remember the lie? 28 times. You can keep your doctor. You can keep your plan. Over and over and over again, you heard it. So, we're going to repeal and replace Obamacare. And I tell Paul Ryan and all of the folks that we're working with very hard, Dr. Tom Price, very talented guy. But I tell them, from a purely political standpoint, the single best thing we can do is nothing. Let it implode completely. It's already imploding. You see the carriers are all leaving. I mean, it's a disaster. But 2 years don't do anything. The Democrats will come to us and beg for help. They'll beg, and it's their problem. But it's not the right thing to do for the American people. It's not the right thing to do. We inherited a national debt that has doubled in 8 years. Think of it, $20 trillion. It's doubled. And we inherited a foreign policy marked by one disaster after another. We don't win anymore. When was the last time we won? Do we win a war? Do we win anything? Do we win anything? We're going to win. We're going to win big, folks. We're going to start winning again. Believe me. We're going to win. But we're taking a firm, bold, and decisive measure. We have to turn things around. The era of empty talk is over. It's over. Now is the time for action. So let me tell you about the actions that we're taking right now to deliver on our promise to the American people and on my promise to make America great again. We've taken swift and strong action to secure the southern border of the United States and to begin the construction of a great, great border wall. By doing this, and with the help of our great border police, with the help of ICE, with the help of General Kelly, and all of the people that are so passionate about this, our Border Patrol, I'll tell you what they do. They came and endorsed me. ICE came and endorsed me. They never endorsed a presidential candidate before. They might not even be allowed to. But they were disgusted with what they saw. And we'll stop it. We'll stop the drugs from pouring into our nation and poisoning our youth. Pouring in. Pouring in. We get the drugs, they get the money. We get the problems, they get the cash. No good, no good. Going to stop. By stopping the flow of illegal immigration, we will save countless tax dollars, and that's so important because the dollars that we're losing are beyond anything that you can imagine. And the tax dollars that can be used to rebuild struggling American communities, including our inner cities. We are also going to save countless American lives. As we speak today, immigration officers are finding the gang members, the drug dealers, and the criminal aliens and throwing them the hell out of our country. And we will not let them back in. They're not coming back in, folks. They do, they're going to have bigger problems than they ever dreamt of. I'm also working with the Department of Justice to begin reducing violent crime. I mean, can you believe what's happening in Chicago, as an example? 2 days ago, 7 people were shot, and I believe killed. 7 people. 7 people. Chicago, a great American city. 7 people shot and killed. We will support the incredible men and women of law enforcement. Thank you. and thank them. I've also followed through on my campaign promise and withdrawn America from the Trans-Pacific Partnership so that we can protect our economic freedom. And we're going to make trade deals, but we're going to do one-on-one, and if they misbehave, we terminate the deal, and then they'll come back and we'll make a better deal. None of these big quagmire deals that are a disaster. Just take a look, by the way, take a look at NAFTA, one of the worst deals ever made by any country having to do with economic development. It's economic undevelopment as far as our country is concerned. We're preparing to repeal and replace the disaster known as Obamacare. We're going to save Americans from this crisis and give them the access to the quality health care they need and deserve. We have authorized the construction, one day, of the Keystone and Dakota Access Pipeline. And issued a new rule. This took place while I was getting ready to sign. I said, who makes the pipes for the pipeline? Well, sir, it comes from all over the world. Isn't that wonderful? I said, nope, comes from the United States or we're not building it. American steel. If they want a pipeline in the United States, they're going to use pipe that's made in the United States. Do we agree? But can you imagine, I told the story the other day, can you imagine the gentleman, never met him, don't even know the name of his company. I actually sort of know it, but I want to get it exactly correct. Big, big, powerful company. They spent hundreds of millions of dollars on the pipeline. Same thing with the Dakota, different place. They got their approvals, everything in the case of Dakota, then all of a sudden they couldn't connect it because they had people protesting that never showed up before. But with the Keystone, so they spent hundreds of millions of dollars with bloodsucker consultants, you know, sucking the blood out of the company. Don't worry, I used them all my life, okay? Don't worry, we're going to get it approved, I'm connected, I'm a lobbyist, don't worry. Bottom line, Obama didn't sign it, right? Could be 42,000 jobs, somewhere around there, a lot of jobs. Didn't sign it. But can you imagine? He gave up. A year ago, it was dead. Now he's doing nothing, calling his wife, hello, darling, I'm a little bored. You know that pipeline, that has killed us, that has killed our company. Knock, knock, Mr. So-and-so. The Keystone Pipeline, sir, out of nowhere has just been approved. Now, can you imagine the expression? And you know the sad part? Those same blood-sucking consultants that hit him for all the money and failed, they're now going to go back to him and say, didn't we do a great job? We want more money, right? Because that's the way the system works. A little bit off, but that's the way the system works. We're preparing bold action to lift the restrictions on American energy, including shale oil, natural gas, and beautiful, clean coal, and we're going to put our miners back to work. Miners are going back to work. Miners are going back to work, folks. Sorry to tell you that, but they're going back to work. We have begun a historic program to reduce the regulations that are crushing our economy, crushing. And not only our economy, crushing our jobs because companies can't hire. We're going to put the regulation industry out of work and out of business. And by the way, I want regulation. I want to protect our environment. I want regulations for safety. I want all of the regulations that we need, and I want them to be so strong and so tough. But we don't need 75% of the repetitive, horrible regulations that hurt companies, hurt jobs, make us non-competitive overseas with other companies from other countries. That we don't need. But we're going to have regulation. It's going to be really strong and really good, and we're going to protect our environment, and we're going to protect the safety of our people and our workers, okay? Another major promise is tax reform. We are going to massively lower taxes on the middle class, reduce taxes on American business, and make our tax code more simple and much more fair for everyone, including the people and the business. In anticipation of these and other changes, jobs are already starting to pour back into our country. You see that. In fact, I think I did more than any other pre-president. They say president-elect. President-elect is meeting with Ford. He's meeting with Chrysler. He's meeting with General Motors. I just want to save a little time. Because Ford and Fiat Chrysler, General Motors, Sprint, Intel, and so many others are now, because of the election result, making major investments in the United States, expanding production, and hiring more workers. And they're going back to Michigan, and they're going back to Ohio, and they're going back to Pennsylvania, and they're going back to North Carolina, and to Florida. It's time for all Americans to get off of welfare and get back to work. You're going to love it. You're going to love it. You are going to love it. We're also putting in a massive budget request for our beloved military. And we will be substantially upgrading all of our military, offensive, defensive, everything, bigger and better and stronger than ever before, and hopefully we'll never have to use it, but nobody's going to mess with us, folks. Nobody. It will be one of the greatest military buildups in American history. No one will dare question, as they have been, because we're very depleted, very, very depleted. Sequester. Nobody will dare question our military might again. We believe in peace through strength, and that's what we will have. As part of my pledge to restore safety for the American people, I have also directed the defense community to develop a plan to totally obliterate ISIS. Working with our allies, we will eradicate this evil from the face of the earth. At the same time, we fully understand that national security begins with border security. Foreign terrorists will not be able to strike America if they cannot get into our country. And by the way, take a look at what's happening in Europe, folks. Take a look at what's happening in Europe. I took a lot of heat on Sweden. And then a day later, I said, has anybody reported what's going on? And it turned out that they didn't, not too many of them did. Take a look at what happened in Sweden. I love Sweden. Great country, great people. I love Sweden. But they understand I'm right. The people over there understand I'm right. Take a look at what's happening in Sweden. Take a look at what's happening in Germany. Take a look at what's happened in France. Take a look at Nice and Paris. I have a friend. He's a very, very substantial guy. He loves the City of Lights. He loves Paris. For years, every year during the summer, he would go to Paris. It was automatic with his wife and his family. I hadn't seen him in a while. And I said, Jim, let me ask you a question. How's Paris doing? Paris? I don't go there anymore. Paris is no longer Paris. That was 4 years, 4 or 5 years has it gone there. He wouldn't miss it for anything. Now he doesn't even think in terms of going there. Take a look at what's happening to our world, folks. And we have to be smart. We have to be smart. We can't let it happen to us. So let me state this as clearly as I can. We are going to keep radical Islamic terrorists the hell out of our country. We will not be deterred from this course. And in a matter of days, we will be taking brand new action to protect our people and keep America safe. You will see the action. I will never, ever apologize for protecting the safety and security of the American people. I won't do it. If it means I get bad press, if it means people speak badly of me, it's okay. Doesn't bother me. The security of our people is number one, is number one. Our administration is running with great efficiency, even though I still don't have my cabinet approved. Nobody mentions that. Do you know I still have people out there waiting to be approved? And everyone knows they're going to be approved. It's just a delay, delay, delay. It's really sad. It's really sad. And these are great people. These are some great people. We still don't have our cabinet. I assume we're setting records for that. That's the only thing good about it, is we're setting records. I love setting records. But I hate having a cabinet meeting and I see all these empty seats. I said, Democrats, please approve our cabinet and get smart on health care, too, if you don't mind. But we're taking meetings every day with top leaders in business, in science, and industry. Yesterday, I had 29 of the biggest business leaders in the world in my office. Caterpillar Tractor, Campbell's Soup. We had everybody. We had everybody. I like Campbell's Soup. We had everybody. And we came to a lot of very good conclusions, and a lot of those folks that are in that room are going to be building big, big, massive new plants and lots of jobs. And you know what? They're going to be building them in this country, not in some other country. We're meeting with unions, meeting with law enforcement, and we're meeting with leaders from all around the world. Where the White House doors used to be totally closed. They were closed, folks. You don't realize that. They were closed. They're now wide open. And they're open for people doing business for our country and putting people to work. And when they come into the White House, we're translating these meetings into action. One by one, we're checking off the promises we made to the people of the United States. One by one. A lot of promises. And we will not stop until the job is done. We will reduce your taxes. We will cut your regulations. We will support our police. We will defend our flag. We will rebuild our military. We will take care of our great, great veterans. We're taking care of our veterans. We will fix our broken and embarrassing trade deals that are no good. None of them. You wonder, where did the people come from that negotiated these deals? Where did they come from? Well, they came also from campaign contributions, I must be honest with you. They're not as stupid as you think. We will cut wasteful spending. We will promote our values. We will rebuild our inner cities. We will bring back our jobs and our dreams. So true. So true. And by the way, we will protect our Second Amendment. You know, Wayne and Chris are here from the NRA, and they didn't have that on the list. It's lucky I thought about it. But we will indeed. And they're great people. And by the way, they love our country. They love our country. The NRA has been a great supporter. They love our country. The forgotten men and women of America will be forgotten no longer. That is the heart of this new movement and the future of the Republican Party. People came to vote, and these people, the media, they said, where are they coming from? What's going on here? These are hardworking, great, great Americans. These are unbelievable people who have not been treated fairly. Hillary called them deplorable. They're not deplorable. Who would have thought that a word was going to play so badly? That's the problem in politics. One wrong word and it's over. She also said irredeemable, but we won't mention it. The GOP will be, from now on, the party also of the American worker. You know, we haven't been, as a group, given credit for this. But if you look at how much bigger our party has gotten during this cycle, during the early days when we had 17 people running the primaries, millions and millions of people were joining. Now, I won't say it was because of me, but it was, okay? And we have an amazing, strong, powerful party that truly does want to see America be great again, and it will see it, and it's going to see it a lot sooner than you think, believe me, a lot sooner than you think. We will not answer to donors or lobbyists or special interests, but we will serve the citizens of the United States of America, believe me. Global cooperation, dealing with other countries, getting along with other countries is good. It's very important. But there is no such thing as a global anthem, a global currency, or a global flag. This is the United States of America that I'm representing. I'm not representing the globe. I'm representing your country. There is one allegiance that unites us all, and that is to America. America. It's the allegiance to America. No matter our background or income or geography, we're all citizens of this blessed land. And no matter our color or the color of the blood we bleed, it's the same red blood of great, great patriots. Remember, great patriots. We all salute with pride the same American flag, and we all are equal, totally equal, in the eyes of Almighty God. We're equal. Thank you. And I want to thank, by the way, the evangelical community, the Christian community, communities of faith, rabbis and priests and pastors, ministers, because the support for me was a record, as you know, not only in terms of numbers of people, but percentages of those numbers that voted for Trump. So I want to thank you folks. That was amazing, an amazing outpouring. And I will not disappoint you. As long as we have faith in each other and trust in God, then there is no goal at all beyond our reach. There is no dream too large, no task too great. We are Americans, and the future belongs to us. The future belongs to all of you. And America is coming about, and it's coming back, and it's roaring, and you can hear it. It's going to be bigger and better. It is going to be. It is going to be. Remember. And it's roaring. It's going to be bigger and better and stronger than ever before. I want to thank you and Matt and Mercedes. I want to thank the two of you and all of the supporters that I have. I see them, they're all over the place. You are really great people. I want to thank you. And I want to say to you, God bless you. And God bless the United States of America. Thank you, folks. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, everyone, that was President Trump speaking at CPAC, the Conservative Political Action Conference, a highly anticipated speech. Trump wrapping up his speech, hitting on many points, putting the media on blast, outlining his presidential promises, talking about immigration, the environment, the economy, jobs, speaking for quite a bit, almost 50 minutes there at CPAC. For those of you just joining us, we will be playing a replay here in case you missed any moment of Donald Trump's speech. And as promised, in case you missed any part of Trump's speech, we are going to do a replay for you now on News Now.
Next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no
Thank you, everybody. So great to be with you. Thank you. Great to be back at CPAC. It's a place I have really, I love this place. Love you people. So thank you. Thank you very much. First of all, I want to thank Matt Schlapp and his very, very incredible wife and boss, Mercedes, who have been fantastic friends and supporters, and so great when I watch them on television defending me. Nobody has a chance. So I want to thank Matt and Mercedes. And when Matt called and asked, I said, absolutely, I'll be there with you. I mean, the real reason I said it, I didn't want him to go against me, because that one you can't beat. So I said absolutely, and it really is an honor to be here. I wouldn't miss a chance to talk to my friends. These are my friends. And we'll see you again next year and the year after that. And I'll be doing this with CPAC whenever I can, and I'll make sure that we're here a lot. You know, if you remember my first major speech, sit down, everybody, come on. You know, the dishonest media, they'll say, he didn't get a standing ovation. You know why? No, you know why? Because everybody stood and nobody sat. So they will say, he never got a standing ovation, right? They are the worst. So, sit down. Donald Trump did not get a standing ovation. They leave out the part, they never sat down. They leave that out. So I just want to thank. But you know, my first major speech was at CPAC, and probably 5 or 6 years ago. First major political speech. And you were there. And it was, I loved it. I loved the people. I loved the commotion. And then they did these polls where I went through the roof, and I wasn't even running, right? But it gave me an idea. And I got a little bit concerned when I saw what was happening in the country. And I said, let's go to it. So it was very exciting. I walked the stage on CPAC. I'll never forget it, really. I had very little notes and even less preparation. So when you had practically no notes and no preparation, and then you leave and everybody was thrilled, I said, I think I like this business. I would have come last year, but I was worried that I would be, at that time, too controversial. We wanted border security. We wanted very, very strong military. We wanted all of the things that we're going to get, and people considered that controversial, but you didn't consider it controversial. So I've been with CPAC for a long time. All of these years we've been together, and now you finally have a president. Finally. Took you a long time. Took you a long time. And it's patriots like you that made it happen, believe me. Believe me. You did it because you love your country, because you want a better future for your children, and because you want to make America great again. The media didn't think we would win. The pundits, you're right, they had an idea. The pundits didn't think we'd win. The consultants that suck up all that money, oh, they suck it up. They're so good. They're not good at politics, but they're really good at sucking up people's money. especially my opponents, because I kept them down to a minimum. But the consultants didn't think we would win. But they all underestimated the power of the people, you. And the people proved them totally wrong. Never and this is so true, and this is what's been happening. Never underestimate the people. Never. I don't think it'll ever happen again. And I want you all to know that we are fighting the fake news. It's fake, phony, fake. A few days ago, I called the fake news the enemy of the people, and they are. They are the enemy of the people. Because they have no sources, they just make them up when there are none. I saw one story recently where they said 9 people have confirmed. There are no 9 people. I don't believe there was 1 or 2 people. 9 people. And I said, give me a break, because I know the people. I know who they talk to. There were no 9 people, but they say 9 people. And somebody reads it, and they think, oh, 9 people, they have 9 sources. They make up sources. They're very dishonest people. In fact, in covering my comments, the dishonest media did not explain that I called the fake news the enemy of the people, the fake news. They dropped off the word fake. And all of a sudden, the story became the media is the enemy. They take the word fake out. And now I'm saying, oh, no, this is no good. But that's the way they are. So I'm not against the media. I'm not against the press. I don't mind bad stories if I deserve them. And I tell you, I love good stories, but we won't. I don't get too many of them. But I am only against the fake news, media, or press. Fake, fake. They have to lead that word. I'm against the people that make up stories and make up sources. They shouldn't be allowed to use sources unless they use somebody's name. Let their name be put out there. Let their name be put out. A source says that Donald Trump is a horrible, horrible human being. Let him say it to my face. Let there be no more sources. And remember this, and not all in all cases. I mean, I had a story written yesterday about me in Reuters by a very honorable man. It was a very fair story. There are some great reporters around. They're talented, they're honest as the day is long. They're great. But there are some terrible, dishonest people. And they do a tremendous disservice to our country and to our people, a tremendous disservice. They are very dishonest people, and they shouldn't use sources. They should put the name of the person. You will see stories dry up like you've never seen before. So you have no idea how bad it is, because if you are not part of the story, and I put myself in your position sometimes, because many of you, you're not part of the story. And if you're not part of the story, you know, then you sort of know. If you are part of the story, you know what they're saying is true or not. So when they make it up, and they make up something else, and you saw that before the election, polls. The polls. They come out with these polls, and everybody was so surprised. Actually, a couple of polls got it right. I must say, Los Angeles Times did a great job. Shocking, because, you know, they did a great job. And we had a couple of others that were right. But generally speaking, I mean, I can tell you the network. Somebody said, a poll came out. And I say, what network is it? And they'll say a certain, let's not even mention names, right? Sure. Well, you have a lot of them. Look, the Clinton News Network is one. Totally. Take a look, honestly. Take a look at their polls over the last 2 years. Now, you'd think they'd fire the pollster, right? After years and years of getting battered. But I don't know. I mean, who knows? Maybe they're just bad at polling. Or maybe they're not legit. but it's one or the other. Look at how inaccurate. Look at CBS, look at ABC also. Look at NBC. Take a look at some of these polls. They're so bad, so inaccurate. And what that does is it creates a false narrative. It creates like this narrative that's just like, we're not going to win. And people say, oh, I love Trump, but you know, I'm not feeling great today. He can't win, so I won't go and vote. I won't go and vote. It creates a whole false deal. And we have to fight it, folks. We have to fight it. They're very smart, they're very cunning, and they're very dishonest. So just to conclude, I mean, it's a very sensitive topic, and they get upset when we expose their false stories. They say that we can't criticize their dishonest coverage because of the First Amendment. You know, they always bring up the First Amendment. And I love the First Amendment. Nobody loves it better than me. Nobody. I mean, who uses it more than I do? But the First Amendment gives all of us, it gives it to me, it gives it to you, it gives it to all Americans, the right to speak our minds freely. It gives you the right and me the right to criticize fake news and criticize it strongly. And many of these groups are part of the large media corporations that have their own agenda, and it's not your agenda, and it's not the country's agenda. It's their own agenda. They have a professional obligation as members of the press to report honestly. But as you saw throughout the entire campaign, and even now, the fake news doesn't tell the truth. Doesn't tell the truth. So just in finishing, I say it doesn't represent the people. It never will represent the people. And we're going to do something about it because we have to go out and we have to speak our minds and we have to be honest. Our victory was a win like nobody has ever seen before. And I'm here fighting for you, and I will continue to fight for you. The victory and the win was something that really was dedicated to a country and people that believe in freedom, security, and the rule of law. Our victory was a victory and a win for conservative values. And our victory was a win for everyone who believes it's time to stand up for America, to stand up for the American worker, and to stand up for the American flag. Yeah, there we should stand up. Come on. There we should stand up. Okay. And by the way, we love our flag. And by the way, you folks are in here, the place is packed. There are lines that go back 6 blocks. And I tell you that because you won't read about it, okay? But there are lines that go back 6 blocks. There is such love in this country for everything we stand for. You saw that on Election Day. And you're going to see it more and more. So we're all part of this very historic movement, a movement the likes of which, actually, the world has never seen before. There's never been anything like this. There's been some movements, but there's never been anything like this. There's been some movements that petered out, like Bernie, petered out. But it was a little rigged against him, you know, superdelegate. She had so many delegates before the thing even started. I actually said to my people, how does that happen? Not that I'm a fan of Bernie, but a lot of Bernie people voted for Trump. You know why? Because he's right on one issue, trade. He was right about trade. Our country is being absolutely devastated with bad trade deals. So he was right about that. But we got a lot of Bernie support. So actually, I like Bernie, okay? I like Bernie. But I'm here today to tell you what this movement means for the future of the Republican Party and for the future of America. First, we need to define what this great, great unprecedented movement is and what it actually represents. The core conviction of our movement is that we are a nation that put and will put its own citizens first. For too long, we've traded away our jobs to other countries. So terrible. We've defended other nations' borders while leaving ours wide open. Anybody can come in. Oh, we're going to build the wall. Don't worry about it. We're building the wall. We're building the wall. In fact, it's going to start soon. Way ahead of schedule. Way ahead of schedule. Way, way, way ahead of schedule. It's going to start very soon. General Kelly, by the way, has done a fantastic job. Fantastic job he's done. And remember, we are getting the bad ones out. These are bad dudes. We're getting the bad ones out. Okay? We're getting the bad. If you watch these people, it's like, oh, gee, that's so sad. We're getting bad people out of this country. People that shouldn't be, whether it's drugs or murder or other things. We're getting bad ones out. Those are the ones that go first, and I said it from day one. Basically, all I've done is keep my promise. We've spent trillions of dollars overseas while allowing our own infrastructure to fall into total disrepair and decay. In the Middle East, we've spent, as of 4 weeks ago, $6 trillion. Think of it. And by the way, the Middle East is in what, I mean, it's not even close. It's in much worse shape than it was 15 years ago. If our presidents would have gone to the beach for 15 years, we would be in much better shape than we are right now. That I can tell you. Be a hell of a lot better. We could have rebuilt our country 3 times with that money. This is the situation that I inherited. I inherited a mess, believe me. We also inherited a failed health care law that threatens our medical system with absolute and total catastrophe. Now, I've been watching, and nobody says it, but Obamacare doesn't work, folks. I mean, I could say, I could talk, it doesn't work. And now people are starting to develop a little warm heart. But the people that you're watching, they're not you. They're largely, many of them are the side that lost. You know, they lost the election. It's like, how many elections do we have to have? They lost the election. But I always say, Obamacare doesn't work. And these same people 2 years ago and a year ago were complaining about Obamacare. And the bottom line, we're changing it. We're going to make it much better. We're going to make it less expensive. We're going to make it much better. Obamacare covers very few people. And remember, deduct from the number all of the people that had great health care that they loved that was taken away from them. Was taken away from them. Millions of people were very happy with their health care. They had their doctor, they had their plan. Remember the lie? 28 times. You can keep your doctor. You can keep your plan over and over and over again. You heard it. So we're going to repeal and replace Obamacare. And I tell Paul Ryan, and all of the folks that we're working with very hard. Dr. Tom Price, very talented guy. But I tell them, from a purely political standpoint, the single best thing we can do is nothing. Let it implode completely. It's already imploding. You see the carriers are all leaving. I mean, it's a disaster. But 2 years don't do anything. The Democrats will come to us and beg for help. They'll beg, and it's their problem. But it's not the right thing to do for the American people. It's not the right thing to do. We inherited a national debt that has doubled in 8 years. Think of it, $20 trillion. It's doubled. And we inherited a foreign policy marked by one disaster after another. We don't win anymore. When was the last time we won? Do we win a war? Do we win anything? Do we win anything? We're going to win. We're going to win big, folks. We're going to start winning again. Believe me. We're going to win. But we're taking a firm, bold, and decisive measure. We have to turn things around. The era of empty talk is over. It's over. Now is the time for action. So let me tell you about the actions that we're taking right now to deliver on our promise to the American people and on my promise to make...
Ever wonder why flights are so expensive?
We've taken swift and strong action to secure the southern border of the United States and to begin the construction of a great, great border wall. By doing this, and with the help of our great border police, with the help of ICE, with the help of General Kelly, and all of the people that are so passionate about this, our Border Patrol, I'll tell you what they do. They came and endorsed me. ICE came and endorsed me. They never endorsed a presidential candidate before. They might not even be allowed to. But they were disgusted with what they saw. And we'll stop it. We'll stop the drugs from pouring into our nation and poisoning our youth. Pouring in. Pouring in. We get the drugs, they get the money. We get the problems, they get the cash. No good, no good. Gonna stop. By stopping the flow of illegal immigration, we will save countless tax dollars, and that's so important because the dollars that we're losing are beyond anything that you can imagine. And the tax dollars that can be used to rebuild struggling American communities, including our inner cities. We are also going to save countless American lives. As we speak today, immigration officers are finding the gang members, the drug dealers, and the criminal aliens and throwing them the hell out of our country. And we will not let them back in. They're not coming back in, folks. They do, they're going to have bigger problems than they ever dreamt of. I'm also working with the Department of Justice to begin reducing violent crime. I mean, can you believe what's happening in Chicago, as an example? 2 days ago, 7 people were shot, and I believe killed. 7 people. 7 people. Chicago, a great American city. 7 people shot and killed. We will support the incredible men and women of law enforcement. Thank you. And thank them. I've also followed through in my campaign promise and withdrawn America from the Trans-Pacific Partnership so that we can protect our economic freedom. And we're going to make trade deals, but we're going to do one-on-one, and if they misbehave, we terminate the deal, and then they'll come back and we'll make a better deal. None of these big quagmire deals that are a disaster. Just take a look, by the way, take a look at NAFTA, one of the worst deals ever made by any country having to do with economic development. It's economic undevelopment as far as our country is concerned. We're preparing to repeal and replace the disaster known as Obamacare. We're going to save Americans from this crisis and give them the access to the quality health care they need and deserve. We have authorized the construction, one day, of the Keystone and Dakota Access Pipeline. And issued a new rule. This took place while I was getting ready to sign. I said, who makes the pipes for the pipeline? Well, sir, it comes from all over the world. Isn't that wonderful? I said, nope, comes from the United States, or we're not building it. American steel. If they want a pipeline in the United States, they're going to use pipe that's made in the United States. Do we agree? But can you imagine, I told the story the other day, can you imagine the gentleman, never met him, don't even know the name of his company. I actually sort of know it, but I want to get it exactly correct. Big, big, powerful company. They spent hundreds of millions of dollars on the pipeline. Same thing with the Dakota, different place. They got their approvals, everything in the case of Dakota, then all of a sudden they couldn't connect it because they had people protesting that never showed up before. But with the Keystone, so they spent hundreds of millions of dollars with bloodsucker consultants, you know, sucking the blood out of the company. Don't worry, I used them all my life, okay? Don't worry, we're going to get it approved, I'm connected, I'm a lobbyist, don't worry. Bottom line, Obama didn't sign it, right? Could be 42,000 jobs, somewhere around there, a lot of jobs. Didn't sign it. But can you imagine? He gave up. A year ago, it was dead. Now he's doing nothing, calling his wife, hello, darling, I'm a little bored. You know that pipeline, that has killed us, that has killed our company. Knock, knock, Mr. So-and-so. The Keystone Pipeline, sir, out of nowhere has just been approved. Now, can you imagine the expression? And you know the sad part? Those same blood-sucking consultants that hit him for all the money and failed, they're now going to go back to him and say, didn't we do a great job? We want more money, right? Because that's the way the system works. A little bit off, but that's the way the system works. We're preparing bold action to lift the restrictions on American energy, including shale oil, natural gas, and beautiful, clean coal, and we're going to put our miners back to work. Miners are going back to work. Miners are going back to work, folks. Sorry to tell you that, but they're going back to work. We have begun a historic program to reduce the regulations that are crushing our economy, crushing. And not only our economy, crushing our jobs because companies can't hire. We're going to put the regulation industry out of work and out of business. And by the way, I want regulation. I want to protect our environment. I want regulations for safety. I want all of the regulations that we need, and I want them to be so strong and so tough. But we don't need 75% of the repetitive, horrible regulations that hurt companies, hurt jobs, make us non-competitive overseas with other companies from other countries. That we don't need. But we're going to have regulation. It's going to be really strong and really good, and we're going to protect our environment, and we're going to protect the safety of our people and our workers, okay? Another major promise is tax reform. We are going to massively lower taxes on the middle class, reduce taxes on American business, and make our tax code more simple and much more fair for everyone, including the people and the business. In anticipation of these and other changes, jobs are already starting to pour back into our country. You see that. In fact, I think I did more than any other pre-president. They say president-elect. President-elect is meeting with Ford. He's meeting with Chrysler. He's meeting with General Motors. I just want to save a little time. Because Ford and Fiat Chrysler, General Motors, Sprint, Intel, and so many others are now, because of the election result, making major investments in the United States, expanding production, and hiring more workers. And they're going back to Michigan, and they're going back to Ohio, and they're going back to Pennsylvania, and they're going back to North Carolina, and to Florida. It's time for all Americans to get off of welfare and get back to work. You're going to love it. You're going to love it. You are going to love it. We're also putting in a massive budget request for our beloved military. And we will be substantially upgrading all of our military, offensive, defensive, everything, bigger and better and stronger than ever before, and hopefully we'll never have to use it, but nobody's going to mess with us, folks. Nobody.
All right, everyone, we are going to cut out of this replay and take you to CPAC Live. Looks like speakers are on stage now. If you want to watch Donald Trump's speech in full, we have the full clip on our YouTube channel. That's youtube.com/Fox10Phoenix. You can watch the clip. You can share it with your friends. Again, it's youtube.com/Fox10Phoenix, the full Trump clip. We are going to take you now to the CPAC floor live.
Criminal justice system.
Sydney? I find those remarks absolutely outrageous. Any good prosecutor, and there are some good ones, wants to seek justice, not conviction. On April 1, 1940, then Attorney General Robert H. Jackson gave a beautiful, inspired speech called The Federal Prosecutor. If you Google Jackson and the Federal Prosecutor, you can read it in its entirety. But he and then the Supreme Court have said that the United States, the job of the United States Attorney is to seek justice, not convictions. And sometimes that even means that a guilty person goes free. But when you wrongfully convict somebody, you've committed multiple crimes, because not only have you taken the life and liberty of somebody who did nothing wrong, the person who did commit the actual crime is out there still doing it. You can look at the case in Texas of Michael Morton for that. He was sentenced to prison for 25 years, allegedly for murdering his wife. DNA evidence exonerated him 25 years late, while the person who actually committed the crime was out there and did it again. Michael Morton lost his son, his 25 years of his life, the best years of his life, and the prosecutor who had hidden the bloody bandana and DNA evidence and other evidence became a state court judge in Texas. All he got for Michael Morton's 25 years of wrongful imprisonment was 5 days in the county jail.
That's exactly. I don't usually do this, but I'd like to read a paragraph from Justice Sutherland in 1935 about the role of a prosecutor in our system. And this paragraph was included in the manual for U.S. attorneys at the instructions of Ed Meese when he was Attorney General of the United States.
I bet it's from Berger versus United States.
That's correct.
And I literally used to keep it taped over my telephone.
And it is not in there anymore. And had those prosecutors who went after Senator Stevens had this in their minds, they wouldn't have done it. But
Right.
let me read that paragraph because it's so important historically, and it was so important to Ed Meese that he made sure every U.S. prosecutor had it above their desk as you did. And I'm quoting, "The United States Attorney is the representative not of an ordinary party to a controversy, but of a sovereignty whose obligation to govern impartially is as compelling as its obligation to govern at all, and whose interest, therefore, in a criminal prosecution is not that it shall win a case, but that justice shall be done. As such, he is in a peculiar and a very definite sense the servant of the law, the twofold aim of which is that guilt shall not escape or innocence suffer. He may prosecute with earnestness and vigor. Indeed, he should do so. But while he may strike hard blows, he is not at liberty to strike foul ones. It is as much his duty to refrain from improper methods calculated to produce a wrongful conviction as it is to use every legitimate means to bring about a just one." That was important enough that Attorney General Meese made every prosecutor read it. They don't have to do that anymore. And I suspect that even when they did read it, some of them didn't take it to heart.
And Ed Meese is an example of the generational divide in prosecutors. I've known Ed since back in the first Reagan campaign in '66. And Ed had been a line prosecutor in Santa Clara County. And he said that one of the great joys he had as a prosecutor was completing an investigation and finding out someone was innocent and telling him, "You've got a clean bill of health. We're not doing anything." The new generation of prosecutors says, "I've invested so much time in the case, we'd better dig deeper and find something." And that's a terrible echo of what Beria, the head of the Soviet secret police, said to Stalin. "You bring me the man, I'll find the crime." You target somebody and then you search to find something to charge them with. This is appalling. And also in the days of situation ethics, where there is no good or evil, there is no justice or honesty, these folks have a complete running room. Their consciences are not formed because there are no permanent values to align them. One of the key points that Alex Kaczynski makes is we have to be involved. We have to hold the judge's feet to the fire because, as they said, it's the judge in the courtroom that has to deal with this. And they have to feel the public is demanding this. So if you take the time, if you could go to our Twitter feed or to our Facebook page and like us, we'll keep you informed. ACU has developed a grassroots network of working for justice reform. And we get experts like this to work with us on how we can be most effective at protecting the average citizen. And it's wonderful of these folks to come and give their time to help educate us about this. Sydney, you also were involved in the Enron case. Any lessons from that you came across?
Definitely, and I want to back up a little bit too and tell everyone that the prosecutor who micromanaged the prosecution of United States Senator Ted Stevens, that literally changed the balance of power in the United States Senate and enabled the enactment of Obamacare, was one of the prosecutors in the Merrill Lynch case in the book, who had yellow highlighted and hidden the evidence that showed the Merrill Lynch executives were innocent. He got promoted during the Bush administration to acting Assistant Attorney General for the Criminal Division of the Department of Justice. And the other lawyers that I talk about in the book were promoted by President Obama, even though they were appointed originally as Bush Enron Task Force prosecutors. They were promoted by President Obama to his longest serving White House counsel, General Counsel, Deputy Director of the FBI, The Attorney General for the Criminal Division of the Department of Justice, who recently left, was responsible for destroying Arthur Anderson and 85,000 jobs, all for nothing, only to be reversed by the United States Supreme Court 9-0, because Anderson had not committed an offense. Most people didn't even hear about the reversal, but they heard about Anderson destroying evidence and shredding documents and being destroyed as a company, and they probably didn't even hear that 85,000 jobs were lost because of that prosecution. It was for absolutely nothing. And the Enron cases too, the whole Enron task force, every case they actually tried that they took to trial was reversed in some part, in whole or in part, for some form of prosecutorial overreaching.
Kevin?
Well, I just want to say, we started with a video that talked about political opponents and people who were disfavored and they were targeted for that reason. In this case, you see prosecutors going after corporate folks who may be unpopular at times. The problem is you may be unpopular at some point, and David knows this better than anyone else, but prosecutors have particularly gone after gun owners in a lot of cases. And in those cases, you're not always protected by a vigilant judge in the courtroom because there may be a mandatory minimum applies that takes away the judge's discretion to bring justice. There's a case in Florida that we've been following. A 22-year-old guy came out of a bar, was being harassed by a bunch of people as he tried to leave. He was with his girlfriend. He was a lawful gun owner. He felt threatened for his life. He didn't want to hurt anyone, but he wanted to remove himself from the situation. He took his gun out. He fired it straight into the air, not aimed at anyone. No one was hurt. Nothing happened. It was reported by some onlookers. He was charged with aggravated assault because he scared the people who were there. Under Florida law, because he discharged a firearm during the commission of his aggravated assault, he was sentenced to 20 years in prison. Now, the prosecutor who brought those charges held all the cards. Because it was a mandatory minimum, the judge who heard that and could have otherwise understood the context and might have said, we don't want you shooting your gun, you could have hurt somebody, we're going to sanction you some way, had no discretion, and he got 20 years. I'm happy to say that FAM and the National Rifle Association actually changed the law in Florida, but it wasn't retroactive. So that guy got 20 years, he served 10 years, he's got 10 more to go. And we've got to be able to fix these things.
Well, Dave Clark made the correct point, and that is this could affect you.
Yes.
The reason that prosecutors can do this goes back to something that Pat said earlier in Stalinist Russia, bring me the person, I'll find the crime. We have so many crimes and so many regulatory crimes that involve prison sentences today that a prosecutor or the government can, in fact, pick you out and find something that you did that would subject you to prison time. That's just a fact. That's what Robert Jackson, when he was made Attorney General, warned the Justice Department about when there were far fewer crimes than there are today. So not only do you have this proliferation of crimes, many of these crimes do not require what's known as mens rea, which means that you don't have to have any intent to do anything wrong. You might not even know of the existence of the crime when the prosecutor goes after you. And that's particularly true in some of these strict liability corporate cases.
And the regulatory.
In the regulatory world. And so and one thing that I want to point out is there's a lot of talk about criminal justice reforms. To some people that means releasing gangbangers onto the street. No. that people shouldn't be in prison. Period. There are people who belong in prison. There are reforms that are necessary, and there are reforms that are not. In the current wave of reforms, Senator Orrin Hatch of Utah said he wanted to apply mens rea to new laws. The Democratic leadership said absolutely not, because a lot of these people that they want to go after are people that they can go after as long as there's no guilty mind required, as long as they can apply these 4,500 federal laws to target somebody and go after. So you need to look carefully and ask what the motives are when somebody says what we need to do is reform the criminal justice system. The criminal justice system is as bad as everybody says it is, but the reforms that are necessary are not always reforms that will accomplish the goals that we as conservatives would like to accomplish.
And this is really a great point about mens rea or criminal intent. For millennia, it's been the basis of the law that you have to have intended to do something wrong. That was changed as we moved into the regulatory state. There are not only 4,000 statutes, federal statutes, there are tens of thousands of regulations, many of which have no mens rea requirement. The left-wing senators were so devoted to keep empowering the regulatory state that they dropped and killed the reforms of the rest of criminal law that there was agreement on, because they wanted the ability of the bureaucracy to have strict liability for businesses here in the U.S. That is how dedicated they are to it. And it is a battle royale over this. It's not a well-known issue, mens rea, but pay attention. It makes all the difference in the world. If you mislabel an orchid being shipped, that can be a violation. Think of the SWAT team raid on Gibson guitar. They were using wood approved from India for the fretboards. Well, apparently one state in India requires that the wood be worked on by Indian employees. Well, how's an American company supposed to know that? But the Department of Interior raided Gibson guitar. You know, who knew they had a SWAT team at Interior? And the justification for no-knock raids is that people are going to destroy evidence. Well, I defy you to flush a fretboard down a toilet to get rid of it. There was no need for those armed raids, but they did. They harassed the owner on something that clearly, why is the Department of Interior defending Indian jobs over Americans working on the fretboards? This is insanity, but that's what's going on these days, and we need to put an end to it. We hope you'll join us in the effort to bring common sense back and say, yes, we do need prisons. Rape, robbery, arson, homicide, absolutely. But we don't need it for a lot of these other crimes. Prisons are for folks we're afraid of, not folks we're mad at.
And there are far too many crimes now, as you all have mentioned. When you think about the incredible number of statutes that we have, and then I think it's millions of federal regulations, and progressive prosecutors have been increasingly creative in their ability to take civil regulations that were never intended to have criminal consequences and pull them into criminal law through a conspiracy statute or an aiding and abetting statute, that they then imprison people for things that were only supposed to be civil violations and handled that way. It's gotten completely out of hand. But when you do think about the number of laws, remember this, God did it with just 10.
Yeah. Now, we're involved in all the states and at the federal level. If you're interested, come by our booth. We have some literature there that explains what we're doing. You can sign up. Sydney will have her books down there. I really encourage you. It was an eye-opener to me when I bought it. And we also have a session at 4:45 this afternoon to talk about our progress in the states, where in Texas we've succeeded in reserving prison beds for those we're afraid of, treated in the community with mental health and drug addiction treatment, job training, saving the cost of incarceration. It's cut $3 billion from their budget, and the crime rate is the lowest it's been since '68. So we can have common sense spending and common sense policies and fewer people in prison.
Pat, can I say something? Yes, that's an important session this afternoon. We as conservatives in this area have a great deal to be proud of, because most of the traction on real prison and criminal justice reform has not been at the federal level during the Obama years. It's been at the state level. The heroes of criminal justice reform are people like Mary Fallin in Oklahoma, Rick Perry when he was governor of Texas, Nathan Deal in Georgia, Matt Bevin in Kentucky. Republican governors who have looked at the system and looked at it with the dual vision of what is the purpose it's supposed to serve and how do we make it serve that purpose and not be subject to the kinds of abuses that none of us as conservatives think government should be involved in. So there are real heroes out there. We as conservatives deserve some credit for what we've been able to do, and there's much more that we can do in a positive sense to improve a system that desperately needs improvement.
Yep. And we hope you'll join us. So thank you so very much. And if you've liked this panel, write to Matt Schlapp and say, hey, I love having criminal justice reform on the program. All right, thank you so much.
Thank you all so much for being here.
All right, coming up next on CPAC, a highly anticipated speaker, a member of the European Parliament, the leader of the Independent Party in Britain, Nigel Farage, is going to be speaking about Brexit and what it means for the world in just a couple minutes. He will be introduced by Raheem Kassam from Breitbart. Stand by. And, of course, while we wait for the next speaker, I'm going to continue to play for you the Trump replay here on News Now. We'll put Trump in the corner of your screen while we wait for the next CPAC event to begin.
Of the Keystone and Dakota Access Pipeline. And issued a new rule. This took place while I was getting ready to sign. I said, who makes the pipes for the pipeline? Well, sir, it comes from all over the world. Isn't that wonderful? I said, nope, comes from the United States or we're not building it. American steel. If they want a pipeline in the United States, they're going to use pipe that's made in the United States. Do we agree? But can you imagine, I told the story the other day, can you imagine the gentleman, never met him, don't even know the name of his company. I actually sort of know it, but I want to get it exactly correct. Big, big, powerful company. They spent hundreds of millions of dollars on the pipeline. Same thing with the Dakota, different place. They got their approvals, everything in the case of Dakota, then all of a sudden they couldn't connect it because they had people protesting that never showed up before. But with the Keystone, so they spent hundreds of millions of dollars with bloodsucker consultants, you know, sucking the blood out of the company. Don't worry, I used them all my life, okay? Don't worry, we're going to get it approved, I'm connected, I'm a lobbyist, don't worry. Bottom line, Obama didn't sign it, right? Could be 42,000 jobs, somewhere around there, a lot of jobs. Didn't sign it. But can you imagine? He gave up. A year ago, it was dead. Now he's doing nothing. Calling his wife, hello, darling, I'm a little bored. You know that pipeline, that has killed us. That has killed our company. Knock, knock. Mr. So-and-so. The Keystone Pipeline, sir, out of nowhere has just been approved. Now, No, can you imagine the expression? And you know the sad part? Those same blood-sucking consultants that hit him for all the money and failed, they're now going to go back to him and say, didn't we do a great job? We want more money, right? Because that's the way the system works. A little bit off, but that's the way the system works. We're preparing bold action to lift the restrictions on American energy, including shale oil, natural gas, and beautiful, clean coal, and we're going to put our miners back to work. Miners are going back to work. Miners are going back to work, folks. Sorry to tell you that, but they're going back to work. We have begun a historic program to reduce the regulations that are crushing our economy, crushing. And not only our economy, crushing our jobs, because companies can't hire. We're going to put the regulation industry out of work and out of business. And by the way, I want regulation. I want to protect our environment. I want regulations for safety. I want all of the regulations that we need, and I want them to be so strong and so tough. But we don't need 75% of the repetitive, horrible regulations that hurt companies, hurt jobs, make us...
All right, looks like we are about to hear about Brexit soon at CPAC. Let's listen in.
Isn't CPAC absolutely bloody fantastic? I've got to tell you, this is somewhat of a nerd dream of mine. I've been coming to CPAC now for 8 years, and I've wanted to stand here and wax lyrical for a very long time. But you have a better speaker, so I will keep this brief. My name is Raheem Kassam. I'm the editor-in-chief of Breitbart's London Bureau. And I was born in West London into a Muslim family. And I am now proud to say that I am a conservative. I am a proud Englishman. And I am a robust Americophile. But sometimes when people meet me, they ask me, "Oh, Raheem, that's a Muslim name. Do you make the Hajj? Do you do the pilgrimage?" And I say, "Yeah, I make the pilgrimage every year to the Gaylord National Convention Center." To be amongst people like you, the people who have made such a massive difference. You have changed the world, ladies and gentlemen. But there is a lot of the world that still needs changing. You know, I was in Sweden last week. Sweden! You heard of Sweden, right? You heard a lot about Sweden in the past few days. Absolutely extraordinary. I want to talk to the back of the room for a second, the media at the back of the room for a second. You can do better than that, come on. Yeah. Look, I was in Malmo, I was in Husby, I was in Rosengård, I was in Stockholm, I was in these no-go zones. And actually, if you want a little bit more about that, if you go down to the Regnery stand downstairs, I've got a book coming out on it. And I was there in these no-go zones, and I came back, and we were talking about Sweden, and Donald Trump's talking about Sweden. And I was in Paris too, and I was in Brussels and Molenbeek too. And you guys at the back, you just don't get it. You don't go there. You don't see what's going on. Get your heads out of your rears. I'm sorry, they're not all like that. But I'm here to introduce a man today who really changed my life in a very significant way, who changed my country in a very significant way, and I would argue changed the world in a very significant way. You know, last year we had Brexit. That's too big. I'm too big up there. I don't like that. last year we had Brexit, and Brexit was spearheaded by a man who loves his country, who wants an end to uncontrolled mass migration, who wants our secure borders, and who wants us to be a proud sovereign nation again. I used to work for that man. He is a member of the European Parliament. He worked tirelessly, traveled up and down the country, sometimes speaking to rooms of 3 or 4 people at the beginning of his career, just to have his message heard. 20 years ago, this movement started. He's been a mentor to me. He's been a friend to so many of us. And he's also been really a father figure to so many of us. He has survived cancer. He has survived a car crash. He has survived a plane crash. He has survived the BBC, CNN, the establishment, the European Parliament. And he's also a very demanding man. He's a man who, when I worked for him, would be, just like Donald Trump, just like President Trump, would call at the most inopportune time. Hold on a minute. Yes, Nigel, I'm nearly done. I'm nearly done. Thank you. Yes, yes. Sorry, Mr. Brexit. Mr. Brexit. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Brexit, Nigel Farage, my good friend. Please welcome him to the stage.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. 2016, we did it. We did it. Thank you. And I'm very honored to be here today. I'm delighted and thrilled that CPAC invited me. Me, a foreigner, in your country. But you know, it's a funny thing. Since November the 8th, since the election of Donald J. Trump, every time I come to America, I'm feeling a little bit more American, I have to tell you. When, in years to come, the generations that follow us study the history of this period, there is one year that will stand out. There is one year that every school child will know. And that year is the year of 2016. Because in 2016, we witnessed the beginning of a global political revolution, and it's one that is not going to stop. It's one that is going to roll out across the rest of the free world. I had been fighting against Britain's membership of the European Union for 25 years. 25 years. And if you've endured abuse, if you've been called deplorable, you've only had a few months of being abused. I've had 20 years of it. But you know what? None of it mattered. I always believed that we should govern our own country. I always believed we should be free to reach out and make our own deals with our real friends in the world. And it's funny, our real friends in the world speak English, have common law, and stand by us in times of crisis. So I battled away for all those years. I thought I might become the patron saint of lost causes. And then the referendum came along, and we were told by vast sections of the media that we couldn't do it. We were told by many of the pollsters we couldn't do it. We were told by many of the commentators. Any of this ring familiar with you guys? We were told by the commentators that we couldn't do it, and they lined up all the big businesses, all the big banks, all the big politics, not just from Britain, but from across the world. Do you know we even had a visit from the 44th President of the United States? of America, I will, to my dying day, be grateful that President Obama came to my country, intervened in the referendum, and told the United Kingdom's people, told America's greatest friend and ally in the world, and told us that if we voted to get our independence, we would go to the back of the line. And the British people were so disgusted by Obama treating us like this that it put us up 2% in the polls. So I shall always be grateful to Obama. So the great day came, 23rd of June, 2016, and by 3 o'clock in the morning, it was clear that after a period of just after 4 decades in which our politically corrupt rulers had given away our independence, our democracy, our sovereignty, the ability to make our own laws, the ability to choose our own friends, the ability to make the right trade deals with the right countries. Oh, and they'd also given away control of our borders. And by 3 o'clock in the morning of June the 24th, it was clear the nightmare had come to an end. We had voted to get our country back. And I can't tell you how thrilled and pleased that I'd felt. It seemed incredible that people had the courage to stand up against the entire establishment, but the brave British people did it. Oh, and by the way, the last opinion poll says that now 68% of the British people want us to get on with Brexit. And then a funny thing happened. I went to the Republican convention in Cleveland, and I realized that amongst the Republican activists and amongst a large chunk of the American people, there was something approaching Brexit mania. And I got the opportunity, through my friends in Mississippi, through the governor in Mississippi, I got my opportunity. Would I stand on a platform with Donald J. Trump, and would I tell that audience that what we'd done in Brexit was what you too could do here in America? And I told that audience, don't listen to the pollsters. Don't listen to the media. Don't listen to the commentators. They're trying to break your will. They're trying to make you stay at home. Don't listen to any of them. And I said, we got our country back on June 23rd, and you can get yours back too on November the 8th. And you know what? I am pleased and proud that I did that in Mississippi, and that I came to America many times in that campaign to give Donald Trump support. I'm proud to have been part of that campaign. I really am. And what I'm seeing 36 days in to the Trump presidency, I'm seeing something quite remarkable. I'm seeing an elected leader who is trying to put in place the platform on which he was elected. How about that? Because we've had years, haven't we, of people making promises, getting into power, and not even attempting to put into place the things upon which they've been elected. And I believe that Trump, who is determined, and we saw him this morning, didn't we? And wasn't he just superb? No, what Trump is doing by trying to put in place that ticket on which he was elected, he is restoring faith in the democratic process, and good for him. Good for him. 2016 was the year that the nation-state democracy made a comeback against the globalists and those who would wish to destroy everything that we have ever been. But of course, Trump, amazing personality that he is, could not have done it on his own. He had some good people behind him. He had people like Steve Bannon, Kellyanne Conway, and many others. But he also had every single one of you, and this event is your celebration. Well done to all of you. Now, great though the night of June 23rd was, great though the night of November the 8th was, my favourite part of 2016 wasn't so much the victories, no. My favourite part of that evening of November the 8th was watching the faces of the CNN presenters. And you know what? They haven't given up, have they? They are in deep denial. They would like to wind the clock back to 2015 to pretend that none of this had ever happened. But just as Brexit becomes more popular by the day, President Trump will become more popular in America by the day. No, they won't give up, and some of their biggest cheerleaders, I'm thinking of Tony Blair in particular. Oh, wow. So he's popular here too, is he? Fine, good. I think of people like Tony Blair, who says that 2016 was just a blip. 2016 was an aberration. 2016 was just an outpour. But Tony Blair is wrong. He's wrong because what happened in 2016 is not the end of this great global revolution. What happened in 2016 is the beginning of a great global revolution. And this will roll out across the rest of the West. We've got some very exciting elections coming up in the Netherlands, in France, in Germany, possibly even in Italy. And believe me, I don't yet know whether the results in 2017 will be as dramatic as the results in 2016. But what I do know is that even if the challengers don't get over the line in this year, what they will do is shift the centre of gravity of the entire debate. Because what is happening across Europe is people are rejecting this form of supranational government. They're rejecting the idea of being governed by a bunch of unelected old men in Brussels. Although I'm very grateful to these unelected old men because I've had some real sport with them in the European Parliament over the last couple of years. And they're rejecting the absolute madness and idiocy of what Angela Merkel did 18 months ago when she opened up her doors. And we've got to be clear. We're not against anybody based on religion or ethnicity. We're not against anybody, but we're for ourselves.
Raising wages and raising prices. I've listened to American companies and American workers. I've been listening to them for a long time. I've been listening to them complain for a long time. But today, this executive order directs each agency to establish a regulatory reform task force, which will ensure that every agency has a team of dedicated and a real team of dedicated people to research all regulations that are unnecessary, burdensome, and harmful to the economy, and therefore harmful to the creation of jobs and business. Each task force will make recommendations to repeal or simplify existing regulations. The regulatory burden is for the people behind me and for the great companies of this country and for small companies an impossible situation. We're going to solve it very quickly. They will also have to really report every once in a while to us so we can report on the progress and so we can come up with some even better solutions. This executive order is one of many ways we're going to get real results when it comes to removing job-killing regulations and unleashing economic opportunity. We've already issued an order which says that for every one new regulation, 2 old regulations must be eliminated. So that in itself is going to be tremendous, but what we're doing is much more than even that. Every regulation should have to pass a simple test. Does it make life better or safer for American workers or consumers? If the answer is no, we will be getting rid of it and getting rid of it quickly. We will stop punishing companies for doing business in the United States. It's going to be absolutely just the opposite. They're going to be incentivized for doing business in the United States. We're working very hard to roll back the regulatory burden so that coal miners, factory workers, small business owners, and so many others can grow their businesses and thrive. We cannot allow government to be an obstacle to government opportunity. We are going to bring back jobs and create more opportunities to prosper, maybe more than ever before in our country. We've made tremendous strides over the last short period of time. This is, I guess, we're 4 weeks into it. I think for 4 weeks I've done a good job, would you say?
Yes, sir.
But again, I want to thank these great business leaders. Some of them are with us in the White House, and they had tremendous success. Reed and Jared and so many others in business, and they're helping us sort out what's going on, because really for many years, even beyond, long beyond Obama, President Obama, I will say that it's been disastrous for business. This is going to be a place for business to do well and to thrive. And so with the signing of this executive order, I would like to just congratulate everybody behind me. And Andrew, I'd like to thank you for initially getting the group together.
Thank you.
Really a
Thank you, Mr.
fantastic
President.
job you've done.
Thank you.
Should I give this pen to Andrew? Dow Chemical. I think maybe, right? We're very proud of this one. That means a lot of jobs. Thank you, everybody. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Over here. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Take care.
All right, everyone. Well, that was that White House feed. We are still waiting for our feedback from CPAC. I know many of you guys were interested in hearing what Nigel had to say. In the meantime, I do want to show you this live look. Oh, yep, they're giving us the White House. But fret not, I have this live feed of Mike Pence. Again, guys, I know many of you were interested in watching the rest of CPAC. We are working hard. Our assignment desk is on it. Looks like we got CPAC back, but now we have someone singing. And we can't really take the audio live here, so here's a live look at CPAC. Looks like we missed the end of Nigel's speech. All right, for those of you just joining us, you are looking at a live look at CPAC 2017. We just heard from Nigel Farage regarding Brexit. We then took you to the White House live to show you Donald Trump. And now you are looking at a live look at CPAC, but for legal reasons, we aren't allowed to play the audio of the music. So I just wanted to give you guys a bit of background info as to why you can't hear the musician playing a song. There is a lot more from CPAC this afternoon, including a speech from Carly Fiorina herself. So stay tuned. We'll have CPAC coverage throughout the morning and afternoon here on News Now.
Thank you very much. Many of you are probably wondering why I'm even on stage here today. I have no interest in running for political office, and I have no background in politics or government. What I do have is 21 years of expertise in the music industry. And I want to talk to you today about how outdated government regulations are creating challenges for American songwriters. You've probably never heard the name Josh Keir before today, unless you're a diehard country music fan or you happen to be my mother. I'm perfectly content with that. Most professional songwriters I know happily create in the shadows of the spotlight. I wrote my first song at 13 years old because I had a crush on a girl next to me in an English class. I got my first publishing deal at 21, wrote thousands of songs, and became what in Nashville we like to call a 10-year overnight success. My first #1 hit was Carrie Underwood's Before He Cheats, which I just played. Thanks. And that brought me my first Grammy Award. Thanks. My second #1 was Need You Now with Lady Antebellum, and I've been extremely fortunate that my hard work has paid off so far in 11 #1 hit songs. Things like Highway Don't Care by Tim McGraw and Taylor Swift, and Drunk on a Plane by Dierks Bentley. But I may be a prime example of the end of a golden era of American songwriters. That's because songwriters are some of the most heavily regulated small business owners in the country. I say small business owners because while we may have publishers, all songwriters are self-employed. And yet, the heavy hand of government effectively sets the rates for 75% of the income that songwriters can receive. The problem is these government regulations haven't kept pace with big changes in the music industry, and that's making it harder and harder to make a living as a professional songwriter. Imagine a private property owner being told they can't negotiate terms in the free market because the government is setting those terms instead. It's the very definition of government overreach. Thanks. You have to realize that songwriters are not the same as the artists that record our songs. There's no concert revenues, no t-shirt sales, no endorsement deals. We license our music through performing rights organizations, or PROs. And then we count on the royalties that come in when our songs are played or purchased to make a living and support our families. It used to be that you could make a decent living as a writer on the sales of albums or CDs. But these are relics of the past. We don't buy music anymore. We rent it. Today, everyone is streaming music, including me. But the laws that govern how songwriters are paid by streaming companies haven't kept up with that shift. And because of that, on average, it now takes about 1 million streams of a song on the top streaming services for a songwriter to earn just $125. If that sounds crazy, that's because it is. For instance, Need You Now was streamed 72 million times the year it became a hit. And as one of the 4 co-writers, because I wrote it with Lady Antebellum, I was paid $1,500. That's how much I made from streaming revenue on a song that went to #2 on the pop charts, spent 14 weeks at #1 on the adult contemporary charts, and won the Grammy for Best Overall Song of the Year. Now imagine what it's like out there for songwriters who don't have a huge hit on their hands. And that's why we need your help. In this country, the people who create books, TV, art, video games, you name it, they all get to sell their creative works in the free market, but not music creators. Because right now, the two largest PROs representing songwriters, ASCAP and BMI, operate under some of the oldest consent decrees that exist today. These laws were written in 1941 and haven't been updated since 2001, which is way before streaming took off and even before the iPod hit stores. So I'm here today because I believe American songwriters, composers, and publishers deserve to be paid fair market value for the use of our property, just like any other small business owner is for the use of their products. Music has been one of the hallmarks of American creative genius throughout our history. Stephen Foster, Tin Pan Alley, the brill-building hits of the 1950s, straight through to the music that's pouring out of stereo speakers across the globe today. Our songs have always marked our country as the world leader in popular music. But our work as songwriters will continue to be undervalued until the government removes itself from our business process, gives songwriters more flexibility to negotiate, and lets the free market do its job. The future of American songwriters truly depends on it. Thank you all for your time.
All right, everyone, while we wait for the next speaker to start, we are going to do a replay of Nigel Farage's speech. He is talking about Brexit. He just spoke. We're going to replay it for you in the corner of your screen now while we wait for the next speaker to begin.
Thank you. 2016, we did it! We did it! Thank you. And I'm very honoured to be here today. I'm delighted and thrilled that CPAC invited me, a foreigner, in your country. But you know, it's a funny thing. Since November the 8th, since the election of Donald J. Trump, every time I come to America, I'm feeling a little bit more American, I have to tell you. When, in years to come, the generations that follow us study the history of this period. There is one year that will stand out. There is one year that every school child will know. And that year is the year of 2016. Because in 2016 we witnessed the beginning of a global political revolution, and it's one that is not going to stop. It's one that is going to roll out across the rest of the free world. I've been fighting against Britain's membership of the European Union for 25 years. 25 years. And if you've endured abuse, if you've been called deplorable, you've only had a few months of being abused. I've had 20 years of it. But you know what? None of it mattered. I always believed that we should govern our own country. I always believed we should be free to reach out and make our own deals with our real friends in the world. And it's funny, our real friends in the world speak English, have common law, and stand by us in times of crisis. So I battled away for all those years. I thought I might become the patron saint of lost causes. And then the referendum came along. We were told by vast sections of the media that we couldn't do it. We were told by many of the pollsters we couldn't do it. We were told by many of the commentators. Any of this ring familiar with you guys? We were told by the commentators that we couldn't do it, and they lined up all the big business.
All right, looks like more action at CPAC. We're going to take you live there now. You can watch the Nigel replay on our YouTube channel.
Actors dream of being on Broadway. Musicians dream of performing Carnegie Hall. I'm living my dream of being on the stage at CPAC.
Yeah, that's terrific. I'm Tim Carney. I am the commentary editor at the Washington Examiner and a visiting fellow at the American Enterprise Institute. And my favorite thing to do is expose and battle against cronyism and corporate welfare.
Terrific. So I thought it'd be kind of fun. You know, our organization, Turning Point USA, you see some of our young activists out there. We have an expression called big government sucks. So we take a very, I guess you could say, strong position on this matter. But we also have a booklet called 50 Wacky Ways the Government Wastes Your Money. So I thought it'd be fun to kick it off to the panel. What are some of the most crazy examples of government waste that you've encountered, whether on the state policy level, the national level? Just anyone who wants to take that. Congressman, why don't you go first?
Well, there is so much. It's hard to wrap your arms around just one thing, but probably in the last 2 years I've been in Congress, the one that just struck me the most outrageous was the amount of money that one of our agencies, the Department of Homeland Security, paid over a 3-year period paying employees to stay at home and not come to work. Up to $380 million was paid of taxpayer money to pay employees to stay at home and not work. And the reason is they have had disciplinary actions or they were under investigation, and it is so difficult to remove anybody from the federal payroll. It takes about 370 days to do that. So $380 million of your taxpayer dollars went to pay people to have up to, in one case, 2 years on the payroll without coming to work for a single day.
You know, speaking of employees that were hired to do a job and get paid by taxpayers to do that job, but then do something else entirely, there's this practice called release time or official time. And this is where the government pays government workers, taxpayer-funded salaries, to go and do nothing but work exclusively for government unions. And while they work for those government unions, they do things like political activities, lobbying, recruit new members, negotiate higher salaries in their contracts, essentially enhance their power, all at taxpayer expense. This exists at the federal, state, and local level. Federal government alone spends about $150 million a year on release time. The Veterans Administration spends $50 million a year on release time. And you all might remember the VA scandal. While veterans were literally waiting, and in some cases dying while they were waiting for care, the Veterans Administration was paying government workers to go and ride a union desk instead.
You know, in Oklahoma, Barack Obama didn't win a single of the 77 counties, but Well, don't clap yet, because I'm about to tell you the horror story. We're actually implementing Obama's energy policy in Oklahoma. We literally pay wind companies over $100 million a year in subsidies. In fact, the state of Oklahoma had to borrow from other funds, general taxpayers' dollars, just to pay wind companies, all for a renewable portfolio standard that's crippling the state of Oklahoma.
It's incredible. Tim?
Well, I could go on about 1,000 things, like the ethanol mandate or the Export-Import Bank, but I think I'm going to throw out a regulation there, actually. This isn't spending. This is the government requires your sort of mutual fund companies to send you these prospectuses, which you never read and you all throw immediately into the trash. Obama's administration actually, and you can opt out of it, Obama's administration actually considered making it easier to opt out. They stopped because of the pressure they were getting from the envelope lobby. Literally, the envelope lobby and the paper lobby make so much money off of this mandate. It is literally waste. They are murdering trees to profit some industries, and it wouldn't be happening if not for big government regulation.
The envelope lobby, I haven't heard that one before. So I want to get into kind of incentives. Why is it that government is so inefficient and inherently wasteful? And why is the private sector able to do it so much better? And while we're having these conversations with our friends and our family and trying to persuade people about the difference between free enterprise solutions and government waste, let's talk a little bit about the why. Why is government so wasteful? And no matter how hard we try to make it, the left always likes to say, well, we're just not running it right yet. Let's dive into no matter how many bureaucrats they have, no matter how many central planners, why is it government will always get it wrong and the private sector will always get it right? Congressman.
Well, I think it's several factors. One, the government is too big. The government is too centralized and it's too empowered. And more importantly, it's trying to do things it was never designed or empowered to do. I think another thing you have to look at is how does it earn its revenue? It doesn't have to earn its revenue. It obtains its revenue basically by the point of gun or by the force of law, where the free enterprise or private institutions, they have to earn it. Even those who get government contracts, they have to perform to actually receive the money, where the government itself, it doesn't have to be frugal with taxpayer money. It doesn't have to look after it because it's somebody else's money.
Jonathan.
I agree with that. Daniel Webster said that the power to tax is necessarily the power to destroy. We see that every day in Oklahoma. I think the other thing is once government creates a program, new constituencies are created, special interests are created, and they're all about trying to continue their existence, not trying to help those that services are for. And so the incentives are all wrong for government because if you think about it, they never have to compete for the resources that they need.
Yeah, I want to pile on that. I think that's exactly right. The special interests, people who are profiting from big government, are a huge part of the reason that government waste, that these wasteful programs stay in. You see it all over the place. The defense spending, when we talk about these hammers, these fighter jets that cost way too much, that's because of the military-industrial complex. It's not just the Pentagon's bad. There's vested interests in the waste. They have more say because they hire the former senator as their lobbyist, and so they have a lot more say. There's not really a powerful lobby for taxpayers, unfortunately. There is a powerful lobby for the people who are living off of the largesse of big government.
And John, this is a problem for both parties, and I know Goldwater Institute has had the courage to stand up to both parties in Arizona and nationally. I want to talk a little bit about how this is not just a Democrat problem, but bipartisan, love of growing government. Just different programs for different parties.
It's a bipartisan issue, and I think it's just simply a problem with central planning. This is the fatal conceit that the government knows better than you do. And, when Boris Yeltsin came and visited the Johnson Space Center, it wasn't the space technology that amazed him. It was a grocery store that he visited right after that. And he went to the grocery store and he was amazed by the amount of things that were available from all different parts of the world at extremely low costs. And he compared that to a Soviet breadline. And what he recognizes, which what everyone in this room knows, the government doesn't have the information to make decisions for us, and it can't. Innovation can't be centrally planned. Prices can't be controlled by fiat. That's the role for markets. And when you have a bureaucrat in Washington trying to determine how many bananas are going to be consumed in Des Moines, it won't work because it can't work. And when the government tries to do those things, it fails.
Yeah, absolutely, Congressman.
This is the swamp. What we're defining here is what's been defined as the swamp. And for too long, Congress and a lot of organizations, we focused on killing alligators. But you can't kill the alligators till you drain the swamp to start with.
That's a great point and a great segue to something I wanted to touch on, which one of the things I was most proud of that President Trump did right out of the gate was a federal hiring freeze. And I think it's really interesting. You can make a compelling argument that government is much smaller today than it was when he signed that order, because every day over 200 government bureaucrats retire, and we're not replacing those bureaucrats. So government's already smaller without Congress actually doing anything. So I think we should all give President Trump recognition for that. But we have to realize that with every bureaucrat, it's not just that fixed cost. It's the pension cost. It is the travel cost. It is the housing cost. It is also the cost they put on the economy, too. We can't forget, it's not just the $85 hammer or the Boeing 737 that's way too expensive that we're paying for, but it's also the cost that they're putting on the economy, which I know that you're dealing with in Oklahoma with regulation. So, Jonathan, I'd love to have you talk about not just the cost that we're spending, but it's the hidden cost of the regulation that they're putting on business that makes the cost of production even more expensive for the private sector.
No, you bring up a really good point, Charlie. I mean, in Oklahoma, so Oklahoma determined that Obamacare's Medicaid expansion wasn't the right direction for us. But for the last 5 years, our Medicaid agency has spent time trying to force Obamacare's Medicaid expansion on Oklahoma. They've literally grown the rolls of our Medicaid program 124% over the last 2 decades, grown our state share costs by 556%, all while asking Oklahomans for more money. And I think this goes to the problem is that policy matters and your ideology matters. You either tend to believe that humans are the ones that can best help themselves flourish, or that government is, and so many government bureaucrats really believe that it's government why people flourish, and it's generally individuals left up to their own that are going to cause problems.
Right. Tim, I know we talked about this a little bit before, but just the distinction of how government approaches a problem, whether it be the VA or transportation, how the private sector approaches a problem. Do you want to touch a little bit on that?
Well, I mean, the biggest difference, and that was already hinted at, was are we going to rely on the wisdom and the sort of, we're going to get enough data and we're going to get enough smart people and we're going to make a big decision, or is it going to be dispersed decision making? And the key is that in the private sector, it's not that CEOs are smarter than our government executives, it's that there's competition. And all these different CEOs, the ones who have the wrong ideas, guess what? Their company goes out of business, or they adapt and they see what the good guys are doing. It's not that there's more wisdom in the private sector than in the government sector, it's that there's competition in the private sector, and that doesn't exist in the government sector.
Right. Congressman, do you have a thought on that?
Well, yeah, I mean, if you look at the purpose that a lot of these bureaucracies exist, is not to do the mission that they're doing, but it's to protect their institution. It's not to serve the American people. Originally, a lot of them were, but they have morphed into these big bureaucracies to where sometimes you have second and third generation bureaucrats who have never, ever worked within the industry that they're regulating. I tell people this way, a lot of these folks have only ever signed the back of a paycheck. They never, ever have signed the front of the paycheck. So they don't know what it is that their regulation is doing. And something that he had mentioned earlier, we have to also look at the cost of these regulations on the individual taxpayer. The average American family pays over $15,000 a year in hidden regulatory taxes. That's money coming out of your pocket. You want to get this economy going, let's get the regulation off the backs of the businesses, which will get them off the backs of the individual taxpayer and put more money in their pocket.
That's a great point. And when we communicate with young people on college campuses, a great example we use is how Uber broke the back of the taxi cab unions, which was essentially a pseudo-government monopoly. And people never thought, wow, I never knew transportation could be so cheap, so accessible, so quick, so accountable. And that's really the difference, because we just grew accustomed to, taxi cabs are always going to be hell and we just have to pay a lot for it. And all of a sudden, the private sector came and just disrupted that industry completely. So I want to use that as a segue. Absolutely, yes. Yeah. I want to use that as a segue. How can the citizens in this room and watching at home, how can we hold the government accountable to have those same sort of disruptions, those same sort of positive changes? And what concrete, tangible steps can all the amazing activists here do to enforce more free enterprise, private sector solutions as we look at just government regulation and government control one after the other? John, we'd love to have you start with that.
Demand less from your government. Barry Goldwater said that his aim wasn't to pass laws, but to repeal them. And when you call your lawmakers and tell them stories about how government abuses have affected you, they will listen. So tell your story. If there is a law or a regulation that's preventing you from starting a business or speaking your mind or engaging with your community in a meaningful, effective way, notify your lawmakers of that. Notify the media of that, and tell your story, because there's real harm that's being done, and unless those stories get out there, nothing will be done about it.
Jonathan, I know you run a state think tank where you're all about holding people accountable, and so please.
No, I think a really important point is, the election was a great time. We should all be encouraged by that. But if you think about it as it relates to sports, when you pick your team, you're just starting. So all that's really happened for us is that the roster's been set, particularly at the state level. Politicians like for you to be completely focused on what's happening here in D.C., when often state government is working just as much against your interests, even as the federal government might be. So I would encourage people to now turn their attention to what's happening at your state houses. One of the examples of something that's moving across the country right now, the great next scourge for America is sugary drinks. You may have heard of it. If we don't put a tax on sugary drinks and reduce the amount of juice that people drink, we're all gonna die, apparently. That's an area where citizens need to get involved and say, it's not government's job to determine what I eat or drink. It's government's job to get out of the way and protect property.
So go ahead, please.
I think that's great. And when I look at the threats to free enterprise and to the idea of limited government, a lot of times, again, I always come back to the fact that most of these bad laws wouldn't get into place unless usually a big business wasn't lobbying for it and benefiting from it. So we need to, while we're holding our politicians accountable, we also need to do what the left does well, which is they'll protest and boycott some company that does something they don't like. Guess what? If General Electric is lobbying to take away the regular light bulb so you have to buy the more expensive one, that's something where conservative free market consumers need to object. If some other company is lobbying for a subsidy, even if you want to have your hockey team there in Phoenix, and you shouldn't be lobbying for a subsidy. You have to know and oppose it so that they feel a cost. They feel a cost now for upsetting the left. They should feel a cost for using big government to profit as well.
So Congressman, I do a lot of traveling and talking to grassroots activists, young and old, and they're so thrilled we won. But honestly, I feel a little impatience. People want to see government get smaller. They want to see the budget get balanced. Not to put you too much on the spot, but can you give us an update of when we're going to start to see these reforms that we were promised start to get implemented in the halls of Congress?
Well, they're on the way, and one of the things you have to realize, the founders put into place a system of legislation that was slow, and it was purposely slow, because the idea of the founders was laws are an infringement upon liberty. And some of them are good. I mean, but every law is some type of infringement on liberty, and it should be very difficult to get those through. So our process is slow. It's purposefully slow. We have to honor the process. If we don't need to violate those constitutional principles as we go forward, but we also need to utilize every parliamentary procedure and everything that we can do to push it through. We're already seeing some of those go through. Something called the Congressional Review Act allows Congress to actually undo any executive policy or regulation that was implemented by the previous administration, and that time frame takes us back to June. We've already passed 10 of those. They're over to the Senate. We're expecting as soon as the Senate gets done with the confirmations, because of their time constraints there, they're going to start taking these up. You already see the president issuing executive orders. But one of the challenges we have in Congress is, over the decades, we've advocated our Article I powers. It's our responsibility to hold these regulatory agencies in check. And as I have actually chaired an oversight committee, I have a subcommittee. I've been frustrated by how much these agencies ignore subpoenas by Congress, because we don't have the tools to hold them accountable. That's why, as a member of the Article I project, we're working to regain those Article I powers so we can actually constrain the growth of this government. And where we need your help is get excited. We won. We're winning. We're finally winning. It's almost like we're still in a state of shock. We need to have that same fortitude and that same drive that we had over the last 8 years as we were fighting on defense. Now we have an opportunity to be on offense and share those stories. The left fights on emotion. We need to be able to fight on the same emotion because we actually have the solutions that are right for America by putting the power back in the hands of the people.
Well said. Thank you. So John, something I know that the Goldwater Institute fights a lot for is school choice and educational choice, and also in Oklahoma as well. I want to talk about this because this is a great example of government failure over the last 60 years that is, again, tying into this theme of cronyism. And something that I learned and I ran across coming from Chicago, this thing called a rubber room, which essentially is a physical building in downtown Chicago where they keep teachers that they cannot fire. So they've been so bad, sometimes have committed crimes, they have to put them in a physical building outside of the class. They report to there every single day. They get full pension, full salary, but there's such a disturbance to a student's educational future, they have to remove them from the classroom and put them, and you know what? The rubber room's turned into a rubber building. And this is an example of how right now government has failed our inner cities the last 60 years with these government-run schools. Talk a little bit about school choice, what this administration is trying to do through the nomination of Betsy DeVos, and how we can push back against this failure of government-run schools and an opportunity we have for the liberty movement moving forward.
So here's the question, and here's the choice we have. Do you think that a number of government bureaucrats should be making decisions that are best for you and your family, or do you think that those decisions are best made around the kitchen dinner table? And when it comes to school choice, this is, for the first time in history maybe, an opportunity for people to make their own choices that would never be accessible to them. This allows people to get out of failing schools, to get out of the inner city, and to have access to real educational opportunities. And there is a variety of programs, mostly at the state level, and the federal government can do a lot in this regard. Educational savings accounts, vouchers, ESAs are a great program. This is where, rather than you just being relegated to attend the school that's in your zip code, you get a debit card. And rather than the state paying the cost of education in your zip code, it gives you and your family that money, and you can go and spend that at the school of your choice, whether it's public or charter or private or homeschooling. And oh, by the way, if there's some money left over, maybe you could roll that over into college tuition and the like. So there's some very exciting developments in school choice. There's some real solutions, and if we really want to change education in this country, we really got to get behind a lot of these school choice programs.
And Charlie, I might say, just talk about how important this issue is. The reason why the left opposed Betsy DeVos the most is because they want to keep trapped the most vulnerable in the indoctrination camps, if I can just go ahead and say it. And prevent them from having the opportunity to fully be empowered to stop generational poverty. That's the other area where we as a movement need to get involved at the local level. It's fascinating to me that it's okay for every other government service to allow choice, except for K through 12 education. That argument is inconsistent. If we truly care about the most vulnerable, we're going to work hard to get them out of a system that's not working for them and put them somewhere where they're going to be able to succeed. And that's why the left opposes that issue the most, because once they lose the ability to control the minds of our kids, they lose the ability to control the culture in the United States of America.
That's really well said.
And one of the worst sort of counter arguments against school choice that we saw when they were opposing DeVos in the Senate was you had Congressman Chris Murphy from Connecticut. He says, "Well, I turned out great coming out of a public school, and I came out of a great public school too." And what's the term the left uses? Check your privilege. I looked up where Chris Murphy went to public school. It was right down the road from Loomis Chaffee, the private school. So he went to the public school. Guess what? To live in that school district where Chris Murphy went to school, you have to be a lot wealthier than you do to send your kids to the Catholic school where I send my kids. So it is a privilege that it's a more walled, gated community, these really wealthy suburbs with really nice public schools. And what we're doing is we're threatening, if we offer a voucher, we're threatening to send in the deplorables from outside of that walled community into their public school. That's half of what they're afraid of.
That's right. And I have to say one thing. The only reason Vice President Pence had to break that tie is because of two Republicans that were bought by the public sector teacher unions, Senator Collins and Senator Murkowski. And for those Republicans that are not on the right side of school choice, they got to go. I'm telling you right now, because I'm telling you right now, this is an issue that we can build broad consensus on. The fact that the vice president had to break a tie for the first time for a cabinet appointment because our own party won't stand for poor kids in poor cities. Those two senators, whoever's from Maine or Alaska, you got your work cut out for you. But anyway, so it's a great example, and you can see the passion for this issue because it cuts all across lines. You know, I went to a public school, you know, in northwest suburbs of Chicago, but you know what? I look at some of the people that I went to high school with. Thankfully, you know, it was a good public school, but I see other people across town that were in a good area. They should have had that opportunity to go to a better school. So, Congressman, talk a little about this issue and just in general, how we can build these consensus around free enterprise solutions to communities we wouldn't otherwise be communicating with.
Well, I think regarding your previous question, I think we need to also look at the cabinet appointees that Trump is making across the board. They're all people that understand what is wrong with the agencies of which they're going to be heading. And that's something in itself to be excited about. My parents always told me, you're known by the company you keep, and he's keeping some really, really good company that I think is one of the things that's going to head us in the right direction. We have to be very aggressive. Right now, we have a short time. We have a short window. This is the most incredible opportunity that Americans have had, not just conservatives, but when we implement our policies, every American will benefit from it. I don't care if you're the ones out there protesting, you're going to benefit from lower taxes. You could be some of those out there that are the thousands of people calling my office every day, saying the worst possible things that you could say to my staff employees. You will benefit from an improved education system. But we have to show the people that our values work, and that it's going to take a lot of work, but it's going to happen in a very short amount of time. We have basically 2 years to start turning the tide on this nation. And that's why we have to be very aggressive. I had our staff here this week. I said, this is the time that we go big, we go bold, or we just go home. Now is the time. And that's one of the reasons that we're pushing legislation like the Merit Act, which basically gets rid of this old policy of being able to get in the government, game the system, and stay on the payroll, even while you've been indicted for conspiracy, and you can stay on the government payroll. You got 7 to 14 days, you're gone.
It's really well said. And you know, I think this really illustrates a broader point as we look to close the loop on this panel, is as all the people here in this room are looking, what can I do about this? Well, you know what? What if we all stormed town halls like Chuck Schumer's town hall and started saying, why don't you support school choice? Why don't you support these options? So, hey, the work is not yet done. We might have set the table properly. There was a great analogy or metaphor made earlier. I think, Jonathan, you made it earlier where you said, we have all the troops in the right position. Now we have to go take the territory. And we have to have the courage to pass this legislation and to actually have the wherewithal to implement this meaningful reform. And so I would just love to get some closing thoughts to these activists out here, because all of us, we're on the front lines, and the activists here on the front lines, just kind of, what are your thoughts of what does success look like in the next 2 years? How can we gauge that success? How can we hold our elected officials accountable? Because we can't lose this opportunity. I mean, House, Senate, presidency, more state chambers ever controlled than any other time, more governors' mansions across the country. I mean, we're never going to have an opportunity to implement reform like this. So I'd love Jonathan to kick it off, please.
And I think the first place where we would start is that for all of us, the next time you get an email from your public school administrator on government email telling you to oppose your state lawmaker trying to promote a school choice bill, let that lawmaker know that that offends you and that you're going to work to stop that kind of activity. I think the next thing is that I think all of us should commit to that over the next legislative session that we're going to take action on at least 3 pro-free market ideas. And when a lawmaker proposes that idea, we're going to call him and congratulate him and help push that among our own communities. And then when even our own people get out of line and do what they're not supposed to do. The governor in Oklahoma is trying to increase taxes by $2 billion on Oklahomans right now. We're leading that effort to stop her. If you're a friend of free markets, limited government, and individual initiative, we should support those people. If you're not, our goal is going to be to try to stop you and hopefully see that you don't return from office.
John.
Where do we see the greatest abuses of power? I think that's an important question, and I think it's also a question of accountability. And where we see the greatest abuses of power are those that are least accountable, which is oftentimes the regulatory state. So you have a situation in our federal regulatory agencies, our state regulatory agencies, They make the rules, they investigate alleged violations of the rules, they adjudicate violations of the rules, and then, oh, by the way, if you ever take that administrative agency to court, that's some of what we do, the court's obligated to defer to what the agency did. That kind of sounds like something out of a Banana Republic. It doesn't sound much like the rule of law. So we need to support these efforts to rein in the regulatory state. Why don't we sunset these regulatory agencies and let them come to lawmakers and justify their existence and support reforms that can limit the size and scope of this unaccountable dark government?
Congressman.
Talking about these regulatory agencies, the EPA is one of the worst out there. It totally is off of its mission. It no longer cares about the environment. And I love the environment. I want to protect the environment. That's why I co-sponsored legislation to eliminate the EPA, because it needs to be replaced with a smaller agency that works with the states and Congress to determine what our policy is and let the states enforce it. That's how we protect our environment. But this is where you've become very important. You need to keep doing what you've been doing over the last 8 years. After we co-sponsored that legislation, my office, in a series of just a few days, received over 1,000 phone calls of some of the most abusive people calling. All but 5 were opposed to the legislation. We're going to keep going in the direction we're going, but if I'm in a very conservative district, I'm only getting 5 phone calls supporting what we're doing. Imagine what those in swing districts are getting. We need to make our voice just as loud as it's been over the last 8 years.
My old boss was Bob Novak, the columnist, and one of the things he said was, he said as a general thing, not to all politicians as a class are up to no good. Another saying he liked to quote other people saying was, politics isn't about getting somebody to do the right thing for the wrong reason. It's about getting other politicians to do the right things for the wrong reason, for whatever reason they want. And so that means you have to make it painful for them to do the wrong thing. So everybody who came on this stage, every politician who came up here said, I'm a conservative, I'm with you, they will have different incentives than the rest of us. They will have things including industry lobbyists, including the polls, including their friends who are consultants. They will have people pulling them in the other direction. And this applies to President Trump as well. We need to be pulling on the other end of the rope, and that means we can't just go and say, we've got your back. No, we've got your back as long as you're marching in the right direction. Otherwise, you're gonna feel our bayonet at your back.
That's well said. So, what a great panel, and I mean, for everyone out here, for now that we control the House and the Senate and the presidency, for every 1 Democrat you hold accountable, hold 2 Republicans accountable, because if we don't get the job done, it's our fault. So with that, thank you so much. It was a wonderful discussing with you today, and please give it up for our wonderful panel again. So thank you so much. So.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. It is Friday. It is February 24th. Welcome to the News Now stream. We are taking a live look at CPAC 2017. Today, in the news, President Donald Trump signed a new executive order taking aim at government regulations. The president says the order will direct each federal agency to establish a regulatory reform task force. The task forces will then recommend which regulations they can simplify or eliminate. The president has long argued that excessive regulations are killing jobs, driving companies out of our country like never before. He says the regulatory burden is an impossible situation for big and small businesses, but says we're going to solve it very quickly. Trump signed the order in the Oval Office, surrounded by top executives from major corporations. He signed a previous order that instructed agencies to identify 2 regulations to eliminate for every new one they create. And at CPAC, President Donald Trump's speech toward a leading conservative group was like a series of greatest hits from his campaign rallies. He reminisced about his victory in the Republican primaries. He vowed to build the wall along the Mexican border and to deport immigrants in the U.S. illegally who have committed crimes. He reiterated his promises to repeal and replace the sweeping health care law signed into law by former President Barack Obama and signaled that more reforms are ahead for the nation's welfare system. Trump also denounced Hillary Clinton's characterization of some of his supporters as belonging in a basket of deplorables. And perhaps most strikingly, the crowd at CPAC responded to his Clinton criticism with chants of "lock her up," just as they did at Trump rallies all last year. Further blurring the line between candidate and President Trump, he left CPAC stage with "You Can Always Get What You Want" by the Rolling Stones, the same exit music he used during the campaign. And the UN agency tasked with monitoring Iran's nuclear deal with 6 world powers has issued a report that indicates Tehran is honoring its end of the deal. Obtained by the AP, the confidential International Atomic Energy Agency report said today that at under 102 kilograms, Iran is only at about half of its permitted limit of a form of low-enriched uranium and is not producing higher grades. And a taxi driver caught helping a friend try to join the Islamic State group during an FBI sting has been sentenced to 11 years in prison. And folks, get this story. Police are investigating the death of a popular Virginia gamer who died during the home stretch of a 24-hour marathon video game session he was streaming online to raise money for the Make-A-Wish Foundation. News outlets report that the 35-year-old man was about 22 hours into playing World of Tanks on Twitch TV when he stood up from his computer early Sunday to take a smoke break. He never returned. And coming up next on CPAC, we are expecting the NRA president to be speaking. And Vice President Mike Pence is welcoming about 40 of the nation's governors to the Naval Observatory and telling them, quote, the door is open to the West Wing for governors. Pence welcomed the governors to his residence at the start of a weekend of meetings, including events at the White House with President Donald Trump. The former Indiana governor says he and Trump want to work with the states on issues like jobs, health care, and infrastructure.
Thank you very much. Hey, good afternoon, CPAC. How y'all doing today? I'll tell you what a difference a year makes. Are you ready to get your country back on the right track? Yeah, let me hear you. Are you ready to fight for what you believe in? You know, I've been watching on TV yesterday, and I'm glad you're pumped up, because we have a real fight on our hands. The truth is, the far left, they've turned protesting into what seems like a full-time profession. I mean, seriously, I mean, you'd think that for $1,500 a week, they'd at least know what they're protesting. But, and you've seen it, I mean, half of them, they can't even tell you. But one thing's for sure, we've all seen just how violent they can be. Just look at Inauguration Day. They disguise themselves with black bloc ski masks. They spit in the faces of Gold Star families. They tomahawk beer bottles and rocks at police, putting multiple police in the hospital. They smashed businesses, plate glass windows, while customers cowered inside. Ladies and gentlemen, have we ever seen such anger in this country? In California, a high school girl was asked, "Do you hate Mexicans?" And when she replied no, they said, "You support Trump, you hate Mexicans." And then they beat her up. In San Francisco, they attacked a group of Trump supporters. They pelted a woman with eggs. They stole their Trump hats, and then they burned them in the street. The left's message is absolutely clear. They want revenge. You've got to be punished. They say you're what's wrong with America, and now you've got to be purged. But maybe it's time these protesters took some advice from Barack Obama. The election has consequences, and we won. That's right. Folks, our long nightmare, it may not be over. The fact is, it may just be beginning. Because right now, we face a gathering of forces that are willing to use violence against us. Think about it. The leftist movement in this country right now is enraged. Among them and behind them are some of the most radical political elements there are. Anarchists, Marxists, communists, and the whole rest of the left-wing socialist brigade. Many of these people literally hate everything America stands for: democracy, free market capitalism, representative government, individual freedom. They want to tear down our system and replace it with their collectivist, top-down, global government knows best utopia. And they've got money, billions, from George Soros to a vast network of leftist organizations. And they all have different agendas, complaints, motives for what they do, but they all share one thing in common. They're angry, they're militant, and they're willing to engage in criminal violence to get what they want. But here's what's different from the leftist violence that we've seen in the past. For the first time, we also face an enemy utterly dedicated to destroy not just our country, but also Western civilization. We also face a national media machine that's not only biased almost entirely one way, it also dumps gasoline on simple political disagreements to turn it into cultural IEDs. They dehumanize, they demonize us all by calling us every evil name in the book. And when the anger explodes, what do? They step back, catch it on video, replay it nonstop for ratings and outrage, and more chaos tomorrow when you turn in your TV. Meanwhile, crime, it's rising again in many U.S. cities. According to the FBI, drug gangs are expanding their networks all across the country. The FBI also says gang members are infiltrating law enforcement and even the military. In jails, they're working with extremist groups that go all the way from white separatists to white supremacists to black separatists to Muslim prison gangs. On the outside, gangs are committing more and more cross-border crimes. According to the FBI, Mexican drug cartels are working with 100,000 street gang members in Chicago alone. Think about that. I think we all agree we live in a more angry, more dangerous world than we've seen in a long time. A lot of people, for a lot of reasons, want to blow it all up and tear the whole thing down. It's in the Saul Alinsky strategy of slowing grievance and indignation to raise holy hell. It's in the leftist radical plan to tax capitalism to collapse. And it's in the Rahm Emanuel doctrine of never let a crisis go to waste. And it's in the ISIS dream of a worldwide caliphate. So what happens when it all collects and collides like a hurricane? What happens when the national media wind machine blows it up into a firestorm? And what happens if, God forbid, our enemies use that to their advantage? Is it anything but a matter of time before the terror and bloodshed we've seen in Brussels or Paris come home to America? Do we need to look any further than Boston, San Bernardino, or Orlando to know that that time has already come? With social media, it's easy enough to find out where to go and when. So what happens when terrorists tag along with a flash mob protest at your local airport and gas the place like they did in Tokyo? What happens when some freeway Facebook protest on your interstate highway brings it all to a screeching halt? If you end up late for work, I mean, that's one thing. But what if you've had a heart attack and you're in an ambulance and you're only a mile away from the hospital? Ladies and gentlemen, another definition of terrorism is violence in the name of politics. And criminal violence has no place in political debate. And those who incite it or engage in it need to be prosecuted and punished, period. You know, the left's violence against America has taken many forms. For example, left-wing judicial activism can be a form of violence against our constitutional system. Look at judicial efforts to block President Trump's executive order to take a longer look at people coming from countries that sponsor or harbor terrorists. Yet the protesters show up, the media amplify their anger, and the elites, they go into a total meltdown. It's not that the Constitution's unclear on the issue. The president handles the foreign affairs of the country. It's an executive function. And the U.S. laws on the issue, they absolutely couldn't be clearer. The president has absolute authority to suspend the entry of all aliens or any class of aliens that he may deem to be appropriate to protect the interests of the United States of America. Folks, yeah. When unelected, unaccountable judges can take that clear, unambiguous language and then twist it and pervert it to make it mean whatever they want, they might as well throw a Molotov cocktail at the U.S. Constitution. They do violence to the Constitution's separation of powers. They do violence to the U.S. Code and the Supreme Court precedent. And they do violence to the checks and balances that keep government under control. Because by making the law mean anything they want, they make the law mean nothing. As even the liberals' own Supreme Court Justice Hugo Black said, and I quote, "Our Constitution was not written in the sands to be washed away by each wave of new judges blown in by each successive political wind." Ladies and gentlemen, the leftist media is responsible for blowing the winds of violence as well. And it's think about it. It's bad enough when CNN openly fantasizes about what happens if the president-elect is assassinated before he takes the oath of office on Inauguration Day. And it's bad enough that the London Times journalists can fret that, quote, the assassination is taking such a long time. It's shameful and it's wrong, and so are the media's deliberate lies aimed at destroying our freedom. At the NRA, that's something we've been dealing with for decades. Back in 2003, when the 10-year Clinton gun ban was set to expire, CNN deliberately tried to mislead the public. And I happened to be sitting there in their studio live, so I called them out. Watch this.
Now we give you the other side from the Executive Vice President of the National Rifle Association, Wayne LaPierre. Wayne, thanks for being with us.
Hi, Kara. Good to be with you.
Well, if the ban on assault weapons expires, what kind of weapons would be legal?
Kara, let me say this to start. I'm glad you ran that story, because apparently the only difference between the New York Times and CNN is that when a reporter for the New York Times fakes a story, he's fired, and at CNN he's not. Your bureau chief, John Zarella, deliberately faked a story yesterday intending to show that the performance characteristics of banned firearms on the list are somehow different from the performance characteristics of firearms not on the ban list. He was implying that these were machine guns or fully automatic guns. That's not true.
Mr. LaPierre, I have to stop you there. No one fakes stories at CNN, and John Zarella definitely did not fake a story at CNN. You're very off base. I'm going to let you say your opinion, and let's have a conversation, but don't accuse our reporter of faking any stories, sir.
Let me say it again in front of the whole country. Your reporter faked that story yesterday. It deliberately misread the viewer. There's no way it could be true, and I challenge CNN to defend it.
Yeah, they did. They did. Yeah. They sure did. And here's the deal. The following Monday, CNN couldn't even make an honest retraction. They ended up calling it additional information, and yet they went on to prove exactly what I said was true. That their story was absolutely phony and it was deceitful. But here's the really sad thing. If I hadn't been sitting there live in that studio and caught them like a bank robber running out of the bank with a bag of money with the die exploding all over him, they never would have run the correction. Folks, our country is under siege from a media carpet bombing campaign. And America knows it. You can hear it in their tone, their sneers. You can literally see the disdain on their faces. Everything, from their word choices to their inflection, is trained on one target, purposely and maliciously destroying the Trump presidency. No matter what it takes and no matter what it costs. Here's just an example. For years, the media, they couldn't have cared less about Vladimir Putin or Russia, or Obama's promise to go easy on him after he was reelected. Remember that? Which led to Obama's slow-motion foreign policy train wreck in the whole region. But now, barely a month into the Trump presidency, oh my gosh, they're horrified. They're all afret over the Russian-American equation. Even more alarming is they've apparently found willing co-conspirators among some in the U.S. intelligence community. If an American president can't talk to his counterparts in Mexico or Australia on a line that he knows is secure, then, folks, our national security is at risk. You know, 100 years ago, if you eavesdropped and published the affairs of the head of state, you would have been tracked down and hanged for treason. Yet today, Obama can commute the sentence of a traitor like Chelsea Manning, and all the media want to talk about are Manning's underwear choices and makeup routines. Today, Barack Obama is giving explicit support to these protesters. In his first public statement since the election, Obama said he was heartened that the anti-Trump protests, that they're exactly what we'd expect to see when American values are at stake. I mean, American values, really? You mean like freedom of speech? Or just speech that you agree with? Like the safety pin sensors on college campuses today. I mean, God help you if you're a conservative and you want to speak at a college today, anywhere in this country. Yeah. I mean, did you see their night of tolerance and diversity of opinion at Berkeley this month? I mean, Berkeley, the supposed birthplace of the free speech movement of the 60s, is now where speech is silenced, and its defenders are beaten by mobs, and the police are told to stand down. They called people fascist, yet they use the same brutal tactics that the fascists used in Europe in the 20s and the 30s. But I'll say this, if they think they're going to crowbar and hammer and burn the foundations of Western civilization, they better bring a big stick and pack a lunch, because they're going to have one hell of a fight on their hands. And November's elections proved it. Americans wanted a fighter, and we got one with President Donald J. Trump. And for the last 3 decades, fighting for our freedom is something the NRA has done every single day. And all across this country, it was NRA members and gun owners who made a difference. In states like North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan, Ohio, Florida, NRA members and gun owners helped put President Trump over the top. Folks, the media said we were arranging deck chairs on the Titanic by backing Trump. But we're still standing, and we're still here, and we've got President Trump's back for the next 8 years. We got 5 million active NRA members, 25 million more who consider themselves NRA members, and we have gun owners and Second Amendment supporters all over this country. So if you're a member of the leftist media, or a soldier for the violent left, a violent criminal, a drug cartel gang member, or a would-be terrorist, hear this. You're not going to win, and you will not defeat us. You know, with all the threats facing America today, your right to protect yourself and your family may be more relevant and more urgently needed than ever before. Americans know that in their heart. Americans can feel that in their bones. And that's why they joined the National Rifle Association. We're the nation's largest gathering of lawful, peaceable, right-thinking people who are absolutely determined to live our lives without fear. In our families, in our homes, in our communities, and across this country, we stand ready and resolved to defend our freedom and secure our safety against any enemy. Terror knows no more ferocious foe than freedom in the hands of we the people. And to defend it, we'll go toe-to-toe with them in any arena they threaten. We'll fight the violent left on the airwaves, the internet, and on TV. We'll fight the violent left in Congress and in the Washington bureaucracy. And we'll fight the violent left in state houses and courthouses from coast to coast all over this country. And make no mistake, if the violent left brings their terror to our communities, our neighborhoods, or into our homes, they will be met with the resolve and the strength and the full force of American freedom in the hands of the American people, and we will win because we are the majority in this country. So what do you say? Are you ready to take on the leftists and protect the foundations of American democracy? Stand up and show them you're ready to fight and ready to win. Show them that we will not submit. We will not be intimidated. We will never surrender. Stand up, speak out, be bold, fight back, and stand with the NRA to defend the greatest expression of human freedom ever witnessed on the planet, the United States of America. Thank you very much, and fight for your freedoms every day. Thank you.
Welcome, everyone, to the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of Fox10Phoenix.com. You're taking a live look at CPAC 2017. The NRA CEO, Wayne LaPierre, talking about the media, the attacks on President Trump, and the future of the NRA. In other news today, President Donald Trump escalated his criticism of the news today, taking direct aim, this time, at the use of anonymous sources. He said reporters shouldn't be allowed to use sources unless they use somebody's name, he declared, just hours after members of his own staff held a press briefing and refused to allow their names to be used. A source says that Donald Trump is a horrible, horrible human being. Let them say it to my face, Trump told a large crowd at CPAC. Let there be no more sources. Members of Trump's White House team regularly demand that their names aren't leaked when talking to reporters. Trump said he wasn't against all media, just the fake news or press. I'm against the people that make up stories and make up sources, he said. They shouldn't be allowed to use sources unless they use somebody's name. In other news, an FBI agent who was arrested in western Michigan for shooting at a police officer outside a fitness club could avoid jail under a plea agreement. 35-year-old Ruben Hernandez pleaded no contest today to felony assault. We'll get more on that story, but more from CPAC right now.
My name is Matt Batesel. I'm the National Executive Director for American Majority. We are a conservative training organization that trains candidates, activists, college students on how to accomplish their political goals. My wife and I, we have 5 young children. Yes, I'm a father of 5. I'm an attorney. Please forgive me for that. And I'm a grassroots organizer from the state of Wisconsin. I came to Wisconsin came on board with American Majority in 2010, and we saw in Wisconsin, since the last 7 years, we've seen protests, rallies, we've seen recall elections, and we've seen conservatives win. And part of that success in Wisconsin was what we did online, the online battle that we engaged in. So I want to share with you today some social media tactics that we used in Wisconsin that worked well and that you can replicate. So we're going to talk about 5 tactics. Number 1, be active and consistent online. You have to be present in order to win. You have to be engaged. With multiple social media platforms being used by most users today, you need to be engaged with those platforms. And also be consistent. Be a consistent voice on the issues. So develop an expertise, do your homework, be an expert, do your research, but also be genuine. We saw someone run for president who wasn't so genuine. In fact, she had some trouble relating with millennials. And so, this tweet shows where she's asking for millennials to tell her what their student loan debt feels like. Tell her in 3 emojis or less. Right? We don't want to be fakers like that. We can be genuine. We can be real. So we need to be active and consistent. We also need to be positive. Look, there are plenty of negative voices out there. Let's be a positive voice for conservatism, for our values. We also need to get visual. So what we're sharing online should be visually oriented. This is why videos, graphics, and memes do so well on social media. In fact, vision is one of the strongest senses that people remember things more likely if they're paired with an image than just the mere words that they hear. The studies show that. So that's why you should share and create graphics, share good memes, share high-quality information with your network. But we also need to grow our influence and grow our networks. We need to talk to more and more people and engage more people in the process. So get good at sharing on social media. Practice makes perfect, right? So spend more time doing it and grow your influence. On Twitter, follow more people that are like-minded who are likely to follow you back. So work to grow your influence. And specifically with Twitter, use all the tools at your disposal. Right? Don't have a protected account. Let the world see what's going on. Let the public see what you have. So, for example, let's say you were going to tweet about what's going on here at CPAC. There are several things you should do. So this sample tweet kind of gives you a feel for that. First of all, mention people. So at Matt Batesel says use @AM_national social media tactics to reach more voters. Also, use the right hashtag. CPAC 2017. Ready, Set, Win was the hashtag we've been using in our activism boot camp in the Chesapeake rooms this week. Also, tweet at the right time. Tweet when things are happening. Tweet live at events. Put photos, put a visual image with your tweet. And make sure that you tweet it, and schedule a tweet. Here I'm using Buffer app. If you schedule tweets, you're going to have a bigger impact to tweet at the right time when people can see it, in addition to tweeting live, right? So we need to be engaged in this battle online. If you want to dig deeper on social media tactics, I encourage you to check out our website at AmericanMajority.org. We do trainings all over the country and can come and help train your organization. We also have online trainings that you can find out more information on. So to sum up, we need to be active and consistent. We have to be engaged in this battle. We should be positive. We need to get visual and create good graphics. Spend the time to learn how to use graphics, to create good graphics with new software. Grow your influence, follow the right people. Use all the tools at your disposal. And again, dig deeper if you need to. There is a battle going on online. We see the mainstream media covering things. The power of social media in this new age of social media, we can deliver the news that's really happening and the facts that we see with our smartphone. So let's engage in this battle, and together, let's win the fight online. Thank you so much, CPAC.
Welcome, everyone, to the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of Fox10Phoenix.com. Taking a live look right now at CPAC 2017. I was mentioning earlier before that speaker came to the stage. An FBI agent who was arrested in western Michigan for shooting at a police officer outside a fitness club could avoid jail under a plea agreement. 35-year-old Ruben Hernandez pleaded no contest today to felony assault. And I'm going to have to keep waiting. I'm going to have to keep waiting to tell this story, folks. Continue to stay put.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. How you doing today? Right. Well, I want to thank the American Conservative Union for asking me to be here today, and thank you for all being here as well. It's an honor to be able to be on stage following President Trump. I heard he did very well, right? My friend, Vice President Mike Pence, and all the other great speakers you've had. It's a tough act to follow Wayne LaPierre, huh? He did a fantastic job. And I got to tell you, I'm so pleased with this administration so far. I mean, think about the people they have chosen. Now, I'm biased because I'm a governor, but you look at the governors they've chosen to be in this administration, like, of course, Vice President Mike Pence, the Ambassador to the UN, Nikki Haley, Governor of South Carolina. Yeah? Terry Branstad, Governor of Iowa, to be the ambassador to China. And while he's not a governor, we have worked with him very closely. Scott Pruitt, the new administrator for the EPA. That's a big deal. And it's great to be here and exciting to be talking about real policies that are going to advance individual freedom and states' rights and our liberties, as opposed to talking about the Obama administration's continued overreach on those freedoms. In fact, as one of those states, we were working with Scott Pruitt on suing the federal government. We were suing the Department of Education, the Department of Labor, and the EPA on several different counts. And now we can talk about common sense policies. On January 20th, that pendulum has started swinging back to be able to start making government work for the people, start putting policies in place that will actually increase the prosperity of America. And that's why it's so exciting to be here today. And that's what we're focused on in the states. How do we make government work for the people? You know, as I travel around Nebraska, I talk to people all over the place. Americans are frustrated because all too often, government doesn't work. They see it in the mounting federal debt, the over-regulation, the thousands of pages of rules, agencies that don't work, veterans that can't access services. People want government to work. That's all they want. And too often it doesn't. In fact, that's one of the reasons why I think I was hired, to bring my business experience to making government run more like a business, to make it more effective and more efficient. Now, I get some pushback on that sometimes from people who say, oh, that's not what government can do. In fact, our previous president, Obama, in a speech last fall in Silicon Valley, said that government can't run like a business because, by definition, democracy is messy. Well, let me tell you, business can be messy too. And his statement demonstrates a profound misunderstanding of how organizations work, which is probably why the federal government under his watch was so poorly run. Because the same things that make any organization successful, any business successful, work for nonprofits, work for governments, work for sports teams. It starts with establishing a vision for what you're going to do. And then communicating that vision out so that everybody knows what that is. Getting the right people on board. And then holding them accountable. 4 easy things. It was those 4 things that my family used with the Chicago Cubs. Yeah. That's right, go Cubs go. Back in 2009, we purchased that family, and led by my brother Tom, we set out a vision that included bringing a championship to Chicago, fixing Wrigley Field, and being a good neighbor. He communicated that strategy out so that everybody knew it. So even in seasons where we lost 100 games, our season ticket holders knew what we were going to do and why we were building for the future. He brought the right people on board, people like Theo Epstein and Joe Madden. And of course, last year delivered on that World Championship Series. We're also fixing Wrigley Field right now to last for the next 100 years. And we've greatly increased the amount of money that we have put back into the community through Cubs Charities. So you see, those things work for a sports team, they work for business, and they work for government as well. And that's what we've been doing in Nebraska, bringing those same ideas to how we can make government work better. You know, for example, one of the things we've done is we've put everybody in my agencies, all my agencies, through Lean Six Sigma White Belt training to help them understand why we do process improvement, why it's important to look at how we serve our customers. We've created a Center for Operational Excellence on how we deliver those services. We've created a vision to grow Nebraska. And our mission statement is to create opportunities through more effective, more efficient, and more customer-focused government. We're putting in the things in place to be able to measure our success and hold people accountable. And that's how we drive results. You know, too often, it's easy to look at government budgets as a collection of numbers and rows and columns next to agencies and programs. But behind those numbers are people's lives. They're the dollars that are the hard-earned money of our taxpayers, our families, who give that up for us to run our operations. We also provide services to many of our citizens, some of whom are people in need. How we deliver those services says a lot about who we are and how we think about those taxpayers and those customers. Are we being good stewards of their money? Are we providing good service to the people we're supposed to? Let me share with you a couple examples of how we've done that in Nebraska. In one of the areas, when I took over, we had several of our agencies who were on the verge of crisis. The Nebraska legislature had established oversight committees to investigate poor performance and mismanagement. But by putting things in place to hold people accountable in that process improvement, we started turning that around. In our call centers, we took the hold time down from a high of nearly 24 minutes down to an average of 5 minutes. First of all, we started by setting a target, and then we hit that 11 out of 12 months last year. We took the time to process things like the SNAP applications down from 40 days to 10 days. We've been getting millions of dollars, tens of millions of dollars in fines from the federal government. And by improving those things, we avoided a $17 million fine. That's what businesses do all the time. They figure out ways to do a better job providing services and bring costs down. We changed our unemployment system in our Department of Labor to a reemployment system by requiring everybody seeking those benefits to sit down with a jobs coach first and create a resume that was searchable online. And in doing so, we have helped people get back to work faster. And in fact, last year, we paid out $14 million fewer in claims than we did the previous year. And because we had reduced the amount of claims, We could reduce taxes. We reduced our unemployment insurance tax from 1% to 0.75%, saving Nebraska businesses $17.6 million this year. That's how you do a better job of providing services and lowering your costs. Now, that's also important because when we do that throughout all of our agencies and start controlling those costs, that's how we provide tax relief as well. Not just in areas like the unemployment insurance, but I've got a proposal this year working with our chair of our revenue committee to start lowering our income tax rate, to take it down from that high of 6.84% to get it under 6% in a series of steps, about a 10th% of the time. And we're going to put a trigger in place to make sure that we can manage that in our budget. But the key to tax relief is controlling spending. Fundamentally, tax relief is the difference between spending restraint and revenue growth. So we focused on the budget. Prior to becoming governor, our budget was growing at 6.5% a year. Folks, that's not sustainable. In the first budget that I worked on with the legislature, we cut that growth nearly in half to 3.6%. And now this year, because our revenues are coming in below forecast, we're not going to raise taxes. I proposed a budget package that will get us back into balance without raising taxes. In fact, we cut that growth of government in half again to propose 1.7%. We will still deliver the essential services we're supposed to provide. Investments in K through 12 education, tax relief, and reforming some of our agencies. And we will do all of that while balancing our budget, not raising taxes, and setting ourselves up for that future tax relief. That's how you make government work for the people. And that's what the people want. We got to get back to the basics. We got to do the blocking and tackling of how we deliver services. And that's where governors come into play, because that's what we do. And by doing this, we can show that we care about our taxpayers, that we're being good stewards of their money, and that we're delivering the services for the people who expect us to provide those services and who need our help. That says a lot about how we think about the people we were elected to represent. And that's what your Republican governors are doing all across this country, figuring out ways to be able to do a better job, reducing costs, and putting those innovations and those reforms in place to make sure that we can provide tax relief while providing our services. It is an exciting time right now because one of the biggest barriers we've had is the overregulation coming from the federal government. This administration has already demonstrated that they are going to push the power out of Washington, D.C. and back to the states where it belongs. They know that it wasn't the federal government that created the states, it was the states that created the federal government. Yes. And that is where the power properly belongs. We want the responsibility. We will do a great job. And that's, again, why it's so important to have organizations like the American Conservative Union and the State Policy Network to create the policies to help us form those policies in the states to be able to do a better job and make sure that we continue that into the federal government. So again, I'm grateful to the American Conservative Union and the State Policy Network for allowing me to be here today and for their guidance on policy and what they'll do as we go forward. Thank you all for being here as well, because we can't do what we do as politicians without you. God bless you all in your work, and God bless the United States of America.
Welcome, everyone, to the Fox 10 News Now stream, right at fox10phoenix.com. Thanks to everyone joining us live right now on Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live. We're taking a live look right now at CPAC 2017. In other news, President Donald Trump signed a new executive order directing each federal agency to establish a regulatory reform task force. The task forces will then recommend which regulations they can simplify or eliminate. Trump says excessive regulation is a burden for big and small businesses, but that, quote, we're going to solve it very quickly. And the NAACP is urging religious conferences, athletic events, and musicians to avoid North Carolina as part of a national boycott protesting the state's conservative policies. The civil rights organization today announced what it calls the first steps of a national boycott over what it says are unfairly drawn voting districts and a state law limiting LGBT protections. And authorities have cleared the last holdouts from a Dakota Access Pipeline protest camp on federal land in North Dakota. But it will be a while before the region returns to normal. Tons of debris must be cleared. A highway bridge remains closed, and hundreds of protesters are still in the area at other camps. While a court battle continues, the company behind the pipeline project says it will soon begin the final phase, laying pipe under a Missouri River reservoir. And in the Northeast, it's feeling a whole lot like summertime already. Temperatures are hitting records. Boston hit 71 degrees, making Friday the warmest February day ever recorded in the city. The National Weather Service says Newark, New Jersey reached 74 degrees, breaking the previous high of 73. Temperatures also hit 70 in Philly, Hartford, Connecticut, and Providence, Rhode Island. It's the second warmest day in a row, but it won't last long. A strong cold front, potentially accompanied by storms, is predicted to pass through on Saturday evening. Temperatures will then return to normal, with Sunday night lows in the 30s. So enjoy it while you can out there in the Northeast. We're thinking about you. And police have arrested a 36-year-old Rhode Island man who they say kidnapped and sexually assaulted a 15-year-old Providence girl while posing as an Uber driver. The police announced yesterday that Francis Scott was charged with kidnapping and second-degree assault following his arrest. The Providence Journal reports the assault reportedly occurred the morning of February 14th. Now let's hear more from CPAC.
I woke up in the middle of the night, suffocating. Shut up, he said. Don't say a word. For the next 2 hours, I knew I was going to die, and there was nothing I could do. Now I'm a mother of 2. And if that predator or anyone else tries to harm me or my family, they have to come through my firearm first. I will never be unarmed or utterly vulnerable ever again. The only reason I can say that is because the NRA fought for my rights before I ever knew that I needed them. I'm the National Rifle Association of America, and I'm freedom's safest place.
I want people to really take a hard look at their life and what they've gone through and what the people around them have gone through, and try to find the positive in what some people would consider bad things that happen. And so I hope that's what people do. They're encouraged by what I'm doing to then turn around and pay it forward to other people. There are a lot of things that you can't choose in your life. Obviously, I didn't choose for my accident to happen. I did not, ever ask to be in a wheelchair. But the one thing that I can choose every day is my attitude. And I think that that's something that people understand. And it seems like an easy thing to say, but it really is a choice. And I have to wake up every single morning and choose to have a positive attitude, choose to get out and do the things that I love, and choose to try to encourage other people to do that. I went out on my first hunt, my husband was with me, and so I was actually able to harvest my first mule deer in 2009. Absolutely loved the experience. I loved everything about it. That was just kind of the starting point for me, and I have not stopped ever since. If you can be brave enough to learn lessons through an accident or injury or anything bad that happens, the rewards on the other side are not only amazing, but then to be able to turn that around and help other people, there's just nothing better than that at the end of the day, and it makes it so worth it.
I've been told that Black women aren't supposed to support the Second Amendment. I've been told I shouldn't want to be able to protect myself. I shouldn't teach my fellow students about their rights, and I shouldn't speak my mind. Thank God I didn't listen. To all those who have called me a sellout, an Uncle Tom, or a pawn for someone else, here's what should scare you. I never changed my beliefs. I woke up and realized that you don't represent them. You don't speak for me, and you don't think for me. I am not the victim you need me to be. And I'm talking to more women like me every single day. I'm the National Rifle Association of America, and I am freedom's safest place.
A man attacked me in a parking garage, tried to stab me with an 8-inch knife, but I carry a pistol. I fight back. That's why I'm still here. Every woman has a right to defend herself with a gun if she chooses. Hillary Clinton disagrees with that. Don't let politicians take away your right to own a gun. Donald Trump supports my right to own a gun. Defend your rights. Vote Donald Trump for president.
The NRA Institute for Legislative Action is responsible for the content of this advertising.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage your moderator, Katie Pavlich, townhall.com.
Well, hello, CPAC 2017. We're so excited to be here with you today. My name is Katie Pavlich, editor for townhall.com, and you may have seen me also on Fox News. And today, I have the absolute privilege of sharing this stage with 4 incredible, empowered, gun-toting women. Liberals constantly cite the need for gun safety while also saying that we live in a rape culture. But in the real world, women often have to defend themselves, taking full advantage of their Second Amendment rights to do so. Today, we're going to look at real-world examples of using guns for self-defense, breaking down stereotypes involving women and guns, and talk about the ways that women can become active in protecting and defending their Second Amendment rights. Because after all, the old saying goes, God made man and God made woman, but Sam Colt made them equal. Women arming themselves all around the country is the new normal. And with that, let me introduce our panel. Kimberly Corbin is a mother, sexual assault survivor, and for the last 10 years, a fierce advocate for crime victims. After years in public service with the Weld County District Attorney's Office, Kimberly is now a columnist with Town Hall Media. Her vocal support for the Second Amendment and our right to self-defense went viral last year when she questioned President Obama at CNN's Town Hall, Guns in America, earning her praise among some of the nation's top politicos as the new national face and modern face of gun rights. Ashley Lundahl was a 4-sport athlete when she suffered a spinal injury as a teenager. When she moved to Wyoming with her husband, Ashley helped found the Wyoming Disabled Hunters organization. In 2013 and 2015, she was named Miss Wheelchair USA and is the author of A Redefined Life, which was published last year. Please welcome Ashley Lundahl. Antonia Okafor helped advocate for the passing and implementation of concealed carry on college campuses in Texas and continues to be one of the country's foremost advocates for campus carry movement nationwide. Last summer, she starred in the NRA's Freedom's Safest Place commercial, where she shared her struggle with those who don't believe a young black woman should advocate for the Second Amendment. Antonia is a graduate student and writes for the Independent Journal Review. And last but certainly not least, Christy McMains is a 26-year-old attorney who was violently attacked last year while getting into her car after leaving her law firm in Louisville, Kentucky. Christy was able to save her life by shooting her knife-wielding attacker with her concealed firearm after a terrifying struggle. Christy was featured in a national television ad supporting the election of President Donald Trump, which was rated by CBS as one of the top 5 political ads of 2016. She now lives in Indiana, where she is a practicing health law attorney. So to kick things off, I'm really excited about this particular panel because the women sitting here are so diverse in their experience, and every woman gets to their firearm in a different way. So I'd like to just quickly go through and see how people became acquainted with the firearms industry. How did you become an advocate for Second Amendment rights?
So I didn't grow up around firearms like a lot of folks do. Actually, when I moved to Wyoming, got involved in hunting and helping more people with disabilities get involved in hunting. And so that's when I was introduced to firearms. But when I became a mom, that is when I became really interested in personal protection. And I think a lot of people see people with disabilities and they assume that that's a vulnerable population, and we certainly don't have to be. And so that is why I carry for my own personal protection as well as my family's.
Awesome.
I, as well, did not grow up around firearms, and it wasn't something that I really took seriously until I became a victim of rape. A few years later, I'm thinking about, okay, what do I need to do to make sure that this doesn't happen again? And I started taking that right very seriously, training, understanding what it meant to carry concealed. And I trained myself and went to the range and made sure that I was ready to defend myself and my family.
Antonia?
Yeah, well, I actually grew up as a Democrat. My family, they're still Democrats, and for the most part, anti-gun. I'm still working on that. But I realized that it didn't really matter that I, as a woman, as a graduate student walking home to my car at night, that I needed a way to defend myself, and I didn't want the government to make that decision for me, and I wanted that decision to be something I made for myself. And so I purchased my first handgun last year. And,
congratulations, what is it?
I've been an advocate for campus carry ever since, so yeah.
So I actually did grow up around guns. Fun fact. I have really cool parents, and so since I was a girl, I started BB shooting, and then rifles, then shotguns, and finally progressing to handguns. And my dad has a sixth sense and is just wonderful, but was very careful to teach me and my sister, especially, and my mother, defensive tactics. And so as soon as I was old enough, I got my concealed carry permit, and I would go to the range. He'd have the gun, on the table laying down, and go, get it up. But so that's kind of how I became to it, and thank God I had a concealed carry permit because it did end up saving my life last year.
We are very happy that you're here with us. And actually, there's a story that I'd like you two in the blue dresses. I was laughing when we came out for our panel because I should have done a color wheel like we do on Outnumbered because we're all wearing a similar color. But hey, we'll get over it. All right. Tell the story about how you decided to start regularly carrying a firearm as a result of her story.
Yeah, it's a very full circle moment for me right now because I had just moved to Kentucky as a young lawyer. It was my first real job out of law school from Indiana. And Kim spoke to President Obama on January 8th, if I think.
7th.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
8th is my daughter's birthday.
Well, she was close to that. And I heard her speak, and I just remember, first of all, I very much disagreed with what the president said, but thinking how vulnerable I am as a single woman in a city. And I carried my gun. I sometimes would not switch it to the new purse. I just, it wasn't something on the forefront of my mind. But after seeing Kim, I thought, you know what, I'm going to make sure I'm always protected. And I was attacked January 26th. So, I have goosebumps. So, yeah. We're forever linked.
We met at the NRA annual meeting just last year, and she came up to me right after the video played. There was serious, ugly crying that happened.
On Kim's behalf.
Of course. So yeah, that ever since then, it's just been this incredible journey, and to see that the advocacy and the things that we say really do make a difference in people's lives, and I'm just lucky enough to have you here and have met you.
Now, Antonia, you have been an incredible activist on campus in the state of Texas to make sure that college students aren't put into these vulnerable situations that these universities put them in. The funny thing about universities is they claim that you can't protect yourself, but then they do not provide proper means or resources to do the protecting that you need. So talk about kind of your advocacy. What inspired you to get involved in Campus Carry, and what was your biggest opposition in terms of the argument that was made against you? And one more thing, how do you combat this idea that professors and lawmakers will say, we can't have a bunch of drunk college students running around with firearms on campus?
Yeah, because we're always inebriated, aren't we, guys? College students, you guys are inebriated right now, aren't you? Always.
Ooh, that was maybe.
Okay, maybe you guys, some of you guys are. Okay, never mind. Let me start with the first question. Yeah, the first, when I realized that I had the option, really, to advocate for something as a student, which a lot of us, people always wonder, well, students aren't involved in politics because most of the time they're not talking about things that involve them. Campus Carry was something that involved me as a student, and I could actually make a difference in it. And so in 2015, I decided that I wasn't hearing the voice of the Campus Carry movement for the pro-Campus Carry side, particularly on college campuses. And so I decided, I'm going to be that voice. I'm going to be out there, and I'm going to fight for that because it's something that I, as a woman, it's important to me that I have that right to self-defense. That's always something that's been on the forefront. So, people talk about feminism. Well, how much more feminist can you get by talking about self-defense and advocating for that? And so I wanted other women to have that right. I want other students to have that right. We're not second-class citizens, and the Second Amendment shouldn't end just because the learning begins. Right. So that's why. And then when I come to the second question, I believe you're saying what was the
biggest argument that was made against you, and how did you overcome this argument that students are too irresponsible? They're not, they're adults, but they're not really adults, as they would say. They're not adult enough to be really adulting and carrying firearms. So how did you not only combat that rhetorically, but how did you win that argument? Because you had so much success in the legislature there.
Yeah, well, the biggest thing I would always get is that, well, how can you advocate for the Second Amendment? You're black. Don't you know that's racist? And I'd be like, well, yeah, I am black. But other than that, I would say that because I'm a minority, because I'm a woman, and black and young, I want that right for other minorities, especially to protect themselves from people who are going to harm them illegally. They didn't like that answer very much. But I think that's what it always came back to, is that the left will always bring that when they want to. They want to talk about racism and sexism, and unless you talk about something that they don't agree with, and then you're a racist and you're a sexist, even if you're black and a woman. Yeah. So I use that against them a lot, and we use that to make sure we pass Campus Carry. So I'm proud to bring the fact that I'm not the typical gun owner, and to show that that's where the future is headed.
Yeah, we're going to get back to self-defense in a minute, but I want to talk to Ashley about her hunting experience, because I grew up hunting in Arizona with my dad, and my firearms journey starts shooting rifles with my father, and then as I moved away from home, getting into more self-defense as a single woman, just like you guys. So tell us about your organization, how you got into hunting, and how you can encourage other women with disabilities to really go for it and get into the sport.
Sure. So I didn't grow up hunting either, and was very disconnected from where my food came from. And so when I moved to Wyoming and married a boy there, I didn't know that was kind of a prerequisite. They make sure you can shoot a gun before you get out there. But it was really interesting to me. I would have people come up to me and they would say, hey, we're thinking about starting this nonprofit organization that connects people with disabilities in the hunting community. And I thought, sure, I'll be able to help, but I like animals, so I don't hunt. And they were like, okay, well, do you eat meat? And I said, well, yeah, I eat meat. They're like, where do you think that comes from? And I'm like, oh, those animals die in retirement communities, surrounded by family and friends. It's a beautiful experience, Obviously, it was incredibly disconnected from where my food came from. And so just continued to educate myself and learn more about, people have been hunting for hundreds of years, and it's the way to get the best organic, this whole, farm to table movement. Hunters have been doing that for a long time.
Hunters are late to the party.
Yeah, everybody else is late to the party. And so, and then I learned about the conservation efforts, and to know that hunters are the single largest group of conservationists in the world. And to see that women, yeah, absolutely, go hunters. We donate more money every year to conservation and to animal management and habitat management than any other group. And to see women starting to come up in that movement is amazing because it gives you a sense of self-sufficiency. It's the best way to provide meat for your family. And it's just very empowering to see people get out and do things that they don't think their disability would ever allow them to do. Mm-hmm. And so I love hearing people say, I can't, because it gives me the opportunity to show them that they can. Yeah. And it's a really exciting time to be involved in that. And so I'm very proud to be a hunter and love to get people out doing it.
Well, we love it too. She has camouflage wheels over here, so she's bringing some Wyoming to the DC area. We very much
really fast, they disappear.
Yeah. I want to go back to kind of the myths that are perpetuated. So the number one, the fastest growing demographic of gun owners in this country is women. This idea that it's only a man's sport, that men are the only ones, with all due respect, who own firearms or who use them as a hobby even, is changing very rapidly. The number one reason women cite for purchasing their first firearm.
He's on the move again.
All right, everyone. We are part of the Fox 10 News Now stream. This is happening in LA. We have a police chase right now. Suspect on the roof of a shed here. And viewer discretion is advised, everyone. We don't know what the suspect is going to do. I'm joined by Mary Kate here. Welcome.
Hi there. Thanks for having me up here, Mike. This is
very interesting.
So this is the end of this chase, I'm assuming, since he got out of his car clearly, and here he is walking on a...
And hopefully, well, it's going a little bit in and out. Stay with us here. You can see suspect is, he's getting a little tired. He might be wanting to give up here. Viewer discretion is advised. We don't know exactly what's going to happen here. This is in LA, though, in a neighborhood in LA. And he is a roof jumper.
And it looks like he was just on his cell phone there a second ago, too. Yeah, you never know how these chases are going to end. You never know if they have a weapon or not, so that's why we always warn viewers, be prepared for anything. Looks like he's just hanging out here, waiting to decide on his next move. He's got his cell phone. Looks like he could be calling somebody, which we see often in these cases as they get on their phone while they're driving in the car, trying to make a couple calls. So here he is. This is live coming out of Los Angeles right now, a police chase. Now he's hanging out on the roof. Let's see how this all...
Yeah, we just hope this will end peacefully here, everyone. We're continuing to watch here. He's jumping on top of...
He seems very erratic. I hope that he doesn't, injure himself.
There you go. You can see he's once again on the phone here, and he's jumping from roof to roof.
I haven't seen something like this before. Again,
no.
All of our police chases are different, but this is definitely something I haven't seen before.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, you just don't get to see this every time. When we're dealing with a police chase, you usually see it. We've seen it in cars, obviously, but...
And some of them do get out and start running from police, so I don't know if this was a situation where he got out of his car and made it on top of a roof of a house here.
It's always, you just never know with a suspect. Are they going to be erratic? They're obviously on the run, so what else are they going to try to press their luck with? So that's very interesting for police as they have to handle this situation. And as you were saying, Mary Kate, you're dealing with a suspect that looks erratic.
And I'm sure the adrenaline is running through him right now. He's trying to get away from police. He knows we're right above him in this helicopter. So he knows he's being watched.
Yeah.
Question is, what is he going to do? Who do you think he's on the phone with, Mike?
You know, it could be somebody that is watching along, or it could be somebody that maybe he was with earlier in the day.
Very true. Wow.
And you know, so many times with these suspects is that they're just trying to extend their last moments of freedom, and it's almost like though he doesn't see the helicopter. I mean, he seems like he's always thinking that he's in the clear right now because he's on this other edge of this roof that's a shed.
And the chopper zoomed in a little bit. You could see his stomach panting up and down. The adrenaline is running through him right now. He's trying to figure out what's going on. Also, he's jumping from house to house, so that's difficult too. But here he is making calls, just trying to figure out what to do. Let's see what he does.
Let's see what he does now. He's really on the fence now. He's tightrope that fence there. And he's doing this all while still being able to have this conversation. That is really something you see here. Just a matter of time before police get into this neighborhood area on foot and want to do a takedown.
To the ground now, so it's
yeah,
definitely making it easier for police to get him.
It must be so scary though for the people in the neighborhood here though. If they're watching, they're like, I hope he doesn't come in my backyard or something like that.
Right, think about the people that are home right now. Oh, and see, look at this. He's damaging this person's
shed
right there.
He really wants to.
Oh, there comes a dog.
Yeah.
I gotta tell you, Mike, I don't think I could do this as well as this guy is. He hasn't fallen once. He's in a hurry.
This is all so bizarre.
This is very bizarre.
Just going through a neighborhood. Still, we don't know the reason why the suspect is on the run, but he is very erratic, and he's talking to someone. I wonder if the person on the other end is saying, look, just give up. You're cornered anywhere you go. They know you're in this neighborhood. You've got a camera on you.
You asked a good question. I wonder if he is aware that we are staring right at him right now. I'm sure he hears the helicopters.
Oh, you have to hear it.
So I'm assuming he sees the choppers above him. He knows he's being watched. So I guess we'll see what he decides to do. Let's hope he doesn't have a weapon or anything on him that could hurt police officers. Oh, looks like he's getting down.
Oh, he's probably been. I think he just saw the police. They're giving him commands right now, and that was a really shock to him. Did you see? I mean, he went down pretty fast there on that roof there. Or maybe.
Absolutely. I can't see an officer, can you?
I can't see it there from this angle here, but maybe it's getting a little spooked out there. Very bizarre, Mary Kate.
This is very bizarre. He keeps laying down and sort of just almost looks like he's relaxing while he's on the phone here. I think he's just in panic mode trying to figure out what to do next. Could you imagine if you saw this in your backyard, Mike? You look out the window.
I know. You'd be like, wow, this is not every day.
And if you don't know there's a chase going on, you might go outside and say, hey, buddy, what?
Yeah, why are you here? Yeah, that's true, too. Okay, saying hands are up there. I don't know. When they panned out, we didn't see anyone. So that.
Unless they're right there.
Maybe they're on the other side of that home that we can't see. That could be.
Oh, that's right. I bet they're right there. At this point, I would just get off the phone if police are talking to you. You don't want to have anything in your hands. They want you to put your hands up where they can see them. Is he taking a picture? It looked like he was almost taking a photo.
Yes,
there.
yeah.
You got to give it up to police officers that have to deal with this every day on the job. Some are easy and others are, and really dangerously. Again, he's definitely taking a video or a picture right now of his surroundings. Don't know if he's posting them on social media or if he's just trying to document the event.
Yeah, I can't get into the mind of a criminal. It's just so, it's so different than, I mean, this is really something different than what we handle. Usually, Mary Kate, when we see a suspect leave a car or a vehicle, it doesn't take too much longer for a takedown here, but yeah, you're right. It almost looked like he was snapping or
taking a video of some sort.
Yeah.
And why don't you just put your phone down? He keeps putting his hands up like, hey, I don't have anything. Just set the phone down at this point.
Yeah, because that could be
Why
taken
risk-
as a weapon.
Right. Why risk your life? We don't know the name of the suspect right now.
Here we go. Here comes some more officers. They're going to go into the neighborhood here now. And viewer discretion is advised. We just don't know how this is all going to end up.
Yeah, we don't know for sure if he has a weapon or not. Looks like they're coming around the side of the house here slowly. You can see he's still laying down. I wonder if he knows they're coming up behind him here. They have their guns drawn.
You know, I wonder if he is communicating with someone that may be watching this as well on TV here.
Could be. And it looks like he did hear them to get down.
He doesn't want to give up that phone, though.
Come on, buddy. You gotta give it up at this point.
Okay, so there we go. Police are now in the backyard. They see him on top of that little shed. And we'll see if he's going to willingly come down or if they're going to have to get up there and put the cuffs on him on the little shed. And for those of you just joining us here on the stream, we were watching this all unfold. The stream started with him jumping from roof to roof here in this neighborhood in LA. Okay, now it looks like did he just ditch the phone?
Yeah, he just threw it behind him. So phone is down.
That might be one of the hardest things to do for a millennial.
Yeah, gotta let it go, man.
Okay, we're going to see. Is he going to willingly come down? Or is he going to go jump into the next yard here?
He has to stop moving his hands. Oh, it looks like they told him to lift your shirt up.
Yeah, we want to... Well, do you think he might go into that next backyard?
I don't know, because they have to be extremely careful in this situation because he's not on the ground, and they have to ask him, lift your shirt up, let us see.
Yes.
Before they
Okay, it looks like,
Oh.
takedown time. Is he going to make them go up there? Wow.
Looks like it. One officer's still on the ground with his gun drawn while this other one is climbing up here.
I think he's like, you know what? You come down. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's on that edge of that fence again. He loves being on that edge.
I don't know how he didn't fall. He was walking very rapidly and didn't fall once.
While talking.
Yeah, on the phone.
And now we can't see from this vantage point, but looks like he is being cuffed at this moment.
Quite a day. It's Friday in Los Angeles, everybody. And you're watching live with us here on the Fox News Now stream.
Let's see where this all may have started at if the chopper is zooming into an area here. So we have a lot of police activity, and so I wonder, is this another scene maybe?
Yeah,
because look at
wow.
This could be a scene related. So maybe the suspect ditched the vehicle here. Maybe there was another person involved as well, because there's still another scene going on right here, everyone.
Yeah, that's a good guess because their guns are drawn. They're pointing it at this house here.
So maybe the suspect ditched a vehicle and maybe went inside a home.
Because this isn't the same house that we just saw, right?
No,
Like, this
no,
was up a little
no.
bit.
This was definitely around the corner. Well, everyone, you're watching the Fox 10 News Now stream. Mary Kate is here along with me, Mike Page, for, wow, just another police chase. And wouldn't you know it, it's in L.A.
These always seem to happen on your shift, Mike, and you always handle them really well, and they always turn out different.
Yep.
You know, you don't know how they're going to end or what they're going to do.
I know. It's just one of those days where you said, well, it's very different.
Yes. I mean, remember the last one we covered when they finally got to the suspect? It was a major takedown. They jumped on top of him. And if you guys want to see that clip, just head to the video section on our YouTube page. We clip all of the police chases and major moments during those chases, just so you guys can see them if you miss it live. But you remember that, Mike, when the other suspect in the chase we covered, the officer jumped on top of that suspect to protect himself. So
Yes.
you never know how these things will end. Sometimes peacefully, other times violently. So.
And what's so interesting about this particular situation where we have two cops still outside of this home, it's only two cops right now. I'm surprised that there's not more, but they are looking for someone, it appears, and this house appears to be a hoarding situation as well.
Look at all the places a suspect would have to hide, too. I mean, this is, there's stuff everywhere. There's some cars there, little sheds, so it's very easy to hide here, it looks like.
Yeah.
They've got the news chopper that can give us a different view. And see the officer over there as well by that gate. He is on the scene as well. So you guess maybe it was another person jumped out of the car.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe this is a different scene.
Could be anything at this moment here.
And then here we go. We're panning out to this situation here. That looks like there might have been another car and see two officers standing next to it on the other side of the road.
So clearly so many different scenes here associated with this chase. We're still watching, trying to get a better idea here for you.
Yeah, this looks like it could be the same situation, but we've only seen one suspect, so I don't know if there's another one involved, but you can see they still have their guns drawn. They're ready for someone to come out.
Our one great News Now viewer and Twitter follower, Chris Lee, wondering if he was on his cell phone to someone at a different location, or maybe he was on a cell phone with someone at this location.
That's a really great guess, because, I mean, if this is the same situation going on here and there's another guy in there,
Yep.
They could very easily have been on the phone.
Thank you, Chris, for that. That was good insight. But you're right. Look at that. So many places where someone could just, get under some of that garbage or under a car.
Absolutely.
Look at another shed. And these people have so many sheds here in this area.
So definitely a lot of places the suspect could be hiding, but we'll be able to see soon enough because we're watching live from the news chopper, and it's hard to hide at this point.
Yeah, but look at that. Still guns drawn there. Just two right there. I'm just surprised there's only two officers there, not more.
I know, because usually when we cover these chases,
They're everywhere.
Yeah, a lot of officers are on the scene.
Very interesting.
And it always, these chases, 90% of them come out of Los Angeles.
Yep.
So.
Yep.
But we have had a few here as well. We've covered a few chases here locally in Phoenix as well. But this one coming out of Los Angeles right now. So there we go. Here's some other police officers on the other side here. with their doors open, you know, that's sort of their defense mode, doors open, guns drawn. So we'll see how this turns out. I'm just wondering what's going through the minds of the people in these homes right now. They're probably looking out the window. What is going on here? This guy's in my backyard. There's police with their guns drawn. Don't let your kids go outside when something like that's going on.
And for those of you maybe just joining us here on the stream, well, we've had this coverage for the last 15 minutes, and it started out when we first got our first look of the Sky Fox there in LA, and we had a suspect that was jumping from roof to roof there in this neighborhood, and eventually the police did corner the suspect and arrested him. But now it appears that there is some different scenes here, and we have two officers outside of this home where it looks like maybe another suspect is hiding, maybe inside the home or somewhere around the backyard area. As you can see in that backyard, a lot of places to hide there. And you see they have police on the other cul-de-sac there as well, just making sure that no one comes out the back way either. So,
and if they get inside a home, they could be barricaded inside there for hours.
Oh,
if they have weapons.
yes.
Oh, and look, so this looks like some more police officers over here at this house.
Yeah, so they are all over this neighborhood, everyone.
Looks like they're planning something here. You got to give it up to these police officers that have to do this every day and at the same time be watched live on television and the Fox News Now stream doing their job. You know, they know they're being watched on the news right now. So that's difficult too when you're just, you know, you're doing your job, which is difficult enough as it is, and then you're being watched on TV too. So, okay, looks like they're heading away from that house.
And they have to be questioning right now the suspect that they just arrested and, you know, saying, look, just give us all the info. Where is your other person at?
They probably picked up his cell phone. They made him drop too, and maybe they can see who he was talking to.
Yeah, but we are looking at a situation where this neighborhood in LA is locked down.
Mm-hmm, yeah.
We have these two cul-de-sacs that are all blocked off, one block from each other here. You have two cops at the end here looking into this backyard. So many cars and I mean, I count like 9 cars in that backyard.
Well, even too, on the other side of the road, you can see that traffic there. There's another situation going on.
Yes.
So I'm just wondering if this is all the same thing, if these are two different incidents. I'm assuming it's all the same thing. But I wish we could have seen what happened to that suspect, because we saw him getting cuffed. Maybe we'll see soon him getting taken into the vehicle or getting questioned. You can see officers still have their guns drawn behind this black truck here. So something will happen soon. Looks like traffic's not too bad in LA today, at least at this time.
Yeah, about 11 going on, almost noon there.
Mm-hmm.
A little lunchtime rush hour there, but we're continuing to follow everyone. Welcome, if you're just joining us. Police chase now turning into, well, they're trying to find maybe one more suspect here in this neighborhood. They already have one suspect in custody, and you can see the 2 police officers right outside that pickup truck right there. They haven't moved yet, which means they don't have a location yet. They aren't sure where the suspect could be, and they got to take it very carefully.
Yeah, they've had their guns drawn for over, what, 10 minutes
Yeah.
now, for as far as we've seen.
Yes, yeah, you can't put them down.
Yeah. And that's another reason why we have to warn you guys. We don't know if this other suspect that's coming out of this house has a weapon or not, so just always be aware, viewer discretion advised. We don't know how these situations end.
Continuing to follow live here is this neighborhood in LA locked down right now. Okay, we can see Sky Fox there panning to the neighborhood. All right, everybody, we've just been told that we will be losing this feed here, but we'll keep you up to date on Fox 10 News Now with any developments there in LA. Here is John Kasich talking now.
Things that I've always done in my career. I had a mother that taught me to stand on my own 2 feet and sometimes to speak out. But I've never meant any of the times to be personal in my criticisms or concerns. Well, it was never really anything that came up. And when I made the comment that, look, throughout my career, when I agree with something, I speak out, and when I don't, I can criticize if I'm not being self-righteous. And one of the voices in the room said, yeah, we noticed that. But that was it. We all kind of laughed.
I mean, has your opinion of the president changed at all? You didn't seem particularly impressed with him as an individual during.
I think look, the man is the president of the United States. It's sort of like being on an airplane. You want to root for the pilot if you're on the airplane with the pilot. I mean, you don't want the pilot to screw up. And so I don't, look, I've been around too long, and I feel so strongly about my faith to be, not that I succeed in it all the time, but to be personal. I mean, I can have my opinions, but now it's time to be constructive. And sometimes being constructive is to not be positive, to make your point. And I'm very glad that I've been able to make my point on this whole business of Obamacare and Affordable Care Act. And I'm going to continue to make it. If it upsets Republicans in the Congress, I mean, that's life.
Governor,
so,
do you think the president has a successful start to his time in office?
I don't, look, I mean, I also told him that I remember back when I first became governor, there were some things that I was doing to the point where my wife said to me, you're the father of Ohio, act like it. It takes time for people to get stabilized. And we all want to wish this president the best. But that doesn't mean that when I wish him the best, there might be things that I see that I don't agree with, and I'm going to say that. I mean, I'm not trying to pull him down or anybody else down. Look, I'm not red or blue. I'm red, white, and blue. I want to put America first, not, my party of some arcane ideology. I mean, if I can help my country, I'm going to do what I can. And that comes in various ways and packages.
John Boehner said yesterday. What's your reaction to the details of the House replacement plan? Can you share that, the $2,000 tax credit, 5
I just told him it was not inadequate.
So you disagree with all those?
Completely. Isn't that clear?
Nothing about it that you agree with?
Nothing about it. That's enough for me to say that to me, it's not acceptable. And look, I don't know what they can jam through.
Thank you.
I don't know what I can jam through, but the fact of the matter is that I don't agree with that, and I've been clear about it, and I'll continue to be. Thank you all very much.
The administration's not speaking with the same voice.
Folks, Folks, we need everybody to follow.
All right, everyone, that was Governor John Kasich. They're right outside the White House. You're continuing to watch live here on the Fox 10 News Now stream. We'll take you now back out live to CPAC, already in progress.
Never going to be reunification between China and Taiwan without the express, overwhelming consent of the Taiwan people is never going to happen. You know, I know we talk about a one China policy. It was devised by Henry Kissinger. It's what he called constructive ambiguity. Now, if you're Henry Kissinger, you can handle constructive ambiguity. Us lesser lights, it's a little bit harder. I think it's time for constructive clarity. We support the people of Taiwan. We support their continued self-government independent of China. Now, on the subject of Russia, the media love to comment about what President Trump has said about Vladimir Putin and about a variety of other things in that relationship. What they leave out, typical of the political mainstream press, because they can't handle substance, they leave out substance. So let's look at what President Trump has already said about our relations with Russia when it comes to the disastrous Obama administration New START strategic arms treaty. He has said this is a badly negotiated, one-sided treaty that gives Russia a decided advantage that we didn't have to give away, but which the Obama administration did. I think having made that analysis, the next step in the bilateral relationship with Russia is for this administration to abrogate the New START treaty so that we have a nuclear deterrent that's equal to our needs to prevent future conflict. That would be a signal to Vladimir Putin. And while we're on the subject, you may have noticed that Russia has again violated the 1987 INF treaty, which limits intermediate-range nuclear missiles. You know, there's only one country in the world that's bound by this treaty. China's not bound by it. North Korea and Iran aren't bound by it. Theoretically, Russia is, but they don't pay any attention to it. There's only one country that can't build intermediate-range nuclear forces, and that's us. What sense does that make? I think President Trump should say to Vladimir Putin, you either bring Russia back into compliance with the INF treaty, or we're going to get out of that one, too. And then the final point is protecting American sovereignty against the pressures of global governance. We see this in many, many fields, in the question of gun control and environmental issues, in right-to-life issues. People are constantly trying to make decisions for us. And just like the citizens of Britain voted to leave the European Union this past June, we have to fight for American sovereignty. And here's the principle that the Trump administration should announce. On this earth, for Americans, there is no authority higher than the U.S. Constitution. If anybody tells you that international law is superior to the Constitution, tell them to tell it to the Founding Fathers. Thank you very much.
When you want to protect an invention, I think everybody agrees that you have to make sure that within the scope of the invention, somebody else cannot duplicate it and use it at their free will and pleasure, because all is lost. On the other hand, you always are worried about the fact that the invention will be defined so broadly that instead of giving you patent protection, you're giving somebody a monopoly over an entire industry. And so the question of how you then define the scope of the patent becomes absolutely critical to the processes, because you at the same time will be a pioneer guy and you want very broad protection, but if the protection given to some other pioneer guy is so broad, you as an imitator coming in won't be able to find your separate space. So you've got to figure out how that balance
That's right.
works.
And of course, the other thing that we know is progress is one breakthrough layered on top of another. And so we can't make progress if the protections are too robust.
This is the conundrum of tax reform, led by Alex Marlowe of Breitbart. Please welcome to the stage Congressman Kevin Brady.
Good afternoon, CPAC. Are you ready to tear this tax code up by its roots? I'm Kevin Brady. I'm chairman of the Ways and Means Committee. It's an incredible honor to be with you here today. First, I want to thank you for bringing us Republican President Donald Trump and a unified Republican Congress this year. And as chairman of the Ways and Means Committee, we are all in with our new president on his top priorities: repealing Obamacare and fixing our broken tax code. We are already moving forward on repealing Obamacare and delivering solutions for real Americans that lower costs, that expand choices, return control to them, and get government out of the examining room. And on tax reform, which I'm going to talk about for a second here, we are pushing full steam ahead with bold solutions, once-in-a-generation solutions to get America moving again. During the Obama years, we know what happened. Young people couldn't find jobs. Wages stayed stagnant for a decade. Every week, it seemed like we watched our American jobs and our American companies moving overseas. That's what you get after 8 years of a president who says and believes if you've got a business, you didn't build it. We know differently. As conservatives, we know differently, and we believe you did build that business, and we might want more Americans, more young American men and women to build their American dream. So today, with President Trump in the office, we really have a once-in-a-generation opportunity to deliver a simpler, fair tax code that Americans like you deserve. This year, working with President Trump, we'll deliver a tax code designed to wring money from you. We already have that one. A tax code built for growth, built for the growth of jobs and wages in the U.S. economy. So what does a built for growth tax code look like? Well, the House has a plan, a Republican blueprint to get us there, and it starts with simple fairness for all Americans. In our blueprint, we drain the swamp by eliminating, yes we do, by eliminating special interest provisions, lobbyist loopholes, handouts, and bailouts. We lower rates across the board so you can keep more of what you earn. And we flatten out the tax code and lower the tax brackets for Americans. Yeah. It's exciting, and under our blueprint, the tax code will be so fair and so simple, 9 out of 10 Americans will be able to file them on a postcard-style system like you see behind me. It's simple, it's fair, and of course it includes the things that families count on. Help with your owning a home and raising your children, saving for college, and best of all, donating to your church or your charity and the cause that you believe in. And while we're on the subject of churches, places of worship across America need to be free to practice their faith without worrying about Washington or the IRS targeting their religious freedom. So in our tax reform, Republican tax reform, we're going to repeal the damaging effects of the Johnson Amendment once and for all. One thing we all know, America needs to be competitive again, because we're not. And we have to lower the taxes. We have to take less as a government from families and businesses. This means in our tax reform plan, Washington will take less from local job creators so they can invest more in their business, in the workers, in their future. So we propose the lowest tax rates on business in modern history for all businesses of all sizes. We take historic action, the greatest step in history to unleash business investment to grow our local communities, and we redesign that big, huge international tax system so that American businesses and workers can compete anywhere in the world and win, especially here at home. That is so important because today our American workers, our farmers, our businesses, they're competing with one hand tied behind their back. And so to make sure they can compete and win, we are going to end the tax on Made in America. Today, this Made in America tax puts our businesses and workers, our products, at a huge tax disadvantage in America and around the globe. And it gives real tax incentives. It encourages our companies here to move their jobs and their manufacturing and their research overseas. And here's why. Today, the way we tax all American products sold here in the U.S., but foreign products sold in the U.S., 0 tax rate. This means our tax code that we voluntarily have essentially provides tax breaks for foreign products over Made in America products. And this means you have tax breaks for products from Mexico and China and around the world, and they get tax breaks over our American-made products. But boy, it doesn't stop there. We tax our Made in America products around the world, and our competitors don't. So today, our products lose here at home and they lose abroad. None of our foreign competitors taxes this way. They all, what they call, border adjust their taxes. And on this map behind me, you can see all of our global competitors in blue. They all take their taxes off their products coming to America, and they slap taxes on our products going into their country. And then in red, you'll see a few of us that don't do either, that lose here and lose abroad. And as you can tell, it's America and a few sterling economies, like Cuba and North Korea and Iran. American workers are just getting the shaft. Well, not anymore. Under our plan, all products sold in America will be taxed equally at a low, equal business rate, regardless of where they're made. And if your American-made product is sold around the world, we're no longer taxing them. You're going to be able to compete on a level playing field. And if anyone knows how to compete and win, it's President Donald Trump. Yeah. And as he said yesterday, President Trump said yesterday, meeting with American manufacturers was going to happen. His company is going to come back here, they're going to build their factories, and they're going to create a lot of jobs. I know that so many of you get this as well. People like Seton Motley, who in Red State recently called this a massive win-win for we the people. And then our final reform, after we make the code so fair and simple most families can file on a postcard, after we make our code competitive for our businesses, our third reform, we bust up the IRS. We busted up. A simpler, fair tax code demands a simpler, fair tax collector, and that's why this agency that has the power to destroy families and businesses will not have that power going forward. We're going to break them up and make them focus on you, the taxpayer. But to do all this, let me just end. We need you. If we leave this to Washington, it'll never happen. We have to have we the people behind us. We need you to be involved, to stay vocal, to stay active, and tell Congress, get this done. This is the year. This is not our tax code, America. It's yours. You deserve a final say. Let's get it done. God bless you.
Mr. Chairman, wonderful remarks. So the conversation at hand is taxation. And the first question is, on behalf of as the top tax person in the Congress on the Republican side, or on any side at this point in time, are you prepared to say that taxation is a moral issue, the confiscation of wealth of any kind from the American people, something that should be considered in a moral lens?
No, it really should be. These are your hours. These are your work. This is your innovation, creativity. This is the value you bring to our economy. And you ought not have that hard work and those taxes confiscated by our government. But beyond what it takes to do what is limited in the Constitution. And the reason we went with the tax code so fair and so simple, 9 out of 10 people can file on a postcard, is we believe Americans deserve a tax code that fair, that small, that limited. And that's what's driving that, along with the tax code built for growth, drives our proposal.
Okay, so it seems like the new tax plan involves two key components. One is the postcard, which I think all of us would be thrilled if that was the way we had to file our taxes. I think you're going to have a great consensus on that. The one where the part of it that you're not going to have quite as much of a consensus is the border adjustment tax, the BAT. This is something that's more controversial, and I wanted to ask you about the fact that according to a U.S. Census report, 97% of importers are small business. Are you concerned that there could be job losses that hurt small businesses due to this tax?
No, I don't, because the way we are designing this tax and phasing in it to address those issues. But let me tell you the principle here. The principle here is, should all businesses play by the same rules? Should all products be taxed exactly the same in America? Because today, our tax code gives special tax breaks to foreign products over made in America. And so we say that competition is best for consumers when everyone's taxed the same. And by lifting, as our competitors does, if we lift the tax on our American-made products around the world, we can compete on a level playing field overseas. That grows jobs, and more importantly, that brings jobs in manufacturing back to America, something we haven't seen in a long, long time.
Well, why are you proposing this as opposed to, let's say, a tariff? What are the differences, and how reasonable is it that we can expect this version of it?
Yeah, great question. So tariffs are all about trade policy and tend to match what our competitors do. Our tax policy, unfortunately, doesn't. You know, we give a huge advantage to China and Mexico, Canada, and Europe today. And so what we're proposing is to no longer just sit idly by and watch our jobs and our plants move overseas. So by meeting our competitors straight on, by taxing all products equally in America, we know not only does it grow jobs in America, not only does it stop businesses from moving overseas, it restores America as the best place on the planet to create that new job or build that new manufacturing plant or come up with that medical breakthrough. So trade issues and trade policy is sort of here. tax policy and going straight ahead on our competitors, we think is critically important.
So with the postcard approach and cutting the corporate tax rate, it looks like you're going to be cutting taxes for many Americans, many businesses. That's a very strong play. If you have the bat, it'll be raising taxes in a certain way as well. According to reports, it's not going to be as much of a hike as the decrease in taxes from the other parts of the plan. But that said, why not just go for cuts right now?
It's not enough to stay competitive. And if we just do rate cuts and we don't redesign our tax code so that we can take our competitors head on, unfortunately, you'll still keep in place the current break for foreign products over made in USA products. We don't think that's fair or good policy. And also, you'll keep in place all the reasons for companies to keep moving overseas and sell back in. So we want to level the playing field here in America, level it across the world, and restore us, bring jobs and manufacturing back to the U.S. And I'm convinced that message is why President Trump is now our president.
It's difficult to talk about taxes without talking about debt and deficit. The debt's at a record rate. We're continuing to take in record levels of revenue right now. It still seems to be uncontrollable. Is this a priority for Congress?
It has to be. I'm convinced spending cuts get us halfway back to a balanced budget or more. We need a stronger economy to finish the job and start paying down the debt. So we go all in for growth here, but we do it in a way that it balances within the budget over time. So we know we'll lose some revenues in those early years, but with strong growth, we'll make it back and break even. We think, House Republicans believe, this is the way we both grow the economy and tackle our debt as well.
Chairman, as editor-in-chief of Breitbart News, my favorite topic is media bias and the fake news media. And I think one issue that we have in this country right now is that we have half of the population not paying any federal taxes. But if you were to raise the taxes on those people by even 1%, the headline at the fake news Washington Post or CNN or New York Times will be Congress Republicans raise taxes on 50% of Americans. How do you deal with a media environment the way it is now?
It is a challenge, and to your point, before we even unveiled this blueprint, we had many Democrats accusing us of raising taxes on the middle class before we'd even announced it. So we expect that type of attack on us. But also, it won't stop there, Alex, either. You have all these special interests who are going to attack and attack and attack to keep their special tax break. Because we're proposing to eliminate a lot of the special interest provisions for some so we can lower the rates for everybody. Middle-class Americans, our small businesses and local businesses. So we can't keep all those breaks and lower the rates. That's going to get pushed back as well. So we expect it sort of from all sides.
Final question. I hope it's a short one. What happens to the death tax?
For the first time since the death tax was created in 1916, House Republicans proposed to permanently kill the death tax.
That's a great note to go out on. Thank you, Congress. Thank you, Chairman.
Appreciate it.
Please welcome Andrew Bremberg, Director of the White House Domestic Policy Council, interviewed by ACU board member Charlie Giroux.
Great with Andrew Bremberg, who is the Assistant to the President for Domestic Policy. Andrew has a very distinguished record prior to that, though, and served in a key and pivotal role during the transition, and also was the policy director for the Platform Committee, no easy job, at the RNC convention this summer. Andrew holds a degree from one of America's finest colleges, the Franciscan University at Steubenville, Ohio, and a law degree from Catholic University here in the city where sound travels faster than light. And he is now a recovering lawyer working for the country. Andrew, it's been only 5 weeks from this day since you took office, and already so much has been done. What has been the president's main approach to reversing much of the Obama agenda?
Well, thank you so much, and thank you to CPAC for having me. It's great to be back at CPAC. I've been here many times as a participant. That's a great question because, you know, as I'm sure you all heard from the president this morning, he is focused on rolling back much of the Obama agenda and focused on deregulating and creating growth and jobs for the American people. All right. You know, right out of the gate, President Trump signed an executive order on Obamacare to direct all government agencies to prepare for the repeal and replace of Obamacare, and to take every action to stop the burdens that that terrible law has had on the American people. Since then, he has signed numerous executive orders enforcing our immigration laws, focusing on deregulation, and this entire approach to reorienting the federal government to follow the law and to reduce burdens on the American people is what we've started with, and what he is, I think, clearly laid out, is committed to, and what we'll keep doing in the future.
Andrew, last week, President Trump said that he, quote unquote, inherited a mess. That may have been a rare understatement for President Trump, but I want to know, how bad was the mess?
So this is something that I think everyone, you know, understands going into the election, and those of us working in the transition learned even more of. And now that we are, you know, working in the government, it becomes clearer by the day what a terrible mess the Obama administration left to the American people. Again, Obamacare is a clear example of that. I'm sure many of you have all followed the problems with Obamacare. You know, more than 25% premium increases last year. Health plans pulling out of the market, reduced access to plans, reduced options. That is a huge mess that, unless this administration is able to work with Congress to pass, repeal, and replace of Obamacare, that problem only gets worse. So that's why we cannot wait, and we are actively working with our partners in the House and the Senate to fulfill the president's commitment to repeal and replace Obamacare for the American people. Economically, the regulatory wet blanket that the Obama administration put on all sorts of sectors across our economy over the last 8 years really dampens much of the opportunity for economic growth. And that's why the president has focused squarely on reducing the regulatory burden on the economy to grow jobs. So, for instance, his first week in office, the president signed an executive order referred to as 1 in and 2 out on the regulatory climate, so that for every new regulation that an agency publishes or puts into effect, it has to repeal at least 2 other ones. And the focus of that is to really the focus of that is to really reduce the regulatory cost, so that over time we are getting rid of all of these costs that have been burdening various sectors of the economy. And in fact, today, after the president was here at CPAC, I was with him in the Oval Office when he signed a new executive order just today on enforcing his regulatory agenda. So this is a new executive order just signed today that directs the establishment of a regulatory reform task force in every regulatory agency, a regulatory reform officer who is tasked with implementing these policies and identifying and finding all these legacy and new regulatory burdens that have been put on our economy, to find them, identify them, and really pull them up and get them out so that we can get more economic growth.
And regulation and over-regulation in particular, Andrew, have been one of the things that you've worked on personally the most. Regulation is a tax. On whom is that burden seen most directly, and who bears the brunt of that?
That is a great way of looking at it, because, and I've always used this analogy, that 100 years ago when Congress spent money and appropriated money, there was never a budget. There was no budget. It just was spent. Now we can't imagine the idea of Congress not trying to pass and have a budget, which is so important. The regulatory burden that the government exerts on the private economy should be viewed the same way. Anytime the government regulates and requires a company or individuals or different groups to conduct certain activities a certain way, that is a direct financial cost, and in a sense should be looked at like a tax, in a way that we tax our private economy. So, we actually don't know the full scope of federal regulation in terms of its actual annual cost to the economy, but estimates are upwards of $2 trillion every year. So this is a key focus. And who bears that? Every American, every business, whether it's in reduced jobs, lower wages, higher cost of goods and services, those regulations seep into our entire economy and reduce productivity. So just hearing that Chairman Brady talk about the need for tax reform, and that's what we are going to deliver to the American people this year, we need to deliver, and that's where the president is very focused on, real regulatory reform that will remove all these impediments and get the economy moving again.
And Andrew, shouldn't it scare the living bejeebies out of everybody here and everybody in the viewing audience that we don't know what that number is? And how do we possibly get our hands around that? I mean, how do we know?
That's right. That's right. We don't know, and that's why the president has taken such strong action on, for every new regulation coming in, there are going to be 2 coming out that are going to offset the cost. So we are going to find out these costs, and just today, he directed that every agency set up these new regulatory reform officers and task force whose job it will be to identify all of these regulatory costs that have been built in, both the ones that remain from many of these regulatory systems were put in place decades ago when our economy was very different. And then we have the new regulations that the Obama administration put on top of that. So that is why our mission is to go through all of those regulations and find those that are really hampering economic growth and freedom in our economy.
Only 5 weeks in, and already a lot of folks are talking about, the rest of the Trump agenda and what's yet to come. So what can we expect in the weeks ahead?
Well, I'm sure as you heard from the president, you can expect a lot of action coming from the president and from his administration. We have an incredible cabinet that has already mostly been confirmed. Once we finish getting through the Democratic obstruction in the Senate, we will get the rest of our cabinet put in place with amazing cabinet secretaries that will help really begin to implement the president's vision across all these agencies. But at a much higher level, the president has said clearly and consistently that we are going to repeal and replace Obamacare. That is an issue I work on closely with Secretary Price and leadership in the House and the Senate right now to deliver on that promise to the American people. We are going to work on tax reform and pass fundamental tax reform that will dramatically lessen the tax burden on the American people and our economy to help spur growth and bring jobs back to the United States. We will continue to see the federal government following the law and implementing our immigration laws to enforce these laws to keep the American people safe. And we will see a strong push, not just on the deregulatory side, but also on reducing the permitting time and identifying the proper sources of funding to fully fund a huge investment in infrastructure that our country has sorely needed. So,
can innovation play a larger role as opposed to regulation in strengthening the economy and dealing with the problems that we confront?
That is exactly right. Frankly, it's a big mistake that the Obama administration made. For all their talk about technology and innovation and data, that they didn't look to the private sector and say, you are innovating in all new ways through using technology, and you have access to whole new kinds of data that didn't even exist before. We need to reshape and relook at how we regulate, right? These regulations have been put in place decades ago when these types of data, certain type of economic arrangements didn't exist. So we need to work with the private sector. I mean, everyone wants government to have rules. We want rules so that we protect the public health and safety of the American people, but we want those rules to make sense, not be overly burdensome, and provide stability, predictability, and clarity to industry so they can grow. I mean, talking with businesses, they want to follow the rules. They just want to know what the rules are, and they're not going to change tomorrow. So I think the use of data and technology is going to be a tremendous tool in helping us reframe how government regulates in a 21st century economy.
Terrific. You are the president's point man on all of this. As the director of the Domestic Policy Council, what are, so that everybody understands them, the keys and what are the top priorities for dealing with the regulatory burden and for domestic policy generally and broadly?
Absolutely. Well, as I mentioned, one of the president's top priorities is in fulfilling his campaign promise to repeal and replace Obamacare. So we are working aggressively on that right now. Directly.
And that's coming up. That's coming
absolutely.
up.
That's coming up. And we need all of your support on that, too. Coming up next on the regulatory side, we're putting in place structural regulatory reforms right now. They're going to help ensure that we don't have new regulatory burdens added and to start bringing down the built-in regulatory costs. What we'll see next is you'll start seeing that happen.
Right.
As agencies actually start to pull back those specific regulations. So I hope all of you watch closely as this administration moves forward, as each of our cabinet secretaries move forward with new policies that will start reducing these regulations, whether they're old legacy ones or new regulations that were just put in by the Obama administration. They have to go.
You said a moment ago that you said a moment ago that you need support from the folks here. What specifically can these activists here in this hall and across the country who are tuning in do to be helpful to move this agenda forward?
Absolutely, and I've never been a speaker at CPAC before. I've been a participant in the crowd many times. And as an activist, I know that working with my local community, local political groups, different issue advocacy groups, and contacting whether it's the administration or members of Congress to make sure they know that you are counting on them to fulfill their promises. So I think providing that support, helping provide us more information, more, whether it's anecdotes or data, personal stories or collections of stories of the harm that regulations or Obamacare or different policies have done to help inform policymakers so that we can use that and use that as a communication tool as we explain to the American people why we are changing these policies and how doing so will improve your lives, businesses, and the lives of Americans all across the country.
Andrew Bremberg, thank you so much for all you're doing to make America great again. Ladies and gentlemen, Andrew Bremberg, Assistant to the President for Domestic Policy. Great job. Great job. We'll be glad this way.
You can be told to run, or you can choose to run. Both get you moving, yet one just goes through the motion. The other has purpose, meaning, freedom. What about your health care? Are you being told, going through the motion? Or are you choosing something better? Liberty Health Share has a purpose. It unites people to share in the burden of healthcare. A true community that cares for you in your time of need. Free from interference and constraints. That gives you back the power of freedom. It's time to exercise your purpose. Time to exercise your meaning. It's time to exercise your freedom. Liberty Health Share.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, a conversation with Carly Fiorina and Arthur Brooks.
Thank you, love you too. My husband's there, don't make him jealous now.
You were saying that to him, by the way.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's great to be at CPAC. What a wonderful, what a day you've had, right? Fantastic. And what a great conference this has been. Boy, oh boy, I've been watching it on TV, listening to it on the radio, hearing it filtered through the mainstream media. Even they're amazed by this great conference. And it's really because of you. And what a delight it is to be here with Carly. Hi, Carly.
Hi, Arthur. How are you?
Great, great. You've been
one of the movement's best right here. Absolutely.
Thank you. You know, over the past year, you've gotten kind of used to giving talks to groups of people who are enthusiastic, people who are trying to change the country, and what a year it's been. It was a great time of satisfaction and celebration for everybody in this audience, the House, the Senate, the White House. Holy cow.
Not to mention governorships, state houses.
It's
I mean,
incredible.
we've won up and
It's
down
incredible.
the board.
It's
all
incredible.
Across the country.
So here's my first question. What do we do now? We won. Now what?
Oh, we'll start with an easy one, Arthur. You know, one of the things that I often said during the campaign is I think most people actually agree with us. They just don't know it yet in some cases. It's why, you know, it's why I would go on to shows like The View. Not because that's necessarily an audience that thinks they agree with our principles, but because if you get it right down to the core of what we believe and what we're trying to accomplish, I think most people agree. I am going to answer your question. The other thing that I would say is most people aren't like you. When I say that, I mean this. Most people don't show up at political action conferences. Most people actually aren't deeply political every single day. They're just trying to do the best they can every day in their lives. And I think that common human experience gives us a clue as to what we need to do. So what do we believe? We believe that no one of us is any better than any other one of us, that every life has value and potential and meaning, and that we therefore have to lift everyone up and treat everyone with respect. We also believe people aren't defined by their circumstances or their appearances, that we have to respect people who disagree with us even. We believe that most problems are better solved by the people who are impacted by those problems. Communities, families, businesses, states. And we also believe that you concentrate too much power too long in too few hands, no matter whose hands, that power is going to be abused.
A true conservative principle, Carly. Amazing. You know, here's the big takeaway, folks, from what I'm hearing so far. Now that conservatives have won, they need to learn to persuade people who don't agree with us yet. How do you do that? You know, I do a lot of speaking at conservative events, of course, and about a year ago, I was talking at a very conservative event of people I really, really admire a lot, and I said, if we want to persuade people, let's remember that people who don't agree with us, specifically progressives, liberals, they're not all stupid and evil, right? And this lady puts up her hand and she says, actually, I think they're stupid and evil, right? Yeah, wait. So, okay, so what was I thinking at that point? Number one, politics is supposed to be the art of persuasion, right? I mean, none of you have ever been insulted into agreement by a liberal, guaranteed, right? But here's what I was really thinking. So I grew up in Seattle, Washington, in a progressive family, which is redundant. And when that lady, God bless her, when she said that, I was thinking of my family. And they're actually not stupid and they're not evil. They're not right on a lot of political stuff, in my view. And this is what I thought. And so here's really my question for the victors, you. How many of you love someone with whom you disagree politically? That's like 100%, guys.
That's right.
When somebody on our side says that the other side is stupid and evil, think of your sister-in-law. Think of your niece. Take it personally, and that's the beginning of persuasion, isn't it? That's the beginning of a winsome movement.
You know, one of the things that I admire so much about Arthur is if you've never read his story of how he came to believe what he believes, read it sometime. Because he was just a guy living his life, and he thought he knew what he thought. And then life intervened. And that's how I learned my principles. I was just out there doing my job, living my life, and I discovered over and over and over, wow, people that I maybe would have overlooked had a tremendous idea, or they have huge value in solving a problem. Or, wow, you put too much power in the hands of some bureaucrat somewhere, happens in business too. That power is going to be abused. You're talking about persuasion, it's so important. Look, let's face it. Hey, a good fight is fun, right? A good fight is fun. Hey, you guys know, I can land a punch, okay?
Boy, is that true.
It is fun, right? So it's fun to have a fight, and it's really fun to have a fight when you win, but to the point, now that we've won, it's important that we bring people along. Why is that important? It's not just important philosophically. It's not just important that we persuade because we actually believe that everybody has value. We want to lift everyone up regardless of their circumstances or their opinions. It's not just that. We have to persuade now for practical reasons. Here's the thing about change, and let's face it, we now have an opportunity. The administration, governors, state houses all across the country have an opportunity for real change, important change, to hopefully take money and power outside of Washington, D.C. and return it to where it belongs, to communities and families and businesses and states. But here's the thing about change. No matter when it happens or how it happens, substantial change inspires substantial resistance. It is the nature of change. And boy, is there substantial resistance out there. The thing is, unless change is accompanied by growing support, the substantial change is never sustained. And if you doubt that, think about Obamacare. Obamacare was a big, substantial change, and guess what? The Democrats didn't take the time to build support. They never thought about building a bipartisan coalition and actually compromising and coming to a plan that people could support. And so guess what? It was substantial change, and it will not be sustained. Because that substantial change inspired substantial resistance. Yes, ma'am, thank goodness. Thank goodness. But we have to bring people along now so that the changes that we all believe in will be sustained.
You know, this really, we're at this point in the conversation now where we're talking about, you know, we started off with, we won, now what? The why of victory is a really interesting thing. You know, we're given victory because conservatives are given victory because conservatives did the work in a bunch of campaigns, did the work to actually get people out to vote. That's fantastic. But then you got to ask yourself, why is that actually important? You know, why is it important? What was the message that people were giving to every single activist in this room and every single conservative leader on this stage? What's that all about, right? And that's an important question, right? Because I think we know the answer. Each one of us knows the answer. We won because Americans need us. We are the stewards of what Americans actually need. You know, about a third of Americans believe that the free enterprise system has left them behind. That's a very dangerous situation in this country. The free enterprise system, democratic capitalism, is the only system in human history that has wiped out poverty among people by the billions. And every single person in this room knows that.
Right.
But here's the threat, my friends. A third of Americans believe that the American free enterprise system is failing them. They believe that this country is not going to provide a better future for their children. Now, it's paradoxical, isn't it? It's not like people voted for big majorities in state and local governments around the country and given the House and the Senate to the Republicans and the White House to a Republican because they said free enterprise is just peachy. On the contrary, they're skeptical about how this system is going to work. And that means, you know who they need? They need you. Because you understand the power of capitalism. You understand the power of American leadership around the world. You get it. And so America needs you to bring this country back in an aspirational way. And the people who need you the most are the people who are being left behind. Question for all of us, what are we going to do to turn a big election victory into a massive sweeping mandate for public good? And we don't quite have the answers to that one yet, right? We got to look into our hearts, and we have to hold our leaders accountable for that. So what do we do next, Carly?
You know, one of the things that you learn when you talk to lots of people is Tip O'Neill was almost right when he said all politics is local. But in truth, all politics is personal. People make decisions based on what's going on in their personal lives. And sometimes I think that we talk in big ideas. Free market capitalism, limited government. They're big ideas, but they don't always land in somebody's life. So let me take the story that Arthur just told us. Of course, he's absolutely right. There's only one system in the world that has lifted billions and billions of people out of poverty. Now let me put it in really personal terms. I was in New Delhi, India, a couple years ago. I was chairman of an organization called Opportunity International, largest private microfinance organization in the world. Microfinance is giving very poor people credit so that they can become entrepreneurs, and giving them tools and training and support. And I went to the top of a roof in the slums of New Delhi. If you've never been to the slums of New Delhi, they are the grimmest places you will ever see. And I sat down on the top of that roof with 10 women to whom we had given credit and training and tools and support to talk with them. And I didn't see desperation in their eyes, although their circumstances were desperate. I saw hope, focus, determination, and pride, because they were building a life of dignity and purpose. And they were entrepreneurs. They were free market capitalists. They didn't know that's what they were. What they knew, though, was first and foremost, somebody had said to them, regardless of your circumstances, regardless of the desperation all around you, we see you. You have value. You have promise. You have potential. And with a helping hand, which we all need, and with somebody to take a chance on you, which we all need, you can build a life of dignity and purpose and meaning. And they became entrepreneurs, and they put their colleagues and their family members to work. That's free market capitalism. Right. By the way, we ought to have microfinance in this country. And instead of a web of entitlement, wrapped around people's lives, and that's what we've done. We've woven people's lives into webs of entitlement that last for generations. Instead of that, instead of holding people back, we should give people that helping hand. We should take a chance on them, but then we should give them not the money, but the tools, the training, the support, the respect to say, you can build a better life.
Yeah. You know, it's funny how government, thank you. You know, there's nobody in this room, very few people in America, it doesn't matter what your ideology is, who thinks that we should have zero safety net and we should kick Granny out in the snow when she's poor. But here's the problem that I think you're getting at, Carly, and here's the problem that we're all faced with in this country. You know, we have a social safety net. We have big government programs that have rendered people useless, that have rendered them superfluous to our society. Isn't that what the safety net does sometimes? And here's what we need to do. And here's, I think, the authentic moment of real utility for conservatives today. Here's what I think here's why we're going to have political power. We understand by our ideology that the nature of dignity and purpose and meaning is not to be helped, but to be needed.
That's right.
You're needed. You know, it's the funniest thing when we travel all around the United States and you talk to people who are feeling really desperate and they're feeling really angry and they're just fighting back. They feel that they're not needed. And that's what we can rectify, because the conservative philosophy compared to the liberal philosophy is all about making people needed. You know, when we see a guy without a job, liberals will typically say, we got to help that guy. We say, we need him to work for this country. When you see somebody who, you know, a family that doesn't have a father, you know, the liberal way of looking at it typically is to say, it's, you know, what a shame, we have to help them. We say, no, we need a father to be a father to his kids. We need him. We actually need every father in this country. Think about this. This is really, to make people needed, the essence of what it means to be pro-life, isn't it? You know, I know all of you agree with me that every person is needed from conception until natural death. So let's work our policies now that we have the levers of power. Let's use it as a force for good. Let's use the policies not to help people more, but to need people more. Education that makes people necessary with vocational and technical training and apprenticeships in this country. Everything should work so that people have more jobs, and so they're more necessary in their communities. Education policies that don't render people superfluous, that see people as an asset to society and not as a liability to manage. That should be, in my view, the conservative philosophy, and that, every single one of us in this room, if we do this right, that's going to be our legacy together, and that will make America great again.
You know, all the way back to the beginning, where we said most people aren't political. They don't spend their days in conferences like this. Thank goodness you do. But most people are just trying to do the best they can with their life. And we also said at the beginning, you know, most people actually agree with us. They just may not know it. And sometimes we use kind of big policy terms. See, I think the tests for are we doing what we should be doing to make America great again, I think the tests are really simple. And I think the three things that I'm about to say, virtually everyone will agree with. And they are prescriptive in terms of our policy. So what are the three? Number one, every person, every life has value, purpose, potential, meaning. We need every person to find the purpose and the value and their meaning in their lives. Can that be translated into policy? Absolutely. Second test. Can people solve the problems that impact them or not? And the answer, of course, is yes, they can. The reason we believe in decentralized decision-making and localized problem solving is because it works better. We all learn that in life. You don't have to be political to know that. You know, we lost a daughter to addictions, and I know that there are so many programs that work to treat the epidemic of addiction, but they don't start in Washington, D.C. They're starting in communities, and they need the resources and the empowerment to make those programs work. So every person has value. People actually can solve the problems that impact them. So let's give them the helping hand, the opportunity, the resources to solve those problems. And number three, you concentrate power, you abuse power. Bureaucracies concentrate power, they abuse that power. Our founders wrote the Constitution in large measure to prevent the concentration of power. So we have to be the people that stand for the value of every life, the superiority of problems solved locally in communities, in families, in states, and we have to be the people who stand up and say, no, don't concentrate power. Release power. Disperse power back to where it belongs. Those are our tests. Those are our tests.
You know, disperse power. Don't you love CPAC where saying disperse power is like an applause line? That's cool, man. And oh man, but let me make one more point. You know, I have all of you, look, you all raised your hand when I said how many of you love a liberal. Fantastic. When you talk to your liberal friends and you're talking to them about your ideas, and they're very wrapped around the axle about the fact that Republicans did really well in this last election. They're very worried about it. They're very worried about what's going on in Washington, D.C. right now. Ask this question. Ask this question. Who won your last school board election locally? They'll be like, I don't know, right? That matters more. That actually matters more. That's a conservative principle, isn't it? But it's also a conservative principle for us. And now I want to say something subversive because we're in Washington, D.C., and we're living through a permanent political reality show of federal politics. Most of you don't live here. I live here, so you don't have to. And let me tell you, you know, what's going on locally is a much more important deal than what's going on here. And so here's something that we can really do to help this country together. Make Washington less important and interesting. Make it less a part of everyday life. You know, it's become this entertainment source for everybody to find out what's going on here. You know, the President of the United States over the past 8 years was a celebrity, almost a king. And that was bad for this country. Let's not make the same mistake. Let's make this country local again. You know, I want us all to admire the people who are in power in Washington. I really want that, and I know you do. But really, I think it would be great if we could go a week and say, I don't know what the heck the president did this week. Wouldn't that be great? That would actually be a conservative America. And maybe, just maybe, we can do that together. What do you think, Carly?
I think that's a great idea. All politics is personal. All politics is personal. Politics is the art of persuasion. Most people agree with us, they just don't know it yet. So let's not talk in policy speak. Let's just remember, every person has value. Doesn't matter their circumstances, doesn't matter their appearance, doesn't matter their opinions. Every person has value and promise and potential. And people can solve the problems that impact them every day if given the opportunity to do so. And power concentrated is power abused. Those are three pretty simple tests. And my guess is 80 to 85, maybe even 90% of the people you meet every day, if you say those three things to them, they're going to say, you know, I agree with that. Hey, you're a conservative. Thanks, everybody. Thanks for having us.
Again, that was a conversation with Carly Fiorina and Arthur Brooks. Next on the agenda is how the election has changed and expanded the pro-life movement. Interesting. That is next on the agenda. A session titled How the Election Has Changed and Expanded the Pro-Life Movement. Coming up next at CPAC.
Because it's life, and everyone has a right to life. So when a woman is anticipating a life, what does she need? She needs to know she's not alone. She needs people to celebrate that life, the ups, the downs, the, oh, he has your eyes, and what a stinker moments. She needs people to walk with her through her journey. So join us, dream with us, reach, embrace, listen, act, love with us, because We can't do this alone. Together, we are pro-life. We are Saber Storks, and we are reimagining the movement.
All right, everyone. Looks like our CPAC feed has dipped to black. Let's take a quick look at the White House. I'm wondering what happened to our CPAC feed, guys. We are going to work on getting it for you. Stand by. Again, we are waiting to get that CPAC feed back for you guys. Stand by. We are working on it. We should have something for you momentarily. In the meantime, Ron and I just did this video that was posted on YouTube and Facebook. You guys can watch this while I try to sort out the CPAC situation. Stand by. And Ron Hoon here, and today we are talking about recreational marijuana and the federal government stepping in to crack down on those states that have legalized weed.
Yeah, so there are a handful of states, in fact recently, mostly, that voted it in, and it does seem to be a growing trend. All of a sudden now we get a big whoa from the federal government. Sean Spicer talked about it yesterday. Donald Trump brought up the issue of drugs today when he was talking to CPAC. The question is now, is a big new enforcement effort coming?
Right, and the question is, should the federal government do such a thing when it seems like it should be a state issue? As of recently, states have decided whether they wanted to legalize recreational marijuana or not.
Right.
Now suddenly you have the federal government stepping in saying,
Right.
hold on, we're going to intervene.
Yeah.
And it's just interesting coming from a Republican president, a Republican administration, considering that the GOP is typically all about states' rights.
Well, you've always had, it's always been sort of looming out there, the fact that federal law is different now from what some of these laws that the states are passing. So, how far will they go? And should they even, when it was just earlier this week on the LGBTQ issue of transgender bathroom use, the argument was this is a states' rights issue.
Right.
So
it's really interesting.
Should this be as well?
So those of you at home, some of you may be thinking, is this an attack on the states that voted against Trump? Because I do want to point out that most of the states that have legalized marijuana all voted for Hillary Clinton in 2016. You have Colorado, Washington, Oregon, California, Nevada, Massachusetts, and Maine, and Alaska. Of those states, only Alaska went to Trump and won electoral vote out of Maine.
So anyway, give us your feedback on that. We'll look for your comments right here.
All right, so that's a video that you guys can find on YouTube if you want to comment on that, or on Facebook. I want to go ahead and give you guys another live look at the White House. Looks like they have permanently taken away our CPAC feed. Who knows if we'll be getting that CPAC feed back or not. In the meantime, though, I do want to go ahead and show you this event from earlier today, a Politico event, a discussion with different governors around the country.
And without further delay, please join me in welcoming my wonderful colleague, Mark Caputo, who's a senior writer for Politico Florida, who will lead our first interview. Thanks, Mark. Welcome.
Am I on?
Yes.
Excellent. All right. Well, thank you, everyone, for coming. I'm here with the new governor of Puerto Rico.
Yes, I'm not the staffer. I am actually the governor.
And I'm going to massacre his name, Ricky Rosselló.
That's very good.
You like it?
Yeah.
Now, I'm from Miami, so I know how to pretend to speak Spanish, but I don't actually speak Spanish. So I can roll an R, but that's probably about it. Ricky is the son of the 7th governor
That's right.
of Puerto Rico. And what's really impressive is if you look at his bio, He's MIT educated, went to the University of Michigan, got a PhD in biomedical engineering at the University of Michigan, did adult stem cell research, and worked as a researcher at Duke University. Obviously a very smart person. But there's one thing that's really not very smart, in my view, which is becoming governor of Puerto Rico, which is really reeling under the strain of a debt crisis. If you ever have a chance and you read in the press the troubles that Puerto Rico is facing, it's remarkable. And I'm sure I'm a bit of a cynic. That's one of the reasons I could never be a politician. I don't really have an optimistic view of a lot of things, and one of them is the future of Puerto Rico. I don't know how these problems can be fixed. And this being the State Solutions Conference, we're here to kind of find that out. So why on earth would you do all of these things and have this great education, and then instead of curing Alzheimer's or coming up with a new wonder pill, decide to become governor of Puerto Rico?
Well, let me first state for the record that I used to be smart. But now what I've decided to do is actually implement scientific principles to solving political problems and social problems. So that was basically my standard line. What we did in Puerto Rico for the past 4 years before I became governor was define a plan, right, and tell the people what we wanted to do, tell them our expectations, even if they were hard changes for Puerto Rico. We already had our playbook, essentially. So essentially seeing what was going on in Puerto Rico, how things were transpiring. Puerto Rico is a beautiful place with fantastic people. We have great things to offer to the world, but sort of the government was being an obstacle to it. And I had to make a choice at one point. Either I could stay and watch other people make the wrong choices, or I could join the fray and put my foot forward. And that's what we've been doing, and that's right now we're working on a fiscal plan, we're working on a strategy, and be glad to talk a little bit about the details on that.
Let's do that in a second, but before you can really govern effectively, you have to deal with the folks like me. You have to deal with the PR, the public relations of being the leader of a state, of a territory. And in your case, your university system, you have to make great cuts in. People are protesting you already.
Yes.
You're a person who comes from academia. How do you respond to these sorts of challenges where everything you do is not only going to be challenged, you're going to be protested, you're going to be harangued at public meetings?
Well, you have to be convinced that what you're doing is the right decision, right? I've very much approached things on an evidence-based manner. I project results, and once I'm convinced these strategies are the best strategies, I'm going to push forward regardless. I'm also very much open to dialogue, and we had an open dialogue. We've told the students in the University of Puerto Rico as well that we are open for new ideas. The Fiscal Oversight Board has established that we need to make $300 million cuts on the university system, but they don't.
Let me interrupt you there. $300 million in cuts,
right,
in the university system. How much does the university system take in? What's the budget of the university system?
It's about $1.4 billion. So it is 25 to 30% of the budget. But again, there's two ways of looking at this. In other areas of the government, we don't have much alternatives in terms of the revenue side. But in the university, we have great alternatives in the revenue side. For example, I signed an executive order so that some of the services, particularly the educational services, don't have to go to other sectors, and the University of Puerto Rico can actually provide those services. That would bring a stream of revenues of at least $100 million a year for the university. So you attend to and that's one of the suggestions. And I've made several suggestions, but let me make something clear. The university system is autonomous. So it is within the purview of the president of the university and their syndicates to establish what the fiscal strategy and the fiscal plan is. I think there's great areas of opportunities in terms of virtual universities that we really haven't established. There's a great opportunity in having a tech transfer office that actually works and that can monetize some of the innovation that's ensuing in Puerto Rico. So it's a matter of adjusting it, not only looking at things of the nature of cutting, but also of seeing how revenues can be increased.
So let me get it right. So you have to cut about 25% of a budget, but it's not really a budget you control.
It's not a budget I control.
So how do you get out of this?
Well, I don't. It is the responsibility of the president of the university, the system, and there was a change recently. There was an interim president. She quit about a week and a half ago, and a new president came in, again, completely disconnected from that decision process. But apparently that new president is trying to make some decisions and decide on a plan. So we're looking forward to seeing what ensues.
Now, overall, the budget in Puerto Rico is how large and how much there do you have to cut?
Well, so let's put it all into context. We typically have a general fund. It's our local fund of about $9 to $10 billion. We also get some federal funding in addition to that. But right now, what's happened in Puerto Rico is that we have a deficit, an accrued deficit of $7.6 billion. So relative to the budget, you can see how deep the rabbit hole goes. And it's a matter of seeing where we can cut and how we can cut. So there's Fiscal Oversight Board, which is now a new reality in Puerto Rico, has set some standards. And so we agree on the magnitude of the problem, but we disagree with the board in terms of the policy that needs to be executed.
And that's where I wanted to go, is from what I understand, and correct me if I'm wrong, Puerto Rico is a great example of kind of how not to run a government. It was basically run on borrowing. It was government by credit card.
Right. It's even worse than that.
Was it government by theft or?
Well, close. Let me try to describe this because it took me a while to comprehend it. When we were budgeting, and I mean when the government was budgeting, some of its expenditures, it typically, had a top line that said, well, we have $9 billion in revenues and we have $10 billion in expenses. And we're like, well, that's $1 billion in deficit, sort of manageable. But when you went deeper, you would see that the government would go to different instrumentalities within its own government. So say, for example, the Electricity Corporation, and they would say, well, I'm going to borrow, $500 million from you, which I'll pay, and then I'm going to use it on the expense side. But here's the neat trick that they did. They never accounted for the borrowing, and they never accounted for the spending. So essentially what was happening is we would show a top line of expenses and of revenues, which was false. So when we were
I'm sorry, how is that legal?
I'm not sure. I'm not a lawyer, but it doesn't really ring like a true process that should be ensuing. But it is how it worked. It worked like that on the pensions. The previous administration took over $500 million from the pension system, did not account for it, spent it elsewhere, and did not account for that. So what you had is essentially a great big Ponzi scheme that eventually is at its very end. And our administration, recognizing sort of the tip of the iceberg, started detailing a plan to execute it. But now, having all of the best data that we can have at the moment, we're connecting that policy to achieve the fiscal goals, reduce spending significantly, but also promote growth and, of course, the quality of life for people in Puerto Rico.
It's kind of remarkable when you hear a governor refer to his state or territory, in your case, or Commonwealth, as a Ponzi state or a Ponzi scheme, essentially.
Well, it's unfortunate. It has no bearing on the people of Puerto Rico. Nobody really knew this was going on. I mean, we didn't know it was going on. It wasn't until we went through the transition phase where we asked for extreme transparency, and we started putting, different pieces together. And we arrived at that conclusion. And the oversight board, which is essentially a third party, by itself also arrived at the same conclusions in terms of the magnitude of the problem. So it's a reality. It's what we're dealing with. And I know it sounds a little bit odd, but I'm excited at the opportunity to try to fix it. I'm relatively young, and I want to live in Puerto Rico for the rest of my life. So the actions that we take now are going to decide if people stay, if people leave as they've been leaving, or if we can become a destination, a great destination, which I have great hopes that we can come for other people to come to Puerto Rico as well.
Later on, I'm interviewing Florida Governor Rick Scott. I think we just want to all have all the tourism in Florida, and we don't necessarily want it to go to Puerto Rico. At least that's probably what he would say.
Well, but he's getting also many of the citizens from Puerto Rico that are leaving for better opportunities and better quality of life. And here's the kicker. We've been going and asking for more parity in terms of healthcare relative to the states, and it's been portrayed as, well, these guys are coming for a bailout, and I am the first to admit that in the past the narrative was, give me more money and we won't make any changes. But now we're proposing changes, and it's a necessary part that we have the resources to attend to our healthcare system. Not only, you can look at it from the perspective of the U.S. citizens that live in Puerto Rico, but also consider this, and maybe, for Governor Scott, it's a good consideration. Whenever a U.S. citizen from Puerto Rico moves to Florida, they enter into the federal system in terms of the healthcare system. The cost for the federal system and for the state is 3 times as high as it would be in Puerto Rico. So effectively, by a U.S. citizen that lives in Puerto Rico moving to Florida or moving to Texas, the bill becomes higher to the federal government and to the state where it goes.
Well, you raised a good point about, I think a lot of folks don't know here, I think at one point in Florida we were having about 1,000 families a month from Puerto Rico were moving into the state. Florida now has a Puerto Rican population that is almost as big, if not bigger, than the Puerto Rican population in New York. So your number one export from Puerto Rico are people.
Which is our greatest asset as well. We have great people that are well trained, and unfortunately we're not able to retain them because of the lack of opportunities and quality of life.
Now, forgive me if this sounds inappropriate. I spoke to a conservative Puerto Rican activist from Central Florida who said one of the problems that you're going to have in Puerto Rico is that the folks who are coming over to Florida, to New York, they're coming over to work. And a lot of the people who are left in Puerto Rico, aside from the folks who actually have jobs, are not people who are as motivated to work. And then on top of that, you have a legacy system of government by credit card, government perhaps by graft, a Ponzi scheme style government where there's funny book cooking.
Right.
And then on top of that, you have bondholders and debt holders who want to be repaid for the loaning you guys the money. Again, help me understand how it's not insane to want to be governor and be identified as the guy who's supposed to fix this problem, which, as I look at it, I don't see how that's fixable.
Well, I've never claimed that I'm not crazy. So I think that's part of the equation. But also, I feel I'm very organized. I like to think about the problems in all their contexts, and you've raised a few of them. If you sort of go in this without any direction, it's easy to get lost in the whirlwind of all of those elements. But if you have an organized strategy, which we have, I think we can do it. So I'll talk a little bit briefly about that. We have fiscal limitations, but we also have problems with growth. We have problems with quality of life in Puerto Rico. We need to renegotiate the terms of the debt with our creditors, and we need to establish a narrative in Washington so that we can collaborate more effectively with the federal government. So all those things have been ironed out within our plan.
I have to interrupt you here. How can you establish that dialogue in Washington when the people who own your debt are major creditors, hedge funds, people with billions of dollars who have a massive amount of influence in this city? And the last thing they're going to want to do is take a bath on the debt that they bought to finance your government.
Right. Well, it's,
I mean, how does anyone counteract that?
The Congress established a bill called the Promesa Bill, which allows for the Fiscal Oversight Board, but it also allows for the potential for bankruptcy of all of its instrumentality. So different from any state or any jurisdiction in the United States, literally the whole of government can go into bankruptcy.
And you see this as almost a good thing, possibly going into bankruptcy?
I actually don't like bankruptcy. I think we can work against that effort. But what I'm saying is that different from the past where creditors really didn't have, or the government of Puerto Rico really didn't have, Chapter 9 or any of those alternatives, and even further so, all of the instrumentalities of government. Now there's a decision to be made by different creditors. Do we sit down and look at the reality of Puerto Rico, look at the numbers, see if we can agree on different vehicles to push forward, or do we go through the Title III restructuring, which God only knows how that's going to turn out. So it is now, there is a decision to be made, whereas in the past, I agree, bondholders were on a position to establish, this is what we loaned you, this is what we expect, and you don't have a vehicle such as Chapter 9 to sort of renegotiate this.
Do you think some of them are being greedy, that they're actually profiting off the misery of Puerto Rico?
Well, it's everything. It's a gradient of things, and some bondholders bought at par, institutional bondholders. Some bought at distressed prices, right? So it's sort of a different dialogue.
When you say like distressed prices, like fire sale prices.
Fire sale prices. That's right.
And these are the same folks who want to get all their money back for taking a high risk, but they basically want no risk.
Right. Well, again, it's a game theory approach. I'm pretty sure that if you bought something at 30 cents on the dollar, you'll be able to renegotiate those terms. Again, there was a stronger position previous to Promesa because the government of Puerto Rico really didn't have an out. But now there are different alternatives, which I think at least draws people to the table if there's that opportunity. And what I'm stating is, as governor, and my government is following this line, we want to talk to all of the creditors. We want to look for opportunities to renegotiate the terms in, at least as many creditors as we can, so that we can have a mutually agreed upon good faith solution to these problems. Alternatively, then, Promesa sort of pushes it on the restructuring side.
Now, I've been remiss. I've let time go away. We generally like to have one or two questions toward the end. We're getting toward the end. If folks out there want to think of something to ask, please start to formulate whatever question that'll be. I'll be with you in just 1 second, if you don't mind. One thing I've been also remiss in doing is not asking about one of the most interesting issues, statehood.
That's right.
Should Puerto Rico be a state? Will it be a state?
Yes and yes. Here,
I got to disagree with you because Congress has to approve this, correct?
That's right.
Congress is controlled by Republicans, correct?
Right.
Puerto Ricans, at least my experience in Florida and seeing how they vote in New York, is that if Congress does that, they're creating 7 new electoral college votes for the next Democrat.
Well,
why would they do that?
Well, I would invite you. That's a top-line narrative that has been out there. But if you look at Puerto Rico's electoral behavior, we're really a swing state. When we don't like something, we flip, and it's happened previously. Number one, number two. If you look at our, Puerto Rico is very socially conservative in most areas. So I would see this essentially as a wash in the onset. And the third point I would like to add is, let's look at history. When Hawaii and Alaska were added as states, it was sort of a mutually agreed upon between Democrats and Republicans, because at that point they said, Hawaii's going to be Republican and Alaska's going to be Democrat, so we agree that it's going to work. And take a look at those states now and see where they stand. So I would caution that. I would go in deeper in terms of that analysis. And in my view, really Puerto Rico is up for grabs. So I think it would be a swing state. And if you look at previous presidents, Ronald Reagan, for example, supported statehood for Puerto Rico. George Bush Sr. supported statehood for Puerto Rico. So there is, there is something to be said, and I'd like to make this a clear point. It's not only the added value that Puerto Rico gets from becoming a state, it's the added value for the United States. I think the U.S. is hard-pressed to go to Cuba, it's hard-pressed to go to Venezuela and claim, democratic rights when in our own backyard we have a colonial territory. And we still haven't attended to that matter. So it is important. It is important because the United States is the third largest Hispanic-speaking nation in the world. And soon enough, it's going to be the largest, that's going to be the largest demographic group. So why not expand and having what would be essentially the first Hispanic state in the nation from U.S. citizens that have been citizens for more than 100 years. Why not look at the possibility of Puerto Rico becoming a connector between the Americas? Culturally, we're identified with the United States and with South America. In terms of the languages, we speak Spanish, we speak English. Geographically, it's right there in the center. There's many opportunities that can ensue over here, both on a philosophical level and on a pragmatic level. So I think it's of great benefit to the people of Puerto Rico, no doubt. I think it's of great benefit to the nation as a whole. It establishes a strong narrative to eradicate colonialism and essentially gives us a path forward.
Excellent. Now, there were two people who would raise hands. Actually, he had started first, and I'll get to you if you don't mind. Please, sir, hand the microphone over.
Yes, Governor Rossello, and thank you, Politico and Microsoft for holding this session. My name is Rudy Arredondo with Latino Farmers and Ranchers, and one of the things that I know is that almost 80% of food is imported in Puerto Rico. How do you, what kind of solutions do you propose for that? Thank you.
Right. It's a great question. In Puerto Rico, we essentially consume everything we import. And there's a great area of opportunity in agriculture. Our objective is to double in 4 years what the gross product from agriculture is. And the way we're doing it is, number one, we're taking our agriculture department right now. It's 70% of the budget is spent on bureaucracy and only...
70% is spent on bureaucracy?
Yes, and only 30% on the agricultural side. We're decentralizing it, and we're aiming to flip it, right? 70% towards the agricultures and 30% towards the bureaucratic structure. So that way we put a path forward. We're also going to create a incentives code in Puerto Rico, which is going to benefit not only on the agricultural side, but industry in general. And what we're doing is we're going to rationalize what the incentives we're giving in Puerto Rico are. So we're going to put a code. Everything that has return on investment that's positive for Puerto Rico will be, a valuable asset to have. But if it's not, then we're going to take it off. And lastly, we're going to have a focus. We're going to refocus on the small and mid-sized farmers. So that they can also have some of the elements to compete effectively. I mean, tax credits have typically been the vehicle, but if you're a small farmer or a small business owner, it's really not enough. You need technical assistance. You need instruments, which we're going to be creating on a regional level. You need a basis where you can sort of create clusters and export some of your services. We need to rationalize what we're producing in Puerto Rico. I mean, we've sort of had a historical growth of different products in Puerto Rico, but they're not being sold in Puerto Rico or out of Puerto Rico, whereas there's some areas of opportunity like tomatoes and mangoes and things of that nature that there's a vast market in Puerto Rico and outside of Puerto Rico. So we're sort of leveraging science there and sort of strong tools so that we can have the outcome be that whatever's on the table in Puerto Rico can increase from 10 to 15% right now to 25 to 30%.
Well, we're out of time. It seemed to go quickly. I don't know about the crowd. We can take a vote, unfortunately. But I think if anyone might be capable of solving this problem, it's you. But I still have to say, you really might find it easier to cure Alzheimer's, I think, than to fix the debt and the situation in Puerto Rico. But we do appreciate your time. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you so much. It's been a pleasure. Thank you.
And thank you, guys. And we're being hustled off stage, and we'll see you guys shortly.
Morning. Hold on, I'll make some room for you. We off to a good start? Yeah, I'm Eli Stokels. I'm one of the Politico White House correspondents. Nice to see everyone. Next to me is an old friend, Governor John Hickenlooper of Colorado. Nice to see you back in town.
I knew Eli back when.
Care to elaborate?
Nope. I think that would be inappropriate. We don't have to start out making news.
We don't have that kind of time. Well, we do have to start out with something that's kind of been like eating away at me. I got to be like over the last 12 hours. So, covering the White House, sometimes you daydream in the briefing room. You're sitting there, and what I daydream about is thinking about some sort of escape. And one idea is this, notion of seeing myself running around Des Moines in like 2019, early 2019, maybe fall, with someone I used to know who might be spending some time in Iowa. And then I read in the Denver Post yesterday, John Hickenlooper says no, not running in 2020. That's like just, you're not running right now, right? Reassure me a little. Keep the dream alive.
Isn't it fair that I can occasionally ask a question back? And my question would be, isn't it a little early? I mean, at a certain point, there's an awful lot of stuff to be done.
It's a good dodge, but come on.
Here's exactly what I said, and I'll try to be as explicit. And I mean, obviously, it's a full-time job being a governor.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So I haven't formed a PAC. I don't plan to form a PAC. I'm now out there trying to set up a network. I'm trying to make Colorado the strongest economy in America, to, have a jobs program that really works. Now, down the road, who knows? But I am not right now. No. And I've always said this. Any normal person would say it. But I am very, very focused on what Colorado needs and how to work with other states to make sure that we have regional solutions. The Western Governors Association, very powerful network of people. So, and I said again, I am not running for president.
All right, I'll buy that for now. But I'm going to keep the dream alive just a little bit, because Iowa's never looked so good. Let's talk a little bit about, I won't give you a hard time since you're not running, about like how active other governors like Jay Inslee have been in terms of getting on TV and being really, out there publicly as sort of an anti-Trump Democratic politician. This sort of, mantle of leader of the Democratic Party is a little bit up for grabs right now. And we have a DNC chairman's race taking place this weekend. We have a lot of talk about how to lead the Democratic coalition, how to broaden the party and bring back some of the voters who may have, felt like this party no longer represents them and voted for Donald Trump last November. And to also harness the energy of this really galvanized Democratic grassroots that is out there sitting here saying, we don't want any Democrats working with Donald Trump. Anybody who does, we might primary them. There might be some sort of liberal Tea Party. So how do you reconcile those feelings, the passions of the base, if you're looking to sort of broaden this coalition and bring everybody together, yet harness that energy? What do you think the blueprint is for leading this party over the next 2 to 4 years?
And that is a good question. The Democratic Party has got to be the most multifaceted political organization on earth. It's a big tent. I think, and I felt this is not so much about the presidential election as going back over all the state elections, right? There are 32 states that have both their Senate and their House in those states are controlled by Republicans. That's one of the largest numbers. I think it's almost the largest number in history. Might well be the largest number in history.
To our moderator, the hashtag is POLGovs, PolGovs, and we will track them on stage. And without further delay, please join me in welcoming my wonderful colleague, Mark Caputo, who's a senior writer for Politico Florida, who will lead our first interview. Thanks, Mark. Welcome.
Am I on?
Yes.
Excellent. All right. Excellent. Well, thank you everyone for coming. I'm here with the new governor of Puerto Rico.
Yes, I'm not the staffer. I am actually the governor.
And I'm going to massacre his name, Ricky Rosselló.
That's very good.
You like
it? I think that the Democratic Party, that we somehow, I mean, we're always going to be the party of civil rights and social justice, making sure everyone has equal opportunity. We're always going to be the party that protects the environment and thinks long-term about the planet and those issues. I think we missed it a little bit I think we used to be, and we need to be, the party that's about jobs, and not about hyperbole and, kind of wild, large visions, but the basic policy of how are we going to make sure that people have good jobs. And that, when I first ran for mayor, and when you first kind of, we interacted, I was talking about jobs. I think jobs, it's what every parent wants for their children. It's what, every individual wants, a job that hopefully leads to a better job, and that job to a better job, that's a career. And as someone who got laid off, I had a master's in geology when I first got to Colorado and thought I'd be a geologist the rest of my life. And 6 years later, the price of oil collapsed, our company got sold, and everyone got laid off. And there were enough other companies doing that there were no other jobs. I know what that feels like to take jobs and get paid, half of what you were making before. And there are an awful lot of people in this country that they've been left behind, and I think they feel they've been forgotten. And I think as you have seen technology and automation, it's not just outsourcing, but technology and automation have eliminated whole profession one after another. We have done a poor job of retraining people, saying, all right, here are the skills you have. Here are all these new jobs that are coming up. The delta, what are the skills that are missing, and here's how we're going to train you. And it might take 2 or 3 years. I mean, part of automation, we concentrate wealth dramatically. We should take a sliver of that wealth and make sure that we retrain everybody so that they're prepared for the next generation of jobs.
It sounds like, if you were in Iowa, you'd find that okay, right? That's compelling personal biography, check. From Pennsylvania, check.
No, don't forget my great uncle was the 24-year senator from Iowa. Don't forget that. Oh, yeah. Sorry, was that my outside voice?
Career politician, yeah, never mind. On automation, though, that is something, right? Donald Trump spoke throughout the campaign. It is hard to get people to emotionally react when you say, you're losing your jobs to robots. You're losing your job to people with, advanced degrees in engineering and technology. It's easier to say your jobs are going to Mexico. Your jobs are going to China. That's what he said. In terms of appealing to those voters, how do you explain? The automation is very real. I think the business owners who were at the White House meeting with the president yesterday were talking about these things, but it doesn't necessarily translate to easy politics, to an easy message. How do you push that? How do you talk about advanced degrees and continuing education?
Well, I'm not sure it's about advanced degrees. I think that there's a huge chunk of jobs that don't require a master's degree or some advanced degrees. Cybersecurity. So Colorado has Northern Command is down in Colorado Springs, and associated with Northern Command is Space Command, which for the Air Force and it has significant responsibility for all the military in terms of cybersecurity. So we now have over 120 cybersecurity companies in Colorado. We have, right now, rough justice, 9,000 job openings in cybersecurity. Somewhere between half and 2/3 of those jobs don't need a college degree. What do they need? Well, you have to have certain basic skills. What would those skills be? Well, you need to be numerate, have a high sense of precision. You got to have a sense of urgency. You have to have a sense of collaboration and work with other people. A basic sort of set of skills that then they can train you in coding, and maybe not how to write code, but how to, like Legos, put code together. Let's look at bank tellers. So about 3 months ago, we opened in 2 different cities in Colorado branch banks that have no people as tellers. In other words, it's completely robotic. I think bank tellers, it's likely in the next several years we're going to see a lot less bank tellers. What are the skills they have? Well, a bank teller has to be numerate, high sense of precision, have to have a sense of urgency, have to be highly collaborative. Now, they'd have to take a 6 or an 8 month class on how to put code together, but they could actually, as their profession goes away, if we're on top of it, we should be able to retrain bank tellers and make them into, whether it's cybersecurity or some other technology profession, there ought to be a steady pipeline there where we can move people from one to the other. And as I said, more than half of those jobs in cybersecurity don't need a college degree, or certainly not an advanced degree.
The Trump administration so far has at least shown an intent to follow through on pretty much everything that he talked about during the campaign. It may not be as easy as just signing an executive order and saying we're going to repeal Obamacare. It may not be as easy as just doing trade policy via Twitter and individually trying to pressure companies to keep jobs here. But let's start with trade. I mean, a number of these issues are going to have a huge impact on states. Trade, I mean, when you're the governor of Colorado, a state that I think the biggest trading partners are Canada and Mexico. Yep. When you've been part of economic development there, going back several decades in terms of really globalizing Denver, bringing nonstop flights to Asia, to Europe, to South America. When you hear Steve Bannon yesterday talking about the focus of this administration's economic nationalism, when you listen to the trade policies, how impactful, how nervous does that rhetoric make you about your ability to continue to grow business in Colorado?
Well, it's interesting, and that's a big question right now. I couldn't agree more that we need to revisit trade agreements on a regular basis and try to always find. I mean, any trade deal has winners and losers, and you want to keep working and try. I mean, a bad trade deal has more. Your side of the equation ends up with more of the losers and not enough of the winners. But trade is one of the truly essential ingredients of progress and economic growth. If your country's making a lot of widgets and you can make them inexpensively and you've got a surplus of widgets, and somebody over there has got a Framus and they can make their Framus
a what?
Framus, I don't care, whatever. But anyway, you go and you all of a sudden you exchange a Framus for a widget. They don't need the Framus much. You don't need the widget so much. And all of a sudden, both sides start trading things that they don't need that much, but the other side does need. That's how you create wealth. It's one of the basic factors, whether that's on a village-to-village scale or a state-to-state scale or on a country-to-country scale. So to say that we're suddenly going to turn inwards and not look at trade as a way of expanding wealth. I spoke two days ago to an agricultural gathering. We spend a couple days every year with the entire agricultural community, and a big part of what we talked about was trade. Four of our 8 largest trade items that we export items, are agricultural, and we send them out to. 3 of our 4 largest trade partners, Japan, Mexico, and Canada, are all part of the TPP. Rebuild those agreements and make them on a more individualized basis. It takes more time, and I think it'll work out. But that trade is essential for our farmers. I mean, if you limit the number of places you can sell your product, almost by definition, you get a worse price. A broader selection of markets generate price for whatever you're selling.
We could spend more time talking about this in every topic. I want to ask you just quickly to kind of go through a couple other things. The Obamacare repeal and replace, I know it's unclear whether or not anything's going to change, how much is going to change. But if there are conversations that are taking place and Congress is going to attempt to do something to sort of check that box for the new administration and to be able to say they did something, I mean, it has to be scary on one sense. I would imagine, knowing you, that you would also look at this as an opportunity to have some conversations with Democratic and Republican members of Congress to, if we're going to look at this again, and even if it's just some tweaks around the edges, to improve it. I mean, what is your sort of game plan, your approach to conversations around, healthcare, when that is obviously an issue that hugely affects the state budget and obviously everybody in the state?
Exactly. It's not just the state budget. It affects your ability for businesses to succeed, right? It affects the culture in a way that, whether people are optimistic, they feel you're going in the right direction, has a direct reflection in how well your economy does, right? Where people don't feel they're going in the right direction, where they think everything's screwed up, they are less likely to work as hard, and the businesses won't do as well. Healthcare is a critical part of that. And it'll be interesting to, I mean, I think almost every governor would tell you that they don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater. And I don't think, I mean, the Affordable Care Act was a big, complicated, cumbersome bill. I think almost everyone would say it can be improved. It can be significantly improved. But to say we're going to do that improvement down the road and repeal it without having an idea, a specific idea of how the replacement is, I mean, I think what Congress would love to do is just to push all those costs off onto the states. And I'm the first person to say that we have a societal responsibility, and we should have a sense of urgency, that the unrestrained inflation around medical costs has been going on for 30 years. We're very proud of this. From 2015 to 2016, on a per-person basis, we think our Medicaid costs were almost flat. Right? I mean, the first time we've ever done that. I'm not sure how many states have done that, but 1 year is just that 1 year. We have to. It shouldn't be a partisan thing. Of almost everything, this shouldn't be a partisan issue. This should be all of us saying, all right, how are we going to take the advances that we got with the Affordable Care Act and translate those into cost controls, but at the same time recognize that. And I think not everybody, but most people believe that some level of basic health care should be a right, not a privilege. And we can argue and debate how much coverage that includes. I think that's the legitimate. And how do we pay for it? What are the costs? How much does business pay for? When we expanded, we have over 450,000 people in Colorado that when we expanded Medicaid with the Affordable Care Act, with the support from the Affordable Care Act, I mean, those folks, a lot of those folks have jobs and are, when you're starting up a business, for people to be able to get affordable health care is part of your startup costs. We have, in our exchange right now, we have 175,000 people get their health care through the exchange, and the vast majority of them think that they are getting a better deal than they were able to get without that exchange. We're going to throw the exchange away?
Is the exchange working for the most part? I mean, you hear about, the exchanges are collapsing. The exchanges are, insurers don't want to create plans for the exchange.
Yeah, awful. Our exchange was up, I think, 18%. Just a disaster. Okay. No, it's working. I mean, it's something that was created from scratch. So without question, there are going to be bumps in starting any complex enterprise like that, bumps in starting that up. But by all means, the exchange is definitely working. We're talking to some of our neighboring states about shouldn't maybe we have a regional exchange rather than just this big national exchange. There are some issues that certain regions have that we share common issues. In the Mountain West, healthcare is much more expensive in our more sparsely populated
ski towns,
and all the mountain areas. Of the 200 and I don't know what it is. I think it's 260 cities or towns in Colorado. Probably 220 of them, 230 of them are pretty darn small and scattered around the state, and they have a hard time, providing affordable health care. Well, our exchange is working aggressively on how do we kind of use a larger pool and figure out ways to lower the cost for those people.
Can you give us a sense of the conversations that are taking place in Colorado, in public and behind closed doors with other local officials and immigration officials related to the orders that have been handed down from the Homeland Security Department pertaining to the sort of, permission to cast a wider net in rounding up undocumented immigrants? I know that Mayor Hancock in Denver has been outspoken about this. What is the conversation about? How you guys are going to handle this?
Well, casting a wider net. It's funny. President Obama got criticized repeatedly by the Latino community and others, the ACLU, for deporting too many people without justification, without sufficient cause. They're talking about doing a much wider net and being much more aggressive. We look at public safety. Literally every police force I know in Colorado, our state patrol, everybody is understaffed. In Colorado, we're now at 3% unemployment. It's hard to recruit people to become officers.
3% unemployment?
Yeah.
Look at that. Check. Keep going.
But when you look at so we're understaffed. One of the basic ingredients of public safety is of how you catch the bad guys is informants, is information. And that requires a level of trust between your police force and the people that they're trying to protect. So you're understaffed already, and then if you start going out and pulling people out of houses, as you say, you will have a deep lack of trust, and it won't just be in the undocumented community, it'll be throughout the state. So you're going to take people when you're already understaffed. The federal government wants us to reallocate the time that those officers are working and have them go pull undocumented individuals out of their homes, detain them, go through all the paperwork and the process to make sure they get due process. At the same time, we're going to diminish the basic fabric of trust that allows law enforcement to succeed. It really doesn't make a lot of sense. So in terms of the 287G processes, which at least so far it appears that the expectation is the federal government wants the states to pay for all these costs in what are already stretched budgets we're not clear how much improvement there is. You look at some industries, agriculture is one, but also construction. They can't fill the jobs that they've got waiting right now. If suddenly we start deporting hundreds of thousands of people, tourism, hospitality, all these things, they are all stretched to the max right now. And I'm not sure what's going to give. Something's going to have to give.
Do you, as a governor, do you have to dig in, or do you just sort of wait and see? Do we know if they're going the sort of things that people envision as a result of this? Do we know if that's going to happen, or are there things that you can do to? Do you think that the administration is just kind of talking on this, or you have to anticipate?
You're the journalist. You should tell me.
I try to figure it out every day.
I think what is real, I hear about it every day, is the fear that is rampant in many, many communities. I'm sure it's not just in Colorado. And fear is not a healthy state to be in. And over a long period, the anxiety that fear creates and the stress that it puts on your body, and especially your brain, is not healthy. It's not only not healthy; it's destructive. So hopefully, we're going to. I can't imagine that the administration is going to go out and have massive collections and massive detentions, massive deportations. But that we'll have to see.
Yeah. I have a question here from Twitter about the latest DOJ announcement, what it means for the marijuana industry. And I know yesterday you of other governors across the country right now. What happens going forward with the marketplace and the regulatory framework that's been established there?
Sure. And it is a great thing when you now have Democratic governors fighting, say, hey, what about states' rights? This is not always the way it's happened. No. And I think, again, I think having Democrats recognizing that the importance of states as laboratories of democracy is ultimately, I think, a constructive thing. Maybe not all the specifics are so good. Within the marijuana, there are now almost 2/3 of Americans live in a state where either medical or recreational marijuana is legal. So 64% plus, something like that. That's a lot of people. This is one of the great experiments of the 21st century. I opposed it. Pretty much every elected official I know in Colorado opposed it. You don't want to be in conflict with the federal law, but our voters passed recreational marijuana 55-45. It's in our Constitution. I took a solemn oath to obey our Constitution. So, I may not have liked it, but once it's in that Constitution, I'm going to do everything I can to make it work. And here's the amazing thing. I'm not willing to say that it's a great success and that, the rest of the country should follow, but I will say we've made remarkable progress, more than I ever thought we would be able to, and we're beginning to see, anecdotally, less drug dealers. And one of the big issues was we're teenagers, since we adults legalized pot, we're going to see a spike in teenage consumption. Well, we didn't see a spike. We saw a little bit of an increase, and then last year we saw a decline. But more importantly, we are beginning to see less drug dealers, which makes sense. If you believe, some people estimate that half of the total drug trade was marijuana. If you take away half of the product in any sales pipeline, you're going to need less salespeople. And drug dealers don't care. We're trying to keep pot away from teenagers, which every brain scientist I've talked to says that high THC marijuana has a very high probability of permanently removing or diminishing a sliver of your long-term memory while your brain is growing rapidly. So if you're a teenager, and everybody should tell your kids, this is not a good idea, even occasionally. It's a very dangerous thing. And kids, you know, we now, through the tax revenues, we're spending $10 million advertising to those teenagers and their trusted adults, we call them, their parents, their teachers, their coaches, their clergy. Hey, this is not okay for teenagers. And I think that appears, if you have less drug dealers, if we're really eliminating the black market, the system might end up being better than the previous system, which I think pretty much everyone can agree was not very constructive, right? How many millions of young people do we send to prison, mostly from low-income backgrounds?
Mm-hmm. Are there areas with this new administration where you actually feel some optimism about being able to collaborate? I know infrastructure, I mean, as long as I was in Colorado, everyone was trying to throw ideas at the wall about how do we fix I-70, which is the only real highway up to the mountains. If you've ever been skiing, you probably sat in the traffic up there.
Still really not that much traffic. Really not that much traffic.
That's what you get with a growing metropolitan area. I mean, are there other areas beyond infrastructure where you want to work with this administration, where the federal government might be able to come in and actually do something that, you know, at the state level you haven't been able to do?
Well, I think that infrastructure is a great example of where I think everyone agrees, and especially, you know, the investments of the future aren't going to be cities, which is what used to be. It's going to be metropolitan areas and states coordinating infrastructure investments in metropolitan areas into a statewide system. And the early signs are that I think Secretary Chow is open to this. I think we'll be aggressive in trying to get resources for this. And I think that's something we will agree on. I think if you look at some of the work in the Department of Labor, I think what I was talking about before about how do we retrain people at scale, all the people that are losing their jobs, how do we make sure that we can get them trained for the new jobs? It would be great to have, you know, the Department of Labor really support that. They've shown indications. Tom Perez, the former Secretary of Labor, was very aggressive on these things, and I'm hopeful that the new Department of Labor will continue that same momentum. You know, even the EPA, you know, this is one of those places where don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. There are places where the EPA, you know, has probably too much regulatory, you know, I would say red tape. They would deny that, but as someone who's dealt with it, you know, it wouldn't hurt to try and take. I mean, the balance is always how do we get rid of the red tape and yet maintain and protect the appropriate regulations.
Okay, I don't know if that's the best answer for 2020, but we can work on it. But I mean, but seriously, given the the EPA, I mean, if Trump has put in a person, and yesterday, I mean, we heard Steve Bannon say, like, the cabinet secretaries were put in place to be deconstructionists, to unwind a lot of the things, to kind of take these agencies, you know, tamp them down, to deconstruct the administrative state. That was one of the priorities that he stated yesterday. As governor of Colorado, a place where people value the outdoors and natural resources about as highly as anywhere in the country, what do you do to make sure that conservation continues to be, you know, even without federal regulations, perhaps, that's still an emphasis?
Well, you know, we set up an Office of Outdoor Recreation, so we have actually I stole this from Governor Herbert in Utah.
I think he's here today.
I'm sure he's here somewhere. I mean, not in the room, but
soon.
But they have a lot of outdoor recreation in Utah, just like we do in Colorado. We set up an outdoor recreation office to really celebrate that and to try and make sure that those companies that manufacture outdoor recreational products, or those people that are like fishing guides or otherwise engaged in outdoor recreation, that they can kind of orchestrate their efforts. And I think that's been very successful. The things I worry about when you start having wholesale change coming out of Washington, we've been very careful, like our methane regulations. We realize we're a mile high clean air is very important to us. We knew that there was a lot of methane flaring and a lot of leaking, what they call fugitive emissions. So, and this was 11 months of hard work. This was no easy road, but we took some of the larger environmental groups, National Defense or Environmental Defense Fund, Colorado Environmental Coalition, several large environmental groups, and then the three largest oil and gas companies, and got them both to put their top scientists in a room, and they spent 4 months just defining terms, and then they went through the process of creating a set of regulations to limit fugitive emissions. Now, what I promised both sides was that we would make sure every dollar was spent to really make air cleaner, that we would do everything we could to make sure there was as little red tape as possible, and that 3, we would make sure everyone got shared the credit. And 11 months later, we had a press conference. We had the environmental community and the oil and gas community all saying this is great. This is a real progress. And what was originally going to cost the industry $60 million a year to make sure that methane didn't leak into the atmosphere, they've got the cost now down to $20 million. They think the next couple of years it'll be down to $10 million. That's progress, and that's the right way to do regulation. Now, if the EPA comes out and starts saying, well, those rules they shouldn't apply, and this is federal land, and you don't have to worry about methane fugitive emissions on federal land, that's going to be something we're going to push back on, because I think that's states' rights.
That story you just told sounded like the art of the deal, right?
There's one difference.
You read it?
between Trump. I did read it years ago. I've never been sued, and I never sued anybody. Just for the record.
Just put that down. Yeah, check that box. Thank you very much. I'll see you in Des Moines, if not sooner. Thank you, everybody. My colleague Alana Shore is coming in, so don't go anywhere.
All right, everyone, we are going to cut out of this now and show you a quick look at the White House. This is a live look at the White House. Mary Kate Gaffney joining you with more news now in just a few minutes.
All right, everybody, hello and welcome to the Fox News Now stream. I'm your host, Mary Kay Gaffney, taking you into the next few hours here on the show. Let's take you back where we left off. Samia was showing you guys this Politico event that happened earlier today, and I believe we left off right here. So let's take you back to this event.
So I wanted to start off with oil and gas. I know you have high hopes, as many Alaskans do, of working closely together with the Trump administration on expanding access to federal lands for oil and gas development, even potentially opening up ANWR, which has been, a longstanding goal of folks in Alaska. But at the same time, we're also seeing an intensely partisan political climate in the first few months of the Trump administration and a slow pace of confirmations. You've got Ryan Zinke about to be confirmed to Interior, but really no one underneath him yet. So do you think it's worth moderating expectations about how much can be done, or are your hopes still really high?
No, our hopes are high. I mean, we had an economy that's funded 90% by oil. And so with that kind of a ratio, and we have an oil pipeline that's running at 25% capacity right now. So as that continues just to decline, we get more and more anxious about having access to those natural resources. When we became a state, I was born in the territory of Alaska. When we became a state in 1959, the Statehood Compact assured us access to develop our resources. We cannot sell the resources in the ground, the only state that cannot do that. We have to live off the royalties from those resources. But we have to have access in order to do that. So that's a big issue for us, and we are anxiously awaiting the confirmation of Secretary Zinke.
Absolutely. What is your top goal when it comes to oil and gas policy in terms of access, regulations, et cetera?
The oil penetrations in Wyoming, which is about the same size as the North Slope of Alaska, is 16,000. Ours is 500. So we need access to be able to do that. So there's regulatory issues we need to address. There's access issues. The infrastructure is there. I mean, the pipeline is already there. We don't have any issues about the oil pipeline. On the gas side, we inject more gas than any place in the entire world because there's no pipeline for that to go to Alaskans as well as to go to the Asian market. So we're aggressively working on that as well.
Now, a big energy policy hot button for years has been federal subsidies for oil and gas as well as renewables. And, the Trump administration has sent signals sort of on both sides of the coin in terms of whether it believes in continuing and expanding federal subsidies versus potentially sort of scrubbing it and going very fiscally conservative. How do you hope to see them approach?
Well, anything that's going to bring additional resources in our state is what I'm most interested in. In other words, we've had a program in Alaska where the state has put money in the past. It's tough to do that right now. We're in a $3 billion deficit in our state with a population of 730,000 people. That's pretty difficult to provide subsidies on that in that industry. So it's a challenging time with the prices are down. The subsidies are challenging for us to do that. So we need to work out a little different, what we call a different business model in Alaska on how the resources development, a little more hands-on from the state, and we're looking to working with the industry in that regard.
Absolutely. To switch gears for a moment and talk about the travel order that the Trump administration rolled out and is now potentially going to tweak. You said that you were, really concerned about diversity. You sounded sort of like a note of caution, I would say, about this in recent days.
Well, and here's why. I mean, of the top 20 most diverse schools in the nation, 19 of them are in Alaska, and the 20th one's in Hawaii. So we have 95 different languages spoken in our school system in Anchorage. So we are a very diverse population. There's no question about that, and that's for a couple of reasons. One is our workforce is made up a lot of diversity in our workforce. So we pay close attention to that as far as being able to have the access for them to have access for travel.
Absolutely. How do you hope to see the Trump administration approach sort of like the reissuing of this order or the tweaks that it wants to make? Because you've been critical.
Well, we want to make sure it's done in such a way that there's plenty of notice, there's no surprises, that it's thoroughly thought out, somewhat embedded as well. And so I think that, things that are, I'm a big believer in process, that you have a process that those are going to be impacted, sort of have advance notice of that. In our situation in Alaska, I would like to get as much input as possible. I'm a nonpartisan governor. I think I'm the only nonpartisan in the nation, and that comes with some significant benefits to be able to sort of take input from from all sides.
Absolutely. I mean, as a nonpartisan independent governor, you did not say whether or not you voted for Mr. Trump during his campaign. And as we've seen, Mr. Trump is conscious of who's his supporters and who is not his supporters, who's seen as in his camp versus not. Do you feel like that will prevent you from sort of having the necessary input on issues
Absolutely not,
like
just
this?
the opposite. You know, we work with every administration. You know, regardless of party, when you have 62% of your land is controlled, owned by the federal government, you work with all administrations. You don't pick sides. I do pick sides. It's the Alaskan side, and that's who I work aggressively for. So we work with every administration. We worked with the last administration. We will work aggressively with this administration as well.
Absolutely. To switch gears now to Obamacare. Obviously, the debate is very live in Congress, and there's a lot of division among Republicans over how to approach this. Medicaid is the biggest sticking point. Your state expanded Medicaid. Where do you come down on Congress's debate right now over whether to repeal the expansion? Do you think that's something that they should pursue, or is it a bridge too far?
Well, since I'm the one responsible for Medicaid expansion in Alaska, I did that by executive order. I'm certainly in favor of Medicaid expansion. We've had 27,000 Alaskans sign up for it, did not otherwise have health care coverage. Almost daily I hear from people that let me know that they're alive today because of the Medicaid expansion. They discovered something that they did not know they had. So, on the other side of the coin, one of our highest costs of doing business in Alaska is health care. Very, very expensive in Alaska. So we're working on that at the same time. I think that it's important that people have affordable health care coverage, have access to health care. We need to get the cost under control, but I certainly am very much in favor of the Medicaid expansion staying in place.
So do you think Obamacare as a whole has been a success?
You know, it's hard to say if it's been a success. It's provided health care to many in our state would not otherwise have had it. And so I guess I look at it from that standpoint is we now have access that we didn't have before.
Mm. So again, as an independent governor, you have sort of a way in to talk to both parties here. What would your advice be to federal policymakers who are deciding the future of this Medicaid expansion and every other policy?
Well, let's focus on the solution. I guess that's what my main thing is, not necessarily assign an individual or a party or partisanship. There's some things that I believe need to rise above partisanship, and I think health care is one of them.
Mm. If the law ends up getting repealed and there's a long wait for a replacement, as seems quite likely at this point, how would you handle it in Alaska?
Well, and with a $3 billion deficit, it'd be very difficult, quite honestly. So that's going to be a challenge for us. We're making some significant adjustments. We've reduced our budget by 44%. We are doing some very significant changes in our state. So to have that on top of everything else we're doing would be extremely challenging financially.
Mm. Is there the potential for, say, tax reform, energy expansion, other Trump administration priorities to help boost revenue to fill that gap?
There is. I mean, the discussion of infrastructure is very important. I mean, when we talk about infrastructure, we're not talking about overpasses and turnpikes. We're talking about running water, sewer and water facilities, and some of our communities do not have that. So we're sort of a little bit more back to basics on infrastructure. A significant infrastructure project, of course, is about approximately a $45 billion gas pipeline we've been working on. So I think we can tip the scales as far as a size of infrastructure projects, but we also look to make sure that our communities have the basic services as well.
Absolutely. So a lot of the Obamacare debate comes down to this kind of partisan issue over, it had the former president's name on it, we want a GOP-authored health care plan. Do you think it's time to start consulting with governors to sort of shape what that plan looks like?
Well, I've seen some indications that they're going to consult with governors. I've heard there's a lot of discussion. We will go to the White House on Monday to meet with the president, and there's been a lot of discussion about our input into this process, and I appreciate that very much. We have to live with the results as governors of the respective states. So I always appreciate the opportunity to have us, be able to weigh in before decisions are made.
Absolutely. Do you plan to weigh in as deeply as, save the Medicaid expansion when you're there on Monday?
I'm not bashful when it comes to what needs to be done. I tend to say it the way I believe it needs to be said, and I'm not as my state of the state said, I did not come into this job to keep the job. I came in to do the job, and so by doing the job, there's a lot of sort of unpleasant leverage you have to pull as a governor in a $3 billion deficit in our state. But I'm willing to do that because that's what needs to be done. So I'm not I don't focus on a career. I focus on a solution.
Absolutely. So to switch gears back and talk a little bit more about taxes, the border adjustment tax is a big issue on Capitol Hill right now. Speaker Ryan is pursuing his own ideas, and President Trump appears to potentially be coming around. How would a massive tax adjustment like this border fee play into Alaska policy?
Well, we are looking at all of our tax issues in Alaska now. Anything from the federal government that impacts our state, I'm pretty adamant on states' rights, that we be able to do our own thing. I think that was the original intent, and so things that are handed down from Washington that impact our states are things that I'm concerned about. So we will stay involved in that process.
Are there any top priorities you would like to see tax reform addressed, even something as specific as, oil and gas tax benefits that would help Alaska?
I don't think what we look to the federal government for in relief largely has to do with let us be our state, let us have access to our resources, let us control our own destiny, let us paint the picture of where we're going to be in 10 or 20 years, and not necessarily trying to fit into some of the federal mandates that are there. So really, it's a matter of, here we have one community that 12 miles, we've been trying to build a road for decades to connect a community with an airport for medevac opportunities, that they can get their sick, injured out on a medevac plane next to a huge airport. They can't get the 12 miles built. So. The limitations of what we can't do is really kind of got us balled up in such a way. It was never the intent when we became a state that we couldn't have access to our communities by road. Our timber industry is completely gone. So it just, our opportunities are going to get tighter and tighter with more and more federal restrictions. So our goal is to make sure that we can be the masters of our own destiny. Do it responsibly. There's no bigger group than Alaskans that are concerned about the environment of our beautiful state, but we need to make a living as well.
Absolutely. I know that you've already spoken with Congressman, soon-to-be Secretary Zinke. The Interior Department is perhaps the most important department to Alaska's relationship with the federal government. I know the road Zinke approach very fast.
Well, we are just allowing us to, first of all, being involved in decisions made by the Department of Interior. You're correct. The Department of Interior is a very big part. They're a landlord of 62% of our.
Sorry about that, you guys. Looks like we are frozen. Let me work to get this fixed. Appreciate your patience. All right, let's take you back. Looks like we got it fixed now.
Versions, and so we're pleased with that. President Obama did come last year, and so we welcome and I'll certainly extend an invitation to President Trump as well.
On Monday, perhaps.
I will.
To go back to healthcare for a moment, the Medicaid expansion may end up being repealed, and Medicaid may be block granted. If that happens, and it seems difficult that this might get through the Senate, it is dicey. How would you handle the block granting?
Well, that would be very unfortunate for us, because it's sort of the block grant we set up in such a way every state would be treated equally, and the concern is our costs are so much higher. And so in a block grant, it would be significantly lower than what our actual costs are. So that would be very painful for us to endure that. So we hope that doesn't take place.
Absolutely, yeah. As an independent governor, this is. I'm going to ask you questions about both parties here. So,
okay,
who do you see as the leader of the Democratic Party at this point? Who do you look to as a partner?
I don't look to the leader of who's going to be the leader of any particular party as a non-party. I look at who's going to, who we can work with, regardless of party affiliation, to benefit Alaska. And I think that's one of the luxuries of being a nonpartisan, is that I don't have to sort of pick sides or work with one side or the other side. There are no sides in my world. There are no lines and no aisles. It's just whatever's best for Alaska. So, it's a little hard for some people to understand how I can, have my relation. When President Obama flew to Alaska, I flew up with him on Air Force One from Andrews to be able to spend more time with him to talk to him about Alaskan issues, and I'll reach out the same way with President Trump. There's just no. I'm colorblind when it comes to party affiliation.
Who is then your biggest partner on the federal level? Who do you reach out to the most? Senator Murkowski, perhaps? Senator Summer?
Well, our entire delegation. She was in Juneau last week. I had lunch with her at the governor's house. We chatted about a number of issues that she's working on. Senator Sullivan as well. Congressman Young. We're pretty much lockstep on their issues.
Interesting. Senator Murkowski recently made news of her own when she hinted that she would be disinclined to vote for any health care bill that changed Medicaid. Is that something you two had discussed before she spoke out?
I don't need to discuss it. She's just aware of the impact on Alaska and impact on Alaskans and whatnot. So I think I'm pleased with the position she's taken on that.
Taking all of the issues we've discussed so far as a piece, particularly the immigration.
Encouraged by that. Each administration has their own style, and I think back to my early days as governor. This is my first statewide office I'd held, and we came in fairly aggressively on some of the things we did. So I do believe in a process. So I do believe that those are impacted by decisions. I think there should be some engagement in some way so that it's not a complete surprise, and that's what we try to do in Alaska. And so we watch closely what happens in Washington, because I don't. Perhaps there are other states that are equally impacted, but there's no other state that is impacted as much as we are economically, just because of the percentage of ownership that the federal government has in our state.
Absolutely. I don't want to end our conversation without going back to the infrastructure piece that they mentioned earlier, particularly on the energy front. The Trump administration has talked about a very tax cut-centric infrastructure package, less direct federal spending and more incentives for private construction. Is that something you would support, or do you want to see more federal money?
Well, there's a number of ways, a number of levers they can use on that. In the past, on infrastructure projects, energy infrastructure projects, they've had federal loan guarantees that have been assessed in the past, and they had that on a gas line in Alaska some years ago. So those kinds of incentives, I think, are what would be most helpful, necessarily versus direct financial incentives, but just something that'll just sort of nudge that project along, that would help the market, give them some assurance it's going to happen. So I think that's the area that we're looking at most anyway on our. When he was here, Korea, Japan have been our major trade partners for the last 40 years. So we had the first shipment of LNG from Alaska in 1969, longest honored contract in the history of that commodity. So on fish, on timber, they're all on coal. Those are all major opportunities for us to ship into the Asian markets. We watch that relationship very carefully. I spend a fair amount of my time in those countries just because they're our biggest customers. And so if you look at a globe, you look at Alaska on a globe, you see that our market really is much more the Asian market than the lower 48.
Speaking of the Asian markets and the Pacific areas, now that TPP is essentially no longer a priority for the administration, how do you see trade deals working going forward?
Well, fish is another big commodity that we have, that the vast majority of our fish goes to the Asian market. So we want to make sure that it's such that nothing's precluded our ability to continue to have those kinds of agreements and exchanges. It's a long history and decades of that. We want to make sure that continues on. I have participated in a number of summits in Korea.
Congressional involvement. Democrats are getting a lot of pressure.
And so I welcome those coming to Alaska, just so there's nothing quite like it's.
All right, you guys, sorry about that. Let's see what the issue is with the video here. Looks like it's glitching just a little bit. Let me work this out for you really quickly here. Okay, let's take you back, and I'll keep an eye on it, see if it's doing okay.
It will be needed, and they will be used, and so we believe that they should come from the U.S. and that's a big push that we have on additional access to our hydrocarbons. At the same time, we need to have a revenue stream to be able to deal with the impacts of the warming in the Arctic.
Do you think it's important that the U.S. stay a party to the Paris climate deal that was signed by the UN?
I think each administration will make their own decision on that. I think that it's how it impacts each individual state that I'm most interested in. Certainly on a states' rights issue, it's Alaska. We'd like to deal with that on our own, in our own way. But again, it comes back to access to I guess we've begun. We see an opportunity we've not seen before as far as access to our resources.
Sure.
We have. We think that incoming Secretary Zinke is going to be more open to discussions in relationship with individual states, certainly the western states, those with a high percentage of federal ownership on their land. So we're interested in engaging with him on that. So I look at I deal more with on the various secretaries. Certainly, the Secretary of State is no stranger to Alaska. Rex Tillerson certainly has his Alaskan experience, so we're very pleased about that. About him being in that position. So we look, a little selfishly, I think every state does this way as far as how, who's in the administration that's going to benefit their state or at least allow it to have access to some of the decision-making process to take place. So what I see is I look at who's being nominated, who's being confirmed, and how will that impact our state, and that's a significant issue. The opioid heroin issue is I issued a declaration of disaster last week in our state because it is a disaster. It is a crisis, and we're addressing it the same way we address earthquakes and fires, forest fires, etc. That's how we're addressing that issue. So it's a very important issue to Alaska. So it's and certainly that'll be an issue of the National Governors Association this week. It was last year, and it will be this year. So that's something we will stay engaged in as well.
Were you pleased with what Congress did on opioid funding? Would you like to see the federal government do more?
Well, I think the federal government can certainly do things we can't in that regard, and we certainly welcome anything that they can do but we're not going to sit back and point to them and say, you guys need to fix the problem. We're going to step up ourselves and do all we can within the bounds of our Constitution to address that issue head on.
Absolutely. Well, we are out of time, so I want to thank you so much for your time today, Governor Walker, and kick it over to my colleague, Scott Bland. Thanks for being here.
Thank you.
Well, I'll see you around. All right, thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Scott Bland. I'm the campaign editor for Politico Pro, and I'm pleased to be joined here by Governor Gary Herbert of Utah. Governor Herbert, thank you very much for joining us.
Oh, well, I'm happy to be here, Scott. Thank you.
So if we have any aspiring future governors in the audience today, Governor Herbert is a living lesson in political perseverance. He lost his first race for Orem City Council by a mere 32 votes, but later jumped back into the arena, climbed the ladder in Utah to lieutenant governor, where an office that he revolutionized in the state, and is now coming up on 8 years as governor of a state that has consistently drawn national notice during his tenure for innovative public policy. He just won re-election to a second full term with more than 2/3 of the vote in 2016, and now, as a veteran governor, is confronting, along with the rest of us, a brand new era of public policy in the United States. So, Governor, thank you again for joining us.
Happy to be here. Thank you very much.
Let's start out with what's driving all the big political and policy news in the country. We are now 5 weeks into the President Donald Trump era. What has changed specifically for you? What are you doing differently, and what has changed for Utah over the last 6 weeks?
Well, I don't know if there's been a lot of change. We've been very successful over these last 7 years. Economically has been our focus. I came in at the depths of the Great Recession, and we focused and set a very audacious goal of becoming the best performing economy in America and a premier global business destination, and we've achieved that. We are the best performing economy in America today, most diversified, and so we're very healthy economically. So we're not going to change that. We have challenges uniquely so to Utah because we're now the #1 fastest growing state population-wise in America, and so growth pressures that impact our education, our infrastructure, water, we're a high desert state. So those things are still, issues we need to deal with. What's going to happen with this next new administration with Trump, I think actually bodes well for states and for Utah because it appears, at least the indications are, and I've had conversations with Vice President Mike Pence, that we're going to elevate the role of states as laboratories of democracy and put them back in what I consider the proper role. And I think that elevation of the states and our ability to realign our partnership with the federal government is a good thing. So I don't know that we're going to change much what we're doing in the state of Utah, but I like the fact that I think we have an opportunity as states to work together in a more collaborative fashion with the federal government.
Well, let's jump into one specific policy area that I think it's fair to say is the biggest overall from coming from the previous administration to this one, and that's got to be healthcare. You have a potentially unique position of influence among governors as the governor from the state of Senate Finance Committee Chairman Orrin Hatch, and that committee is going to have a lot to say about what any eventual repeal or replace or repair bill looks like regarding the Affordable Care Act. What are you urging Senator Hatch to do?
Well, one, we come from a position in Utah of having the lowest cost health care in the nation. And so whatever we've been doing as a state's worked pretty well. So I think we have some insight and something to share. And the unfortunate aspect is I came in to be the governor right as the Affordable Care Act was being put forward and then eventually voted on. And the mistake made was that governors were not invited at the table. I think if we had governors at the table in the inception of the Affordable Care Act, we'd have had a better product. It would have been more bipartisan. I think we'd had a better outcome.
And are governors at the table this time?
Well, we've been invited now for the first time. We see a reaching out with the Trump administration. We've all been given questionnaires. What do you like? What don't you like? A few of us are working together, those who've expanded Medicaid and those who've not, like my state, and talk about what can we do as far as repeal and replace. This is the Republican mantra. But even on the Democrat side, there's a realization we can modify and improve and make better. And actually, those two concepts come pretty close together. And so I think we have an opportunity to work with the Congress and see what are the fixes, what are the improvements that can be made. And I think that's a significant aspect. I would recommend, in fact, that we need, in fact, to give more flexibility to the states. We need to block grant monies back to the states, have the ability for us as states to feel comfortable about the ability to cap it in some form or fashion so we don't have this runaway cost. The states have been concerned about if we buy it today, but can we afford it tomorrow? And so whether this is going to be an ongoing entitlement program, is the federal government, what's their role going to be going forward in the future? Those are discussions and questions we need to have answers to. Then block granting and giving maximum flexibility to the states to deal with their own unique demographics, their own unique culture, their own unique politics, will allow us to have these laboratories of democracy working together and find, I think, unique solutions that will all kind of emulate and copy and probably have a little more homogenization as we work together.
I'd like to follow up on what you just mentioned about block grants. And this is an idea that's very popular among a lot of Republican governors, a lot of Republican members of Congress. Fundamentally, though, you talked about flexibility. And flexibility is one of two main ideas underpinning block grant proposals for Medicaid. And the other is keeping federal costs down. And you, as governor, have talked specifically about wanting to increase the share of insured people in your state, not wanting to make sure that any
state, and we're looking to work with the industry in that regard.
Absolutely. To switch gears for a moment and talk about the travel order that the Trump
changes to the federal health care laws don't raise the number of uninsured. So if Congress ends up, as part of a block grant proposal, cutting billions of dollars out of Medicaid, it falls to governors then to make difficult choices about cutting benefits, limiting eligibility, and so on if the needs in their state end up outstripping the amounts, maybe not at first, but certainly later. How do you square those two goals?
Well, again, we have 6 years of this being embedded into our system, and so I think we need to be methodical and careful and as we go forward. That being said, I can tell you as somebody, and let's just use transportation as an example, that's again money that comes to the states through the federal government transportation, and we all pay national taxes for that effort. But my contractors in Utah, which not only build roads in Utah, but all throughout the Intermountain West, would say to me and to you today, if this was a state dollar, I can build the same number of roads for 15% less money than if I have to filter federal money through Washington, D.C. The additional redundancy, the oversight restrictions, the strings that are attached, makes it less efficient. My local communities, my cities and my counties will come to me as we're putting together the budget and say, we'll trade you one federal dollar for 85 cents of state money. That's kind of a markup just to run it through this city. So don't discount the fact that if we block grant monies to the states, cut out the middleman, that we can in fact save some money. And then we'll find ingenious ways, in fact, which to make a better outcome. For example, we've proposed, it was rejected, but we proposed as part of our own what we called Healthy Utah approach to say, if you need health care, we want to make sure you have health care. But we're also going to give you the ability to get skills. If you're unemployed, we're going to help you find employment. If you're underemployed, we'll help you get a better job, assuming that you're physically and mentally capable. And so along with health care, we give you work training, education, skills, and get you into a job. So we're trying to deal with the entire person. So it's not just a matter of taking care of your health care. You're here because you're not making enough money. You need government assistance. We're going to help you become self-sufficient, get a job. And the good news in Utah, because we do this with other programs, is that the average length of time that somebody's on Medicaid in Utah is only 9 months. We get them back into the workforce and they take care of themselves. That saves a lot of money.
What's your preferred timeline for seeing changes to federal health care laws? Do you want to see that as soon as possible, sometime early this year, or?
Well, I'd rather do it right than do it quick. But there is a kind of a window period of time here. Republicans are in charge. They have no excuse now to not get something done. And so, we all know the election cycle, which kind of gets in the way of progress because we start thinking politics and elections rather than policy. And so I think we've got, a year to 18 months to actually get something done or in place. And so I think, we need to act with some sense of urgency. When I say we, the Republican Party, certainly the Congress, and the President. States, again, we can adapt. Again, I would suggest that they listen to the states and our issues and concerns, and I think we can help them get something better in place than what we have currently.
I imagine you'll be watching with interest next week as President Trump addresses Congress and lays out some of his guideposts.
Well, won't we all be watching with interest, I'm sure.
Well, let's talk about another policy area where the administration has made some big promises, and that's trade. And here's something I know that you'll know about Utah, but I don't know if everybody knows that Utah is one of the more export-focused economies in the United States. Exports account for 1/5 of GDP in the Ogden metro area, according to calculations by the Brookings Institution, higher than all but 3 of the 100 biggest metro areas in the country. And Salt Lake City and Provo are also big exporters above the national median. Given all this, what are you expecting from the big shift in U.S. trade policy that President Trump has promised? There's his pledge to renegotiate trade deals. There's the possibility of a new border tax. How are you expecting that to affect your state?
Well, like Yogi Berra said, I hate to make predictions, particularly about the future. And so I'm really not ready to predict. I can tell you what we will do in Utah, though. We will continue to, in fact, do international business. We are uniquely suited in Utah to do international business. We speak 140 languages in Utah, so we speak the world's language. We believe in fair trade, free trade. We believe in working with others around the world. I think actually economic relationships actually help foster peace. I think as we deal in business with each other and deal with our friends, it's a lot easier to do that than with enemies. So when I said we want to be the best performing economy in America, as I said ago when I came in as governor 7.5 years ago, I also added to that and become a premier global business destination. And we have significant trade missions that we take from China to Brazil to Latin America, Mexico, Europe, Western Europe, Eastern Europe. I mean, we're all around the world, and it's proven to be very successful for us. And so I'm excited about the opportunities out there. Again, I guess we'll see what happens with the new administration and their trade policies, but Utah is going to continue to be involved in international business, I can promise you.
Are you hearing concerns from local Utah business owners who do international business about the potential effects of changes coming down the road?
No, I've got trade missions that I'm going to Israel again this year, and we'll be going back to the Paris Air Show. We have a large aerospace industry in the state of Utah, and so we have a lot of opportunities to share information and foster trade that's mutually beneficial between Utah and other countries. And I see no reason for us to stop. We're not worried about it. We're going to continue to press forward.
Another aspect of trade can be immigration, and I know you have spoken out against some of the Trump administration's early orders on immigration and refugees. But Utah is also a state that has one of the few states that has taken comprehensive action on immigration, both looking at enforcement actions and then also setting up a state guest worker program several years back. What are you expecting from the Trump administration on immigration, and how are you dealing with that already?
Well, let me answer it this way. One, we tried to find a state solution on immigration. It's been a top-of-mind issue for a number of years, and it's something that you can go back to the days of Ronald Reagan, and we seem to just keep kicking the can down the road and not solve the problem. So we as a state tried to find a resolution to the issue for Utah. We are challenged and taken to court by the Obama administration. We lost in court in our comprehensive state approach. And what the courts told us is this is a federal issue. Securing the borders and immigration, those who come into our country, that's a federal issue. So I get it, I understand it. And let's fix that. I mean, everybody seems to agree we ought to secure the borders. Well, let's do that then. And I understand that the primary role of government is to protect us from the bad people, to make sure that we have safety and peace in our streets. And so that's something Congress and the President need to address. That being said, we understand people come into this country, and there's many, many ways to come into our communities, whether we need to secure the borders by putting a fence or electronically or patrols. But one area that we don't talk about enough is the gate. The gate's broken. It's not just putting up a wall. We need to make sure there's a gate that works that allows people to come and go as we think is appropriate here as a country. And that's something we ought to look at. I think most people that have, in fact, we have a number of people in Utah that have married their spouses from another country of origin. And they will tell you the most unproductive, the most difficult agency to deal with is ICE and immigration. So they ought to work on that gate, number one. And two, again, when people come, you know, there's just so many different ways. The federal government needs to, in fact, modify that. Once they're in the country, though, they're here. And we've taken a position in Utah that if you come to this country, we want you to come in the right way. And there's a right way as opposed to a wrong way. Refugees, we in fact have what we call state. People come as refugees. We welcome them to the state. We reassess their situation. So we kind of check their background as we're able to when they come, and proactively help them engage, take them to our refugee center. We know they're running away from terrorists, and we help them learn English, get skills, and get them to become productive members of society. We have 65,000 refugees in Utah today, and they're integrated into our fabric and are contributing members of our society. So we've found, I think, the right way and a humane way to welcome people to Utah, and yet make sure that we don't forget we need to keep everybody safe. And as we go through the review process, we're making sure that people are there appropriately.
Would it be a mistake for Congress and the Trump administration to separate border security and safety that you just talked about from the rest of the equation? When you dealt with it or attempted to deal with it as a state issue, you treated it as a full issue and
more comprehensive. We try to, but again, I can tell you, I don't fault the president from the standpoint of he's never been elected before. This is new to him, and the idea of, in fact, let's make sure that our vetting process is appropriate is not an unfair request for him to take a look at what's happening and how it's happening, making sure that people are properly vetted is his responsibility as the commander-in-chief. And so I don't see that would be a problem. But we've got to work with ICE, and we've got to work with our border security and make sure that, again, the gate's opened up. We ought not to sit and turn a blind eye to private business that really puts the carrot out there. People come here because of opportunity economically and overstay their visas, but we have businesses, in fact, encourage that to happen, and that's not right. We ought to have, in fact, businesses that are held accountable for, in fact, breaking the law by hiring to get unfair competition on their neighbor, people who are undocumented and are here illegally.
Let's shift a little bit from policy to politics, if we can. I think a lot of people have looked at Utah over the years politically and said, oh, ruby red state, maybe nothing to see here. I think you know the answer is, in fact, quite different. Certainly hasn't been the case in the last few years, and especially in 2016. President Trump carried Utah, yes, but he did it with only 45% of the vote. And we saw a third-party candidate in Evan McMullin pick up 21%, which was the biggest third-party showing of any presidential candidate since 1992, since Ross Perot's first run. Obviously, he tapped into something there. What does that mean to you? Is the National Republican Party now led by President Trump shifting away from Utah after a few years where it seemed like Utah was serving as a laboratory for ideas for the National Republican Party?
Well, Utah as a state's done very well, virtually every measurable way. Economically, we have great success. Educationally, we have a great quality of life, and so we're doing some good things. And we are very much a right-of-center state, but we are somewhat fiercely independent too. Rugged individualism is alive and well in Utah, and so when we analyzed the candidates out there, clearly there were 17 on the Republican side, and a lot of people were fractured on who to support, but Mr. Trump was not at the top of the list, and so we shouldn't be too surprised that he didn't do as well as historically Republicans have done in the state of Utah. It's George W. Bush and Mitt Romney were in the 70%, when it came to the election time. So that's kind of how it's been in Utah. But this is a different election, and again, people bring different backgrounds and I guess approaches, and Mr. Trump did not resonate as well in Utah as traditional Republicans have done. That being said, Evan McMullin was a third-party candidate that kind of filled a void there, and if you put Trump's numbers with Evan McMullin, you kind of get back to the traditional Republican. He ran as independent, but he really is a conservative, right-of-center guy. And so I think that's more accurately reflects the makeup of the state of Utah. And
well, are you seeing now within the state party, if you add those two pieces together, like you said, you get back to what Mitt Romney or George W. Bush was getting, but are you now seeing within the Republican Party some splits along those lines? As you said, with McMullin has been a right-of-center guy, but has split from the party, and Trump winning only a plurality of the vote.
I think there's more coalescing around. The elections are over, and so Mr. Trump's going to be the president now for the next 4 years, and so we want to work with him in collaboration and cooperation. There's a lot of things that he's doing that I'm impressed with. His first pick was my good friend Mike Pence, a governor. I'm partial to governors. But that's been a great addition to the team, and he gives us as governors, I think, great hope of somebody who understands the laboratories of democracy and the role that states should play in this country. So that's a good choice. His pick for the Supreme Court, I think most of us feel good about Gorsuch as somebody who's said very publicly, I'm there to, in fact, interpret the law, not to advocate for some position or policy change. And we have, particularly on the federal bench, too much proactive legislation from the bench, and not just the Supreme Court, but all the federal bench. It's been too politicized. So I think that he's a good pick. What we see with Mr. Pruitt at EPA, Mr. Zinke at Department of Interior, which is supported by environmental groups, he has broad-based support. Rick Perry over energy. I think, again, a former governor, I think we see that who he's putting around him are really good, talented people who have been successful in life, and bring a certain perspective to the table. I think is going to help. The most important thing I think about a leader is who you put around you. I'm successful as a governor in Utah, and we have great numbers there, but I've been very smart about putting really great and bright people around me. And so if Trump does that, and I see him doing that, I think he can have a successful presidency. So we're, I guess, cautiously optimistic.
Let me ask you a question about Mr. Zinke. That's Congressman Ryan Zinke, the Secretary Designate for the Department of the Interior, and who said during his confirmation hearings that he does not support the sale or transfer of federal lands to the states. Is this going to be a point of contention for you? I know you and other Utah Republicans have talked at length in the past about wanting greater control over federal lands in the state, and pushing for that?
Well, again, all we're wanting to do is have better management of the public lands. We have a lot of land that's publicly owned in Utah. Nearly 70% of our land mass is federally owned property. And under the BLM charter, it has to be multiple use. We've kind of gotten away from the multiple use and it's kind of just tourism and travel. And it should be, in fact, ranching and farming. It should be natural resource development, energy, as well as tourism and travel. So that balanced approach, we're looking for the optimal. And there's been things that the federal government's not done very well. So we've said this, and it's true, we are a public land state. We'll always be a public land state. We just think that the state ought to have some role to play in helping develop policy so we get the optimal benefit of the public lands out there. We are a public land state. We'll always be a public land state. Mr. Zinke doesn't want to sell it off. We don't want to sell it off either. We just want to have it managed, and so that's protecting of our forests. We end up having forest fires that ought not to happen. We're not able to scarf out the underbrush. Wild horse and boros are running rampant, which are hurting us when it comes to our farming and our ranching. We've lost a complete forest and lumber industry because we can't spray for the bark beetle. I mean, those are just common sense things that the federal government is kind of not taking care of. So we're just wanting to have a better relationship with the federal government to get the optimal benefit out of the public lands in our backyard.
Incidentally, if people have questions that they would like to ask Governor Herbert, raise your hand, and I'll ask another question here, and then we can have someone with a microphone come around, and we'll get to your question in a moment. Specifically with
Looks like we have a little bit of a sound issue here. Let me work this out.
Utah every year with regard to those policies. I mean, what's your response to that? How are you reacting to that?
Well, the biggest challenge in life is one of communication. You know, it's hard for us to communicate sometimes accurately, and misunderstandings occur in the best of relationships. The Outdoor Retailers Show has been in Salt Lake City for 20 years. I think the proof is in the pudding as far as the success. They've grown by 600%. Salt Lake City is uniquely suited because you can fly into our international airport and be set up in your display space for this trade show in 15 minutes. The convenience is, in fact, pretty remarkable. And within, another hour, you can be up in the mountains and the wilderness areas and be in the ski resorts. We have a wonderful outdoor recreation experience, which we've invested hundreds of millions of dollars in conservation efforts. Our deer herds are up, our elk herds are up, our bighorn sheep, our fisheries. So the things that you like to experience in an outdoor setting, you can find as good in Utah, if not better than any place in America today, and certainly more conveniently. So, again, I understand some of the concerns they've got, but that's partly because of a misunderstanding on an area called Bears Ears. We all agree that Bears Ears deserves some protection, and we're trying to provide that. We just think it should be better done with legislation as opposed to a kind of a dictatorship approach with the Antiquities Act. And without regard for the local people and our input and concern. That's the thing we find the most off-putting, is without recognizing the concerns of the local people. It's in their backyard to just sign as you're going out the door a 1.4 million acre monument was a little bit off-putting. That being said, we want to get to that area of protection that makes everybody happy and find the proverbial win-win, and that's what we'll do. We're going to dictate our policy based on what the people of Utah want to have, and we won't be bullied by anybody outside.
Let's take an audience question. Yeah.
Thank you. So given the conversations on Medicaid reform that are happening in Congress, Governor Herbert, how would you like to see Medicaid services that fund disabilities specifically be protected? It's a pretty vulnerable population.
I did miss that part. What population?
The disability population.
Disability?
That depends on Medicaid.
Well, again, I'm a Reagan Republican, and I believe that we should have, in fact, safety net there for those who are most vulnerable amongst us. And so there is a role for government to play. The private sector needs to step up and do what we've done historically. We're a very generous people as Americans, and we contribute a lot of charity care. So that's a part of it, too. But that's why we want to, in fact, provide opportunities through our own programs to help those who have disabilities. The fact that we all have disabilities, some are just a little more pronounced than others. My budget director, for example, is blind. She runs a $16.5 million budget, and she walks around with her cane, but great mind, and although people say she's disabled, she performs as well as anybody I've ever had in my budget office. So there's opportunities for us to help with skills and training for those who are in the disabled market, and see what we can do to help to find a niche in the marketplace. That'll be part of what we do. Not just give you health care, that's important, but what can we do to help you become productive and integrate into society where you can help support yourself. And that's a part that we've kind of forgotten as we give people assistance.
In terms of moving people off, both protecting Medicaid and then trying to move people off it onto private insurance, how do you keep the marketplace for that private insurance stable without the individual mandate in the Affordable Care Act? That's one of the more hated aspects of the law among Republican members of Congress, among Republican governors. But at the same time, you've spoken about the need to prevent markets from destabilizing by just yanking that out of the equation.
Well, it's a complex issue. I mean, there's no easy fix out there. There's no silver bullet. Unfortunately, I think we would have done it better if we'd started in a better place. Now we've got something in place that everybody seems to agree that's imperfect. And how do we fix it now? Repeal and replace, or fix, improve, modify? And so we're in a difficult situation. We need to be thoughtful about how we go about doing it. You know, we've kind of gotten away from free markets, and we've also taken a situation where in Utah we had about 13% were uninsured. About half of those could afford insurance but chose not to get it. Usually our younger people, invincible, I don't need to have insurance. So in Utah we have a program that really, for 7% of the people, that impacts everybody. And so the tail really is kind of controlling the dog here, and maybe that's not helping us. So I think we need to push the pause button, take a look. I know governors are going to come together here this weekend and talk about their own suggestions and ideas. We'll deliver that to the White House, to Congress over the next few days, and see if we can't find a pathway forward that will make it better. I don't think anything is going to be perfect, but we can find a way to improve, I believe.
Why is this still such a work in progress? It's been, the Affordable Care Act has been in implementation for several years now. It's been even more years since it was passed. Republicans have been talking about replacing it, repealing it, modifying it since then. Why aren't the plans for that more concrete?
Well, the governors have been involved in this for a long time. In fact, Republican governors, we actually had 6 or 7 different principles way back at the beginning. We said to the Congress, you ought to adopt and talk about. It was kind of just, pushed off the side. We had Mitt Romney running for president at the time, and so didn't want to get confused with what he'd done in Massachusetts. We had our own exchange in Utah, one of the first ones, but without a mandate. And again, having defined contributions as opposed to defined benefits, which allowed the marketplace and competition to take place. Anyway, it kind of got obscured in the debate, and then in the rush to get something passed, as you remember, then Speaker Pelosi said we've got to pass it so we can find out what's in it, which is not a good way to make policy in my view. And now we have to live with what we've passed. And those 2,700 pages of legislation have spawned off 25,000 pages of regulations, which the states are still a little bit uncertain about what happens and what can happen. So it's a complex issue, and it's not going to be an easy thing to fix and to modify. And I'm not sure everybody thought Trump was going to be the president. And now all of a sudden, we have an opportunity of somebody who won't veto improvement and modification. And so the Republicans are caught a little, I think, shorthanded in that regard. But I think they're accelerating now. And like I said, we've got, a year to 18 months to come up with something, speaking on behalf of the Republicans, working with Democrats, because it's going to have to be a bipartisan deal. It wasn't before. That was a big, big mistake. You'd think if we had said, if we want to have a universal health care, Speaker Pelosi and Harry Reid should have said, we need to get at least 25% of Republicans to come on board with us. And we can't pass something until we get at least some percentage where we can call it bipartisan. Otherwise, what we've created here is a significant rift in the community, and it's divided the country significantly politically and Now the Democrats are trying to say to the Republicans, well, that's your problem now.
Is that a target that you would set for Speaker Ryan and others in Congress, that a quarter of the Democrats in the House and Senate should be
I think there's going to have to be some buy-in. Of course, they already voted for it, so we've got the system in place. But the irony that is, to me, kind of on the outside as a state looking in at the Congress, is saying, you know, it was Democrats. And the campaign and the politics was, you're shackled. You own the Affordable Care Act as Democrats. Now that we have the Republicans in charge, the Democrats are saying, now you guys own it. It's like a ping pong ball back and forth. And if we're going to solve it, there's going to have to be some bipartisan buy-in to what the solution is going to be, or we're just going to have a divided country, continually divided. That's why I say the best solution is to give more responsibility to the states and have 50 different states have 50 modifications of the program under some broad parameters. Can't take the money and put it into public safety or put it into roads, but it should be on helping with our Medicaid and our health care issues. Boy, I like the idea that we've got in Utah of saying we're going to give you health care. We're also going to give you an ability to get off government assistance by getting you a job. What's wrong with that? And so there's a unique, I think, creative innovation out there in the states. And if we let the states take and run with it, I think we'll get a better outcome. May not all be the same, but it will, you know, Utah is a very young state. Our average age, median age is less than 30 years of age. My health care.
They impact the people's health, the environmental issues. And if you don't protect people's health, the medical care itself will be tremendous, not only to the individual and to the family life, but also to government budget. And also in the government, if you don't have good accountability, you are going to have your resources going to the wrong way. And so it's not going to emphasize how are you going to take care of people's health, because in the small print, the corporation, they do have a big shot lawyer to write thousands of pages of health care. People cannot handle it. Even they can hire a lawyer, but a lawyer are not going to working for the small people.
I think the question of focusing on the environment and I think we have to wrap up
my
quickly.
focus is accountability and for the benefit of general public.
I agree. There should be accountability, and clearly you need to care about your own health care. You need to care about your own health. If you don't care about your health, who's going to care about it more than you? We all want to have good health. So our lifestyle, exercise, eat right, that's part of our own individual responsibility. We ought to be promoting that, a healthy lifestyle. In Utah, we have a healthy lifestyle. And I think that's why we're one of the top 5 when it comes to longevity and our lifespan. That being said, for those who need health care, we need to provide ways for them to access health care. But it's a joint responsibility, and we not to shirk that responsibility as government, nor as private businesses. The benefit packages we provide out there came during the Depression when we had price controls, and so in order to hire somebody, said, well, if you come to work for me, I'll give you a benefit package with insurance or retirement. That still holds sway today. We still have most of the businesses wanting to provide a benefit package to people, which includes health insurance.
Thank you very much, Governor. I'm afraid we're out of time. Thank you all for joining us. Thank you for a great conversation, Governor Herbert. And now allow me to welcome back my colleague, Alana Shore, back to the stage for our final conversation this morning.
Thank you.
Thanks so much, Scott.
Thank you.
Oh.
How you doing, sir?
All right, well, I am joined by Kansas Governor Sam Brownback, taking his seat for our last panel before the lunch break.
Good morning.
Governor Brownback, thanks so much for joining us.
Yes, happy to join you here. I just came from the African American Museum of History and Culture, and I want to recommend everybody see it. Anybody watching the broadcast, you got to get in line. It's got months for a ticket, but it is a fantastic museum. Tells a fabulous story. I carried the bill along with John Lewis in the House, J.C. Watts, Max Cleland, and just delighted. That was a 14-year project.
Wow.
By the time when we started it, they started to get the bill through, so and then get the appropriation and then the fundraising and all. But it's a museum of reconciliation. That's what the objective is for there to be really to hit this difficult history, but also to rise through it. And that's what the museum takes you through. And it's a fabulous place.
Yeah.
It really is. They've got, this is sidebar, but you guys have been sitting through boring governors all day. They've got shackles for babies or children that are in it. So when they were taking these slaves, they would take slaves, and you'd think of taking a guy and a woman or something like that and put them in shackles. Well, they also took kids. Well, the shackles are too big for the kids, so they had these little shackles for babies. And you look through that and you just go. But then, I mean, you see the growth, you see the change, and the amazing accomplishments of the African American community in this country that's just been profound. And then I was with one of the museum curators going through it, and he was saying there were generations now of people are going through it. So a grandparent will take their children and grandchildren through, and a lot of African American families and the grandparents saying, "Oh yeah, I lived this," or "I went through these the moment of the sit-ins or the segregation, and here's what it was like," and to be able to express that to the kids and grandkids. So you got the living history that moves and flows through the place then while it's happening, and that's a wonderful thing to be able to see and to have that. And I'm delighted with how Lonnie Bunch and the others have done and conducted that.
Well, that's wonderful.
I want to recommend it to everybody.
You heard it here first. Well,
yeah,
heard it from a lot of places.
Yeah, you've heard it.
So I wanted to dive in with a question on wind power. Kansas's wind generation has been booming for quite a long time now. And I noticed a letter that you sent quite recently to President Trump with the governor of Rhode Island that outlines a series of federal policy changes that you would like to see made. Now, President Trump on the campaign trail was not always the biggest fan of wind power, and certainly some of his advisors have sent some signals that they want to sort of ratchet down federal investments in renewable energy. Are you concerned that you have some mind changing to do on the president's part on this?
I don't know that we do or we don't. I really couldn't tell you for sure on that. I can tell you the experience in Kansas and experience here on Capitol Hill when I was here. We've had $10 billion of wind investment in the state of Kansas, most of it during my term in office. We've gone from 10, 11% wind power to nearly 30%, and there are days in the shoulder months where Kansas wind in the Southwest Power Pool, because we're part of the Southwest Power Pool, it's 12 states, is 30% of the electric generation for the entire 12-state power pool. That's March, April, October, November, the less highly used months. It's been huge, it's been effective, it's cheap, and made possible by two things. One, the production tax credit federally, that's been a key piece of it, which I've said over time, this is one that should probably ratchet down over time because it is very expensive to do. And the second piece, and this is the bigger one, the more essential one for us really right now, we need transmission. That we need to be able to get the wind energy, the very cheap wind energy into the grid. And we built a bunch of transmission that's worked, but we need more of it. And I'm working with the Southwest Power Pool, and we need those production tax credits are critical. And then any way that we can be able to make the transmission grid be able to adapt and to accept low price wind energy, I think is a real important thing to do. That's the key piece for us.
It seems like that would be difficult to do without continued and perhaps bigger federal investment, though. Is that?
You got a couple of ways. One, either you socialize the cost over the Southwest Power Pool. So we've had a couple of lines that have gone in where the cost of that line is then socialized over the 12-state region. The second is you got now these big players coming in with DC power lines. Instead of the AC power lines, they're DC to take it from point A to point B. Private investors willing to then charge a toll coming through, but you've got to be able to get approval across multiple states to get that done, and that's been a slow, difficult process. And that's really probably the next big move that will get a lot of wind investment going further is those private investments that can take the DC power from, say, our area into southern Illinois. or get it into other grid locations, because we've just got such a valuable, cheap wind resource that's so productive that we can harvest it. Any federal subsidization of it will be helpful, but I think really they're making the way for it to be able to cross multiple jurisdictions. Is going to be as important as anything. The wind will find its way if it can get there.
Sure.
You've got such a valuable resource that can be produced at a cheap price.
Do you think it's worth exploring starting to ratchet down that production tax credit, or not yet?
Over time. I mean, you got just such a huge budget deficit here. I'm a pro-growth but fiscal conservative guy, and you got a $20 trillion hole. Something's got to give here. Something's got to start working, and so that's why I say there are ways you can look at this that you can still get that wind to market without heavy subsidization. And what I've said on wind energy is just over time, ratchet this down. Don't do it all of a sudden. We got a 30% production tax credit. Don't just next year, 0. No, let's go a year or two at 20, 25, 10, and ratchet it down so the industry can compensate, can move itself forward. And it's become more competitive as a business itself. We took off our renewable portfolio requirement. We started with an RPS. You had to have 20% electricity in Kansas done by wind. It was a requirement. And no, we don't need that. This is a valuable enough resource that can make its own way without a requirement, and did. And now we're up over 20%, and we could hit, before I leave office, 50% of the electricity in the state of Kansas being generated out of wind.
Wow, that's really impressive.
Yeah, I mean, and that's from, like I say, 11 or so percent. You could hit. Now we may not, but it's at that point of competitive situation that we're in the state with just a great wind. The one that's untapped for us actually is the state's solar. We need to get more solar brought in, and the complementarity with wind, where our limiting factor by and large is those power lines.
Certainly.
So the solar generally produces at different times than the wind does, and so you're not as much difficulty. And so anybody watching that's interested in solar investment, write it down. Kansas, place to go. Got a good spot here. This is the place we need to get to. Please.
Well, certainly transmission, the smart grid is a big area of growth that the federal government under President Obama wanted to get interested in. President Trump, we're not so sure yet. We know he wants to do an infrastructure package, but it's probably far off. Do you want to see more federal investment in renewable energy transmission as part of that, or do you think that it's private investment could also kind of fill it?
I think it'd be a good place, but there's just going to be so much competition for infrastructure dollars, and it's going to be roads and bridges. Now, we've got a great road structure in Kansas. We're third in the country on the quality of our roads. So, but we could still use more federal investment, and the competition is going to be, there's just going to be a lot of people saying we want it for highways and bridges. So I'd like to get that, but I think just being realistic, your likelihood of getting that is probably not as high to be able to do. I hope we can, because it would really help us be able to take more electricity to market.
Yeah, it makes sense. Before infrastructure, though, Congress will certainly get to Obamacare. And I noticed yesterday when you were at CPAC, you mentioned that Obamacare should be sort of taken down in a politically sound fashion.
Yes,
I believe it was the phrase that you used.
Well, that's the only way you're going to do it. I mean,
how would you define politically sound, though? I mean, given the Medicaid debates that are raging within the GOP.
Yeah, but well, to start off with on that, I don't think states that didn't do Medicaid expansion shouldn't be punished. There's like 19 states that didn't do it, and I don't think we should be punished for that. But you're going to have to do this in some sort of fashion where people aren't being kicked off of Medicaid, where people are still going to be able to get insurance that are high risk. Okay, how would you do that? Well, maybe you put a time period you say, after this date, we're not going to add anybody else on the Obamacare expanded, the ABOTs, able-bodied adults without dependents. We're not going to add more on past this date a year from now. And then there's a pretty good churn that takes place within Medicaid, and particularly ABOTs. Just let that phase out, and then the 60-40 match is what comes in for anybody that you want to add in after that period of time. Is a possibility where you're not punishing people, you're not kicking anybody off. Then you've got the high-risk pool piece of it, because a number of these exchanges are failing. They failed. They've gone bankrupt because it's just full of people that really have high-cost medical issues. That's the problem. You can't build a pool big enough for them. So I say bring back the old high-risk pools that a number of states used to have and subsidize those so you're very targeted on your subsidy of people that have high risk. And you say, look, we are going to help subsidize this. You're not going to get kicked off of insurance. Here is a place for you, and you're going to be able to afford it because we're going to have a heavy subsidy, but it's just on this. And we're not trying to create a pool. We're not trying to force everybody onto insurance. We're not trying to build a community around a high-risk pool that the community won't form, because that's what's happened. The idea on Obamacare was you're going to get a community of younger, healthy people to carry the older, generally older, less healthy people, and the community didn't form.
Certainly, certainly. But, I mean, do you think all of that can be done, say, by block granting Medicaid? I know that's something that the GOP is debating right now. Do you support that?
I think if you said to us as a state, because on a per capita basis that you're being equal, yeah, we could make that work.
All right.
And that's that's the only way I believe you're going to get this to happen without just a big tumult that you're already seeing roiling across the country. Once people get on, a program, it's just really hard to push people off of it, even if you didn't agree with it. But
and there's a lot of fears in the public about getting pushed off because it seems inevitable that there'll be a gap between the repeal and the replace, as we put it.
I'm concerned about that because that's just a political reality that you have to deal with, and you have to say, we're not kicking people off. If I'm going to get kicked off. But there's a way you can work through that over a period of time. I do think Congress has got to get started after it. The Obamacare, for all its desires to cover a lot of people, it just didn't work. It hadn't worked. The exchanges haven't worked. The Medicaid expansion. And honestly, think about this for just a second. You're doing Medicaid expansion on able-bodied adults without dependents at a 90-10 match, and everybody else that has long-term conditions or difficulties or single moms with kids are at 60-40 match. Well, why is the federal government so much more interested in able-bodied adults without dependents than they are with a long-term care case? Well, they're not. They did this just to get people hooked into the program. That's why they did it. But this is the normal Medicaid match, is a 60-40 or thereabouts. I mean, it's a little bit different for each state. That's what it ought to generally move to over time. And not have the preferential treatment for the Obamacare folks that are, it's not a class that the government itself would say we really have to help this group out more than we do people that are in long-term need situations.
Do you think the mandate itself was flawed for
I don't think it worked. And so in that sense, you kind of judge it by its fruit. And the other thing that I thought was a real flaw, because I was here when Obamacare passed, we have never done health care legislation at the federal level in the last 30 years, except for Obamacare, on one party doing it. It was always both parties, and it was generally incremental. So there would be a deal between Orrin Hatch and Ted Kennedy on we're going to expand this S-chip program, or we're going to do this piece. And it was all incremental, and it was bipartisan. Obamacare comes in, nope, we're going to force this through, we're going to fix the whole thing, we're going to nail it. Didn't work. And I think you need to go back to your older model on it that's more incremental of how you try to fix and deal with a
I was just going to say that requires democratic buy-in, which doesn't look like we're getting yet. Do you think that can be achieved?
Doesn't look very close, does it? Over time. But the political environment now is pretty heated to be able to get something like that to happen. But the system hadn't worked. The exchanges are bankrupt. Many of them are, and the one in my state, the one company that's still supporting it, is not financially solvent with what this piece of their program, and they just got a 49% rate increase. Still doesn't work with a 49% rate increase.
Well, we know that you were Congressman Lewis on the African American Museum. Clearly, you have a bipartisan record from your time in Congress. What would you advise the Trump administration in terms of getting that democratic buy-in for a more incremental change, as you put it?
I would probably go with some senator or senators that are up for re-election next year in a state that Trump won, and say, we need you, and we need to figure this out. And we want to work with you to try to figure it out.
Well, certainly there are a few who will be open to that, it seems.
I would think. Now, that's a dangerous play, because people are going, well, you know, I mean, how's this going to look over time? I'm sticking my neck out on this. But I think that's a route. I do think you're going to need to just start repealing pieces of it, and you're going to have to do some of that through your reconciliation process, because there at least you're only at a 50 vote margin in the Senate instead of having to get to 60, and that's your big hurdle, is the 60 in the Senate. You can pass these all day long, probably in the House.
Given how many governors, though, from Republican states, like Governor Walker, who I was talking to earlier, took the Medicaid expansion, do you think it's possible to get that repealed?
Yes.
Under reconciliation?
I do. But you got to set it to where we're not punishing you, okay? So here's this per capita basis, or here's this sunset process. We're at a date certain. It's, you know, and anybody on Medicaid up until that date certain keeps it. As long as they're on Medicaid, they keep it. But after that, it goes to the normal 60-40 match. So it's a personal Medicaid, right, on the ABOTs that were the Obamacare expansion piece.
Got it.
That's you know, those are a couple of ideas that you don't, then nobody's kicked off of the program.
Sure.
And no state is punished for what they've done.
To switch gears, let's talk taxes for a moment, because big news out of Kansas on taxes in recent days. Your tax cut package survived very narrowly an attempt by the legislature to raise new revenue on the backs of Kansans, so to speak. Obviously, this is a good thing from your perspective, but how do you grapple with the estimated, I believe it is $350 million shortfall? How do you close that gap now?
What we put forward is a mixture of proposals that are both revenue enhancements and cuts in spending. That's what I put forward. And what we've been doing over time is trying to move more of the cost of government on consumption, not on production or income taxes. So the proposal I put forward had an increase in tobacco tax, alcohol tax, and then we narrowed the business exemption that we passed a couple years ago. We have pioneered this area of small business tax cuts. The country has done big business tax cuts for years. Almost every state has subsidies for big businesses to move in, to create jobs, all that, all of which has economic questionable yield out of it, I want to add. The studies on these have not been favorable to these good things, but if you're going to compete as a state, you got to do it. We pioneered this area of small business tax cuts. So we went from a normal income tax rate on small business to 0. We did that because in our economic modeling, this created the most growth, the most job creation of anything we could do. Okay, and you think about it just a little bit. You take your tax off of small business. Most small businesses, their objective, what they want to do is grow. They want to get bigger. I got 3 folks working here. We produce this widget. I'd love to produce it for a broader audience. I want to get more people in here. It's just there's just this desire to grow. So you take that tax off them. Most of them plow it right back into the business to grow. Well, you know, as now that we've done it, people are saying, well, we think you went too high, so you ought to cap it. Instead of it being unlimited, Ohio passed one and they capped it at $250,000. Well, it shouldn't be on passive income, you know, rents and royalties, even though that has encouraged that investment. So, okay, we put a proposal, let's tax rents and royalties. Well, what about lawyers and doctors? They're not creating that many jobs. I mean, on professional services. So, okay, we got a registration fee we put into that for lawyers, doctors, accountants, so that they're paying more. So we were trying to refine that, and we put that forward in our proposal as well, so that we refine that small business tax cut, but keep part of it, which is about that entrepreneur being out there, creating jobs, and 6 years in a row, we've had record new business formation in the state of Kansas. 6 years in a row. We've had unemployment rates below 5%. We've had growth. We've had record income. We've had record private sector employment. Now we dipped off of that. And that's in face of a declining and a terrible commodity markets for agriculture, commodities, and oil. And we're a big ag and oil state. We're 9th in oil. Most people don't know of us as an oil state, but we're 9th in oil. We're 6th in agriculture. So those commodities have been tanked, and that's what's really hit our revenues.
Certainly.
Those. But, you know, these are the proposals we put forward. I just think to increase income taxes when the world is moving away from income taxes It's a really bad idea. It's just not the way to go.
As you mentioned, though, I mean, I believe your quote was, it's a real live experiment, right? I mean, with the conservative economic principles, and you've had to tinker with it.
Got to tinker with it.
Do you think the experiment has been a success?
Yes. Record new business formation in the state of Kansas over the last 6 years, when nationally the new business formation is going down. Record job creation. Now, there's a private sector job creation, record income levels, record population, in face of a huge fall off in commodity markets, which has been bread and butter backbone for our state for a lot of years. When I made that statement, it was the same day that Governor O'Malley had signed tax increases for Maryland. We were signing tax decreases for Kansas. And I said, well, let's see how this works for which state. And our objective was always job creation and getting more business startups. That's the objective of the small business tax cut. Now, we also took the overall income tax rate down from 6.45 to 4.6 to get more growth, because we sit pretty close to Texas with zero income taxes, and we're just losing way too many people to Texas. I like beating Texans. I don't want to lose to them. No, I mean, but if you're going to get in the game, you got to get in the game. You got to go.
Do you think this model can be translated into federal policy? Because certainly the Trump administration is looking at very similar things.
I think you need the economist and the modeling to prove it. But from what our experience has been, you take the pass-through tax on sub-S corporations, you cut it in half. I think will be one of the fastest growing economic policies in the tax system that you could put forward. And just think about it. You're taking small business, which is the major job creator in the country, where 65% of Americans work, private sector. You take their tax, you cut it in half. And you would really, this is a beautiful targeted tax cut. All tax cuts aren't created equal if you're looking at job growth. But here's one, wow, you're going right to the job creating machine. That and regulation reform, which, by the way, that's the thing that Republicans and conservatives like myself have argued for years to get regulations off that have been, we've not been effective at this. We've got to start pulling back on some of the regs, or at least on the regs on small business. So on a lot of these regs, just say if you're below $1 billion in size, this set of regs doesn't apply to you, or $100 million. So you just get some startup room for these guys, because right now they're being regulated and they don't have enough money to hire the accountants and the lawyers and the lobbyists to help them figure their way through the system. They're just, they're five guys. Well, no, that's not a good example.
One thing we haven't mentioned, though, is the border adjustment tax. So that's going to be a big piece of what we debate this year in Congress. Do you think that can be compatible, this border adjustment fee, with what you've just described?
It could be. I mean, again, you're trying to load your cost of government on the consumption side, not on your production side, which to me is key long term. You've got a cost of government, you've got to pay for it. Well, where are you going to load it? And I think that's a key piece of it. Now, there are other people that are looking at this and really questioning of it. But that, to me, is a long-term growth thought. And we have got to get these growth rates to 3%. This Rep's office, we've been negotiating these treaties and we've gotten down a lot of the barriers. Now, if you put some of them back up, or if we start getting in trade wars, you're going to have a lot of tit for tat back and forth on you raise my tariffs, I'm raising yours. I mean, that's.
Do you think the Trump administration might be getting close to that? It seems like, especially with Mexico.
Yeah, I know, but you've got a set of agreements that are already sitting in place now, that if you violate this, there is this piece that they can do back. I mean, these have been negotiated and tried for a series of years. I think they should talk about renegotiating these to see, is there a way to do it better? But right now, you've got a legal structure that's in place that will take a lot to change those structures.
Certainly.
And to me, I don't know if NAFTA is as big as what, it's China that's been the difficulty. I mean, for us, if you're looking at loss of manufacturing jobs in the United States, a lot of that is just this huge wave of Chinese goods that have been very cost competitive coming into the United States. And
given how much is on the administration's plate now, would you advise them, maybe if and when you talk to the president about this, focus more on China here?
I'd focus on taxes and regulations. I want to get my growth rate above 3% in this country. That's my objective, is getting my growth rate above 3%. How do I do that? The most likely route, the fastest, getting those taxes down on business, getting that regulatory environment off of small business.
And look at that. We're just about out of time. That's our note to end on. Thank you for this conversation,
My
Governor
pleasure.
Brownback.
Good to
Thanks
see
for
you.
being here. And thanks to those joining us over the live stream. And thank you to Microsoft for partnering with Politico on this event. So for everyone, we'll be back at 1:30 for the second half. So please.
All right, everybody. Well, we just wanted to take you to that Politico event that was happening earlier today. Appreciate you watching with me live here on the Fox News Now stream. Pulling up the next event for you here. Let me get this up and going. Here we go. U.S. Representative Tom Emmer held a town hall meeting in Minnesota earlier today discussing all issues concerning Obamacare, minimum wage, and he did say that if the meeting got out of hand or there were any disruptions, that he threatened to leave the meeting. So we'll see how it went. Let me pull this up really quickly here. Give me one moment, you guys. Interesting to say, too, that, you know, if there were disruptions during the meeting, that he would leave. So it seemed like he was already prepared for a pretty argumentative discussion. So again, this is U.S. Representative Tom Emmer speaking at a town hall meeting in Minnesota earlier today, and hundreds of people lined up outside the doors to get in and share their opinions. Let me make sure the volume is good to go. All right, let's take you there.
You have family situations, you have issues with your business, whatever it might be, that you think your congressional office could be of assistance to you. What I would like to do with you is, we'll have the conversation tonight, but we want to connect you with our office so that we can work with you even after tonight, if that's all right. All right? So with that, Zach, you want to get started?
Absolutely, thank you. So who can ask a question? Again, as David said, just where you're from, your name, where you're from would be fantastic. Let's kind of go from there.
Hi, I'm Corey Whiting. I'm from Zimmerman, and I'm with the American Cancer Society. And you have been such a champion this past term, and we really, really appreciate it. And so I want to talk to you about the Affordable Care Act. We advocate for cancer patients and survivors, and we need coverage that's available to people with pre-existing conditions, adequate to cover their treatment and their follow-up, and of course, affordable. So we want to know, would you oppose any bill that does not keep the patient protections while ensuring that coverage is affordable and adequate?
I believe the answer to that is yes. I'd have to see what we're talking about. The problem with the Affordable Care Act, Corey, right now is, it's funny, you know, we have different political perspectives. A few years ago, I had a race with a guy by the name of Mark Dayton. Mark Dayton and I actually agree on some things. And one of the things we agree on right now is that the Affordable Care Act is not working for Minnesota. It's simply become unaffordable. I think as we go forward, you talk about pre-existing conditions, which is incredibly important. Minnesota was leading the other states. There may have been other states that had reached the level that we had, but we were cutting edge when it came to trying to take care of people who couldn't take care of themselves, trying to make sure that people who had been denied coverage could access coverage. And we had a program called MCHA, which I would tell you I don't think was perfect, but it was the right idea, which is if you get denied, and somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, but I remember the way it worked. If you were denied health insurance by 2 different carriers, if you submitted applications and you were denied, then you had to be accepted by the health insurers in our state would rotate on a rotating basis, would have to take that person in their coverage, and then it would rotate to the next one. The goal is going to be to return that decision-making authority back to the states so they can design those programs that work best for our citizens. So, and you know how I feel about the cancer issue, but it goes beyond cancer. Obviously, people with Alzheimer's, people with all kinds kinds of major challenges, you need to make sure that they can all have access to the best health care has to offer.
Thank you, Corey. I appreciate it. Yeah, Virginia.
Hi. My name is Sue. I'm from St. Cloud.
Sue, do you want to stand up if you don't mind?
Sure. My question is pretty simple. We have a president who is in violation of the Emoluments Clause on the day he was inaugurated. He's profiting daily at the expense of American taxpayers and private businesses that have to compete with him. You've written, and I quote, "Our laws should apply equally to everyone and should not be waived when it's convenient or fits an agenda." So I'm asking you, do you think that the president should follow the Constitution?
I think the president should follow the Constitution. I think everyone should follow the Constitution.
I agree with you. Would you support impeachment if the president is in violation of the Constitution?
If a president has committed a misdemeanor or high crimes, whatever the language is in the law, I would be supportive of something like that.
Thank you.
Mr. Sir.
Hi, Commissioner.
Sir.
Yes, how you doing?
I'm doing well. Good to see you.
Yes, thank you for being here. You know, I live in the 60 residence.
I do.
I'm an American citizen.
Yes, sir.
And I have 2 kids, a 1-year-old and a 3-year-old. And the narrative that is coming from Washington, D.C. is that Muslims are dangerous to this country. Am I, in any way, you have known me for so long, I've known some of your staff for so long, I'm a Muslim. Have I been in any danger to you or your staff or anyone you know?
Not at all.
So all I ask you is, I want you to go back to Washington and tell the president that we know how to listen to him. And he has two kids, a 3-year-old and a 1-year-old, and they're in no way a threat to this country. They love this country and they're going to serve this country and they are Americans. That's all I'm asking, that's why I'm here for you today. Can you pass the message to President Donald Trump so that he can stop this hateful narrative that Muslims are danger to this country? We are in no way danger to this country. We love this country, we serve this country, and it's about time that you as my congressman, you equally represent me, that you went back to Washington and let the president know that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And we know that we've been working together for the last couple of years, and we will continue to do that because everyone in this country deserves to be safe, right? Everyone in this country deserves to be able to live to their full potential and practice their faith. Would you agree?
Yes, sir.
We have a common interest, and I look forward to working with you over the next couple of years.
Yeah, gentleman right there.
Sir, what I wanted to ask you is, you know, with all the right to work and how President Trump is trying to make most states as right to work. So what I want to ask you is, where do you stand?
Can I interrupt you? Where are you getting that? Where are you getting your President Trump? President Trump, actually, I got a suggestion, sir. Excuse me? President Trump, sir, as I've understood it, is actually trying to work on behalf of the working man and women all across the country.
No. Where do you stand with, sir, what I want to ask you is, where do you stand with unions?
Where do I stand? Well, I was endorsed by 4 unions in the last election.
So are you for unions or?
I will represent the working men and women of this state and of this country to the best of my ability every day in the job.
Do you support public sector unions?
I'm sorry.
Do you support public sector
I support people's right to organize and get the best value for the work that they provide. Again, I support people's right to get the value for the work that they provide.
Right there. Yes, you, ma'am. That's you.
I would like to know how committed you are to seeing that the Trump-Russian investigations continue and are carried to its final conclusions. I'm referring to both what occurred, may have occurred on the campaign trail with staff members and Russians, and also to those reports that were made by Christopher Steele. Are you committed to seeing that those investigations are carried through to their
Which
final
investigations are you talking about?
Russia.
I understand it's Russia, but who's doing investigating which investigations? Folks, I have one lady who's asking the question. I'm asking which investigations are you talking about?
I'm talking about, number one, the first one that we heard about the possibility of campaign staff members interacting with Russian officials, speaking to them. And the second one would be the dossier that Christopher Steele wrote about and presented to
see it, but I will say this, that the Government Oversight Committee in the House is responsible for that sort of thing, and I'll support whatever they decide they're going to do.
So you won't. So you don't support an independent?
I'm sorry, did you?
No,
If
we
we're
can
going to
go,
have
yeah,
the
we
thing
can
that
do
we...
right there, ma'am.
Hello, Congressman, and welcome to Sartell and the Sartell President, and on the school board, so my question has to do with education. We're always kind of looking as an independent school district to kind of shrink the federal footprint for education. I guess I want you to comment a little bit on your office and what you're doing to work with that a little bit to give us more control back to the local district.
Well, I think it's already started. We passed the Every Student Succeeds Act in the last
They do.
Congress.
That was what was-
Well, and the idea was it didn't reduce any of the funding, the federal funding. What it did was it tried to detach the federal control over the funding. So once it comes to Minnesota, and again, this is up to the Minnesota Department of Education and your local school district. So if there's a rub there, that's up to you folks on the school board to deal with the Department of Education. But the idea was to take those federal dollars and give you more local control over those, so that you can make decisions as to how you can best. I look at it this way: education as a parent, that we know best how to educate our kids at the local level with the education professionals that we have right here in Minnesota. We don't need somebody in Washington, some nameless, faceless Washington bureaucrat telling our teaching professionals in the state of Minnesota, this is what's best for Minnesota students. I think that our administrators, our teachers, our parents can figure out that best. So the idea of the Every Student Succeeds Act was to restore some of that authority, and it went ever so slight. We've got a lot more to do, but it started that process of trying to return more control to Minnesota as to determine how best to educate our children.
I represent the Central Minnesota Builders Association, and as always, I have a couple of concerns I think that every small business in this area also have concerns with, and that is with the business, future workforce, the development of workforce, going on the education area, and getting our students interested in trades at the high school level, and also then regulatory and pushing back regulatory issues that have really made it more difficult to not only start a business but stay in business, especially a small business, especially outside of a metropolitan area. If your comments, please.
Well, I would tell you, I think I'll do them in reverse order because I think regulation is probably the biggest problem. And I think all of us in this room, this isn't a matter of what your political perspective is, whether you're Republican or Democrat, you identify as something else. This is really an American issue. This is a non-partisan issue, and that is, we've got an overwhelming, and it happened both under a Republican president and it's continued last under the Democrat administration, and hopefully it's not going to continue under this one, which is this onslaught of regulation that comes from the federal government onto people that are just trying to make their way in business. There certainly is, regulation is not all bad, right? But when you're passing or promulgating rules without any involvement of Congress, rules that once they're implemented could have an impact of $100 million or more on American citizens, well, then I think we should do a cost-benefit and look at that. We passed something recently out of the House called the REINS Act to try and deal with this. And REINS, it's not REINS, R-E-I-G-N-S. It's REINS, the acronym is R-E-I-N-S. That act was to try and get this regulatory issue under control. And then the other one, what was the other one? The workforce is really a challenge. I mean, Minnesota's lucky. Our unemployment number is low. The problem that we hear most often throughout Minnesota's 6th congressional district, and I'll tell you, it's actually beyond the 6th. But we hear it in the 6th all the time that we can't find enough people for the jobs that we have to offer. And part of that is the training thing. We have to have incentives that people understand, oh, I know what the other thing you offered, which is really frustrating to me. I think we've done a disservice to our students and to our parents all across Minnesota by making them believe that somehow everyone has to go get a 4-year degree or they're not successful. I mean, it's crazy. You've got these kids that are going out there and getting degrees and incurring debt up to $100,000, and then they try to go out and get a job, and guess what? Those jobs aren't, they can't get the job that they need to actually pay that debt that they've incurred with a degree that isn't doing them any good. Great example. I toured the Anoka Technical College, Zach and I did recently. And we were going through the carpentry program where many of these students are actually hired before they ever graduate from the program because we need them, right, out in the workforce. I was talking to one of them who said he has a degree from St. Cloud State in psychology and that he actually wanted to be a psychologist because I think his dad was a psychologist, if I remember right. And he went into tried to go into the profession and realized he could not make enough money to actually pay the debt that he had incurred from college. So he went back to school at Anoka Technical College. He's getting an associate's degree in carpentry, and he was hired before he ever finished the job, and he's getting paid well. I mean, education should always continue, but we should... somebody from outside with a question? We should always, right, be thinking about how we need people in the trades. And by the way, manufacturing, folks, is nothing today like it was in the past. You go into some of these high-tech manufacturing businesses that we have in the 6th Congressional District, they're clean. You get kids that are starting, and I say kids because I'm a little bit older, but they're starting at 19, 20, 21 years old, and within a couple of years they're making $50,000 a year plus benefits if they're good at this. And if they're willing to stick it out and they show up for work. So workforce is going to be a big issue, but I think part of it is up to us to start explaining, you know what, the trades are a great place to go. You can make a good living, you can be happy, and by the way, after you do that for a few years, if you want to, you can continue your education or you can continue in the trade. So hopefully that answers it.
Gentleman right there.
Yeah, I'd like to address
your name and where you're.
Yeah, I'm Stephen Thompson. I'm from Alino Lakes. Okay, I'd like to talk to you about this idea and concept of shortage. In a free market, supply and demand kind of meets a place, right? And as long as we're continuing to try to hold down the price, we're never going to see wages increase. Okay, IT workers, for example, and H-1B visas. I am now a displaced worker to 3 legal immigrants, of which I love. I love these guys, and they do great work. But when is the supply enough? I mean, when are you going to understand at the government level shortages need to be handled at the free market basis?
And I'm sorry if I'm not...
You're not getting it?
No, you just put the visas in with this. So are you talking about the labor supply?
I'm talking about H-1B visa technical workers. Yeah. There's a lot of them. I love them. They're really great people, hard workers.
But because of that, you've lost your job.
I've lost my job because my price is probably a little bit too high.
Okay.
I approximately make 30-40% less than I did 15 years ago with no inflation figured in, okay?
Yeah.
And I'm talking about the supply has drastically increased. Students do not want to go into computer worlds because they incur too much debt. They go over here. I bounced around for several years before I landed an IT position, of which I'm very happy. But the point is kids aren't given that opportunity anymore. So work up in corporations. And I'm just saying, I love all the immigrant labor. They're ready to go, but they're not getting trained in school. Okay?
Yeah. So we should have, if you don't mind, we should continue this discussion because...
You and I talked about this
I
5 years ago.
I remember.
Okay.
We talked about it because I was running for another office, and you were asking me how much I knew about these visas, etc.
Yeah.
Since I've been in Congress, this issue, unfortunately, members of Congress have been pushing it down the road. The time has come. It's got to be addressed. And it's not just the visas you're talking about. You should always, if you're a nation of laws, right, and immigration laws are part of that, you should always be examining the laws as they exist and how they apply, which gets to your laws of supply and demand, I believe, if I've understood the question.
Right. Shortages can be addressed like that. And the problem is the industry wants to pay what they want to pay. And they want to keep the rates down. So there's an incentive for them to bring in
Right.
enslaved H-1B visa workers. They're indentured slaves for 7 years to corporations.
Well,
so I'm just saying.
No, but it's a good time because the 115th Congress and under this administration, we've been told this is one of the issues that they're going to deal with. All this is going to be reevaluated, and I'm not just picking on the one visa issue. I'm talking about all the immigration laws they've talked about. They want to go through every one of them, reevaluate them. How are they applying? Who do they impact?
You've had 3 years.
What's that?
You've had 3 years.
I've had 2.
Okay, 2.
I've had 2.
Okay.
I don't mean to quibble.
Okay.
I mean, I should have taken care of it the first day I got there. I know that. But you got to remember also, I'm one of 535, and we've got to move this big monster and get it to turn. You've got an administration that has indicated, and we'll see if they are going to follow through with this, but they've indicated that immigration is an issue that they want to deal with in terms of evaluating the laws that are on the books, whether or not they make sense, and if so, which ones should go. And this is going to be the time. We should keep in touch over the next several months.
Well, I know my address.
Right there, sir in the hat.
Congressman Emmer, nice to see you again.
Good to see you.
For those of you who don't know, my name's David Snyder, and I ran against Congressman Emmer this past election. Congressman, we both took an oath. I did in the military, you did in Congress. To support and defend the Constitution of the United States of America against all enemies, both foreign and domestic. Now, regardless of who might be involved, we do know that there was hacking done, not only against the DNC, but also the arms by the Russian government. Now, I'm calling upon you, and of course, as you as a Trump supporter, we would carry a lot of influence to go off and ask for an independent, bipartisan special commission to investigate into this hacking and also what they did to our elections this past year. Regardless of what the outcome is, good, bad, or indifferent, I would like to see you take the forefront and ask for that type of commission.
Yes.
There's 2 committees that I understand are currently working on that. One in the Senate, one in the House. We'll let them do their work, and we'll see where it goes. And then we can have that discussion more as it goes forward. Thank you.
Ma'am, right there in the red, the phone with carrying the phone, take it over.
Hi, my name is Lori. I'm from Otsego. I have concerns about the minimum wage. Currently asking $15 an hour. I understand that you oppose that. When I started working my first job, I started out at $16.50 an hour. And going back to work now, I couldn't even ask for that at McDonald's. I'm 53 years old. I am now on disability and retired. I couldn't go back to work and make what I made at 23, starting right now. Why are you not supporting the minimum wage increase?
We don't have a minimum wage increase proposed in Congress.
It's been turned down repeatedly.
I'm sorry, but it's not. This is an issue at the state level, and I'm in the congressional level. I'll tell you what I support.
Can I ask you if you do or do not support a minimum wage to $15?
I don't support minimum anything. I support maximum wages for maximum paying jobs. And I'll tell you how you do that. You reduce the regulation. You reduce the overall tax burden. You start to make sure that we have a strong monetary policy instead of constantly juicing the system with huge quantitative easing one time. If you do these things, I'm sorry, you go ahead.
You have not answered my question. What are you going to do to ensure a minimum wage?
I just did.
No, you did not.
The answer is nothing.
to ensure that a minimum wage is imposed in this state and we can all afford to live here.
And I just did. I'll tell you again, what you have to do is you got to make sure that there are great paying jobs all over the place, not just for a few. You got to do this by allowing people who create those jobs to take more risk, to create more opportunity.
Congressman Emmer.
What's that?
I'm asking you one more time. What are you going to do to support a minimum living wage for your people in Minnesota to be able to live here?
I'm going to reduce regulations, excessive and unnecessary duplicative regulations. I'm absolutely going to reduce the overall tax burden. We're going to make sure that people who can take risk and have capital will reinvest it in the economy and create new jobs. Do you know the last public company, somebody told me this the other day, and I got to go check it out. The last public company, or company that went public in this state, I was told the other day, that was started in a garage, was started in the 1970s, and it was Medtronic. We need more of those. We need more companies that start as somebody's idea, maybe your idea, that start in a garage and grow into the next great opportunity, not just for you, but everybody else.
Yes. But again, that doesn't answer the minimum wage. There's no minimum wage in this state that will allow us all to live. And that's just
we have to have maximum opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you. Sir, right in the back.
Jim Reed, Avon.
Hey, Jim,
first of all,
former candidate for Congress.
I first of all want to credit you with holding this forum when many other members of Congress have canceled them. My nephew, whose mother is deceased, is working his way through college at St. John's. He relies on the Affordable Care Act for insurance. Will you commit to hold off on any vote on repeal on the Affordable Care Act until all of us know what the Republican replacement package is in detail, so that we know what you are voting for as well as what you're voting against?
I really appreciate your kind remarks. I do believe this is what we have. We need to be here all the time, right? And we're not all going to agree. And look, I didn't sign up for the job because I expected everybody was going to come in and say, oh, you're wonderful. I didn't expect that. But I will do the best I can to make sure I represent the district and the state of Minnesota the way that the district of Minnesota would like to be, the state of Minnesota would like to be represented. So the question I have, anybody else feel like Jim? Well, here's the problem I've got, is time is of the essence. We've got health insurance. Okay, if you don't want to hear it, I mean, Jim, your question is a valid one. The Affordable Care Act is in a death spiral. It's done. And by the way, Mark Dayton, 40%, 50%, 60%. Mark Dayton has made it very clear the Affordable Care Act is simply no longer affordable. Bill Clinton has said it's done. This thing is not working. We can get all kinds of people, regardless of their political persuasion, who make it very clear what people tried to do a few years ago that they thought would deliver this wonderful thing, it's not working. So how are we going to make sure that we can provide for people starting in 2018? Because what we've got right now is, it's going to stay in 2017. We've had a 59% increase in premiums in Minnesota this year alone. I've got people in the district that average about 25.
All right, everybody. Well, as you can see, that town hall getting pretty heated. I'll take you back to that later in my show, but coming up next is your host, Mike Page, taking you into the evening hours, and he is going to be showing you and discussing a very big announcement coming in from the Chicago police. So that's next. Let me give you a live look of the White House while we switch out.
Welcome, everybody, to the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. I'm your host, Mike Page, going to be with you for the next 2 hours on this beautiful Friday. Hope everyone is having just an amazing Friday evening. So nice out there in the Northeast. I saw temperature 70 degrees. That is a nice break from the temps that those winter months can definitely hand to those states in the Midwest and the Northeast. So that is awesome. But I know that the temperatures will once again begin to start dipping. But hopefully everyone out there in the Northeast enjoyed some just great couple days there with 70 degrees, 72 degrees I saw in Providence, Rhode Island there. So very nice. And here in the Southwest, we're located in Phoenix, and it was an absolutely great day today. A little bit cool, but you know what? I'm originally from Chicago, and so when it's like 68 degrees, 65, it's beautiful to me, right? You get to ask people out here that lived here for a while, they say 65, it's very cold. I laugh at it because it's like, come on, folks. There's people dealing with 20 degrees and snow, and they got to dig out to get to the cars every day. So we're in a great place. Hope everyone's having a great weekend. Coming up next here on the Fox 10 News Now stream, we are going to bring you a press conference from the Chicago Police. They announced today that last night they conducted some raids that led to 81 arrests. Let's take you there and break it down for you here on the Fox 10 News Now stream. And, of course, we'll break in with any breaking news and live events that we can go to. So let's go to it.
CPD has made it a priority to change the way we approach crime and the offenders that commit it. That means being smarter, more proactive, and more predictive to get several steps ahead of the individuals driving the violence in some of our communities. Evidence of this can be seen in the investments we've made in technology in the 7th and 11th districts, where the strategic decision support centers operate around the clock to focus on the right people and deploy our officers in the right places at the right times. We've seen some early success with significant reductions in shooting incidents so far in February in both the 7th and 11th districts. And to hopefully replicate these early results, we're putting that technology into place in the 9th and 15th districts by spring. This certainly isn't a declaration of victory, and we still have a lot of work ahead of us to reduce the violence, but it's a big step in the right direction. To build upon this momentum, CPD has concluded a mission focusing on the underlying source of crime in these areas, the sale of narcotics. The initiative was focused on the 7th, 11th, and 15th districts, but also included the 3rd, 10th, 12th, and 25th district, resulted in 81 arrests. Of the 81 offenders that were arrested, 61 are previously convicted felons, 49 are documented gang members, 19 have been previously arrested on gun charges, 14 are currently on parole, and 65 have been previously identified by CPD to be at a higher risk to become a victim or an offender of gun violence. During the mission, 12 firearms were also seized. I'm proud of the work that went into this initiative by Chicago police officers, and I have to say, these results, which are impressive, continue to drive home the fact that there are repeat gun offenders that, one, don't care that they're on parole, 2, don't care about the fact that they're already previously convicted felons, and lastly, they still think it's okay to carry guns and be involved in the sale of drugs and commit violence on the streets of Chicago. We saw last week when we lost 3 children who lost their lives due to actions of individuals like these who don't fear the repercussions. And in late breaking news, I'd also like to announce that we've made 2 additional arrests in the murder of 2-year-old Levante White. Danielle Harris and Jeremy Ellis will be charged with first-degree murder in the case. We're still looking for additional offenders, and once we get those individuals in custody, we'll have a follow-up press conference outlining the details of the incident as well as their involvement. I'd like to thank the detectives on the case who have been relentless in their work. And additionally, our press officer will be able to provide you with mug shots later. My hope is through these types of incidents is that we, as a city, start to ask the questions that need to be asked. Questions like, why are these people allowed to cycle through the criminal justice system? Where are our state legislators, and when are they going to pass the laws necessary to send a message to these individuals that it's not okay to commit these crimes in our streets? And why do we have to wait until there's another high-profile shooting or murder to get something done? I've said it before and I'll say it again. CPD will continue to go after these people to make our streets safer, but we absolutely need everyone to step up to the plate and take a stand and say enough is enough. And now I'd like to turn it over to Chief Tony Riccio to give you more details about the mission.
So I know the superintendent said that there were a total of 81 arrests. There's actually 120 targets, so there's still 40 individuals who were involved in these operations that we're looking for right now, and efforts right now are underway to locate and arrest those 40 individuals. This is actually the second operation in a series of targeted investigations that are aimed at disrupting the violence on the south and the west sides. And I want to stress that the common denominator with all the individuals that are arrested and all the individuals that are targeted is violence. That's the common denominator with all. That's what puts them on our radar. When there's guns involved, when there's shootings involved, when there's murders involved, that's where we go to work. That's where we start targeting individuals. And then just one more comment. One of the guns that we took off the street last night on the west side is actually a machine gun capable of firing 40 to 50 rounds in just a matter of seconds. So the fact that we took that gun off the street alone is going to be a big impact to crime in the west side. Thanks.
Okay, we'll take questions now. The targeted individuals? I'll let you.
Again, these individuals, these locations are basically determined by the violence. Gunshots, shootings, murders, those are the things that drive us to these locations. Those are the things that put these individuals on our radar. And we begin an operation, we focus on the locations where we know there's violence, where we know there's going to be a lot of shootings, and those are the individuals that we target for arrest. To make the physical arrests? Typically, we'll go to houses or last known addresses or previously known addresses early in the morning, 4 or 5 a.m., and we'll start the roundup process real early in the morning, hopefully get them while they're still home. But we continue throughout the day. We know associates of theirs, we'll check associates. We know the locations that they hang, so we'll get them right off the street corners if necessary. But we start the roundup phase, the arrest phase, very early in the morning. Absolutely, we do. We have detectives who come in and they debrief them. They'll do some very detailed interviews with them to get information about the shootings and about the murders. And we typically get some very valuable information from the arrestees in an effort to help themselves, quite frankly. But that leads us to additional criminals. When we started out, this investigation was probably about maybe 50, 60 people. And during the course of the investigation and the arrests and the debriefings, it snowballed to 122 targets. Again, 81 of those 122 are in custody. The guns come from a lot of different sources. A lot of them come from out of state. They're purchased at gun shows. Some of them, one of them was stolen, taken in a burglary in a different part of the city a couple of months ago. So there's a lot of different there's a lot of places that are feeding guns onto the streets of Chicago. But narcotics and narcotic sales is a thing that allows the gang members to purchase the guns. So we target the source of the funding, basically.
How long is this operation been in the works?
This was probably about 3 weeks in the works. A lot of the information that we developed, particularly in the 7th and 11th districts, came from those strategic information centers that were set up just recently in 7 and 11. So we did develop information working in conjunction with them.
What do the charges range from?
Well, the charges range from, of the 81 in custody, 79 are felony charges. So these are serious charges. A lot of them are the distribution of narcotics related to distribution. But then again, we had 12 arrests for weapons. So there's weapon violations, UUW by felons. So there's some pretty serious charges. Narcotics and guns, and then again, the debriefing leads us sometimes to other things, to murders, to shootings. No, but we do know from crime scenes that there are some pretty serious weapons out there. We're seeing a lot of shell casings at crime scenes, so we know that there's weapons out there capable of firing lots of rounds of ammunition in relatively short periods of time. So they're out there.
Did you recover any rifles, high-powered rifles from the district?
Not on this operation, no.
High-powered rifles and assault rifles. A couple weeks ago, week and a half ago, you recovered a couple in the back of the car in an alley that stopped.
Correct.
Have you been able to trace those back to any open crimes or any of these?
The Bureau of Detectives is working on that. I don't know if they have that information. I'm sure that's something we wouldn't publicly discuss at this point anyway. Not at this time, no. This was strictly a CPD operation. The first operation that we did, which was a couple of weeks ago, we did have federal assistance, and we have some federal assistance coming up on some additional operations that we have coming the next 3 weeks or so. We're going to have some pretty significant ones, and we do have federal help on those.
You're just not going to let me get away from that, huh?
Well, he brought it up, he's going to get to it.
So, say it again. My take is this. Listen, we haven't been sitting around for months and years just waiting on someone else to help us. We work every day as hard as we can to reduce the gun violence in this city. Law enforcement, community members, elected officials, everyone is not just sitting on their hands waiting for somebody to come help us. Now, what I will say is this. We have said what we need from the federal government, and we embrace that. We will take more federal agents, more funding for mentorship programs, educational opportunities, housing programs. The mayor has committed millions of dollars in the next few years to mentorship programs.
All right, folks, we are live now right here in Arizona, where Sky Fox is up in the air. And there are some people protesting U.S. Representative Trent Franks. He represents Arizona's 8th district. You can see about, I would say, about 25 to 30 people there with signs on the sidewalk. Can't read some of those signs there. I don't know if the Sky Fox camera is able to pick any of that up. But yeah, you're seeing about 25 people there right now. So we'll continue to follow this here on the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. Those of you watching live right now on Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live, welcome to the stream here as Sky Fox up in the air, showing you the aerials here of a protest right outside of U.S. Representative Trent Frank's office here in Arizona. happening right there, 71st Avenue and Bell, for those of you local here in Arizona. Out there in Glendale. Welcome, everyone, to the Fox 10 and News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com on this Friday early evening here. Sky Fox up in the air, covering live for you. Thanks, everyone, watching from all over the world on fox10phoenix.com and Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live. As I was saying earlier, yeah, about 20 people there, all pretty much all holding signs. We do not know what they say, however, as the camera cannot zoom that far there. For those of you just joining us here, welcome. Fox 10 and News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. Live here in Glendale, near 71st Avenue and Bell. Got a group of people protesting U.S. Representative Trent Franks right outside his office. He represents Arizona's 8th District. Many are wondering, okay, what's the protest about? Well, on this congressional break, many Congress members have been holding town hall style events, and so far Trent Franks has not, and the people are demanding here that he hold one. All right, everybody. We are now going to another live event, this one happening in Beverly Hills, where there is a President Trump immigration policy protest happening right there. Let's take you live.
Borders for the United States of America, because we care deeply about this country. That's why we're here. That's why we're resisting. That's why we're proud to stand up. Let me, I get all excited. Not a lot to be excited about, though, right now, except all of you. You're the antidote. You are the antidote to the cynicism that's out there that says, we just, what can one or two people do? We have capacity. I'll tell you, you chose the right state, folks, the state of California. It must drive folks on, the ideological right a little crazy. I get it. I know Hollywood drives them a little crazy. But I imagine, in a state whose economy has grown faster than any other economy in the United States of America in the last 5 years, it must drive them crazy that we expanded the rights for our immigrants, expanded the rights of our farm workers, expanded the rights of the LGBT community. It must drive them crazy. It must drive them crazy. How can it be How can it be Los Angeles, a sanctuary city, can have lower crime rates than other non-sanctuary cities? It must drive them crazy. California values. California, a cause. California, a movement, right? A proud, proud universal state. And I just want to close because this is the word of the day. The word of the day is pluralism. Let me tell you, for those of you who think, oh, I know what that word means. I didn't say pluralistic. I said pluralism. What pluralism is about the active engagement of diversity. And that's what makes a country great. This is a state with 10 million immigrants. 27% of our population is foreign born in the state of California. And there's a reason why. Pluralism. Active engagement with diversity. Celebrating, not tolerating that diversity. So in the spirit of our times, the spirit of proud resistance in California, we also are a state that punches way above our weight. And we love to say this, as Los Angeles goes, California goes, and as California goes, Donald Trump, so goes the United States of America. Thank you all very much.
And now, please welcome host of CNN's Believer, Reza Aslan.
Hello, America! It is such an honor to be here before you. I'm an immigrant. My family came to this country in 1979 when I was 7 years old. We were fleeing a violent revolution in Iran. We came to America seeking refuge, seeking safety. This was, of course, during the Iran hostage crisis, so as you can imagine, there was a lot of anti-Muslim, anti-Iranian sentiment. I spent a good part of my childhood being called a terrorist, being called a raghead, having people tell me to go back home as if I had another home. And I know that we looked different, and so we were treated like we were the enemy. But here's the thing, is that even though we could barely speak English, we knew, even back then, what America stood for. We knew that we were going to be protected because the U.S. Constitution would be our shield. Well, today, that certainty has been shaken to its core. Authoritarians, they consolidate their power through fear. They try to drive a wedge among the people that they want to control. But we're not going to let that happen, are we? We are going to stand together, united and insistent that these United States continue to be bound together by certain values that make all of us Americans. If we allow our nation to declare that these values no longer apply to one group of us, then they don't apply to any of us. If we allow our government to come after one of us, then it means that they can come after any of us. I became a United States citizen at the age of 23. It took me 16 long years. Many of those years, I was an undocumented immigrant. And so when I came as an adult to stand before that flag, before that court, to take that oath of citizenship, to defend my country from all enemies, foreign and domestic, I knew exactly what I was saying. I knew exactly what that oath meant. And today, as I raise my voice to join yours, I know that I am now fulfilling that oath. This is personal. This is a personal cause for me. Like so many, I have relatives right now who are green card holders. They're unsure whether they can leave the United States and come back. I have family in Iran that are caught up in this uncertainty. Some of my family in Iran is family by blood. Others of my Iranian family are connected to me by ideas and by the arts. And so it is a great honor for me to be asked today to introduce a message from one member of this broader family of mine, the man whose simple act of defiance was a catalyst for this rally. He is an Academy Award-winning filmmaker. Maybe by Sunday evening we can call him a two-time Oscar winner. Yet on the global film community's biggest weekend, he is on the other side of the world. But he has a message for us all. So let's hear it. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the man of the hour, Asghar Farhadi.
Hello everyone. I am grateful to the solidarity offered by my fellow filmmakers and the UTA family who have reacted responsibly to discrimination and injustice. Your actions are hard for me, and it is comforting to know that at a time when some politicians are trying to promote hate by creating divisions between cultures, religions, and nationalities, the cinema community has joined the people in a commendable show of unity to announce its opposition. I hope this unity will continue and spread to fight other injustices. Filmmakers can break stereotypes around the world by turning their cameras to capture shared human qualities. I send you my warmest regards from Tehran. Have a good day.
That's why we did this. That's why we care. Clients and artists like Asghar Farhadi deserve our love and our attention, and that's why we came out. Don't go anywhere. By the way, my name is Jim Burkus. I'm chairman of UTA. I'm so happy to be here. I want to thank Jeremy Zimmer, whose idea this was. And yes, we all went along with it, but it was his idea, and congratulations, Jeremy. Don't go away. We have a great surprise artist to come out and give us a few minutes, and you will be very happy. Goodbye.
Welcome, everyone, to the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of Fox10Phoenix.com. We're taking a live look here at this immigration policy protest in Beverly Hills, California. While we wait for the program to begin again, let me hit you with some of the latest headlines from across the country. 6 University of Connecticut students were charged today with alcohol-related offenses related to the death of a student who was run over by a fire department vehicle after leaving a party last fall. The students had been hosting an off-campus party at a fraternity-affiliated house October 16th during homecoming weekend. One of the attendees was Jeffney Patty, a 19-year-old sophomore from West Hartford. Police said Patty had been sitting with her back against a garage door at the Yukon Public Safety Complex at around 1 a.m. when she was run over by a fire vehicle responding to a call that turned out to be a false alarm. 2 additional students have been charged in connection with that false alarm. Petty's body wasn't found until about 30 minutes later when firefighters returned. She died from injuries to her head and torso, the medical examiner's office said. The driver of the vehicle hasn't been charged, and the tragedy was ruled an accident.
And talented Ben Harper to close out the show. Fantastic. And, once again, really, thanks so much for showing up and making this a great day. Have a great weekend.
Thank you, sir. Thanks for having me.
And in other news, protesters who shadowed Mitch McConnell during his home state appearances this week are vowing to keep tracking the Senate Majority Leader whenever he returns to Kentucky. More than 200 protesters chanted and held signs this evening across the street from a Louisville conference center where McConnell and other Republicans were celebrating the GOP's sweeping fall victories. Protesters chanted, "Ditch Mitch, dump Trump, and we need a leader, not a creepy tweeter."
Check two, check 1 2, check 1 2, check. A little more, yeah. That's perfect. Nah, we'll be good to go. Yeah. Should I play along with that, or should I? Because I can. So I figure the only thing that is protecting us from the country we love and the country we fear is one another. So I'm proud to be out here with you all today. They shot him in the back. Now it's a crime to be black. So don't act surprised when it gets vandalized. Call it what it is, call it what it is, call it what it is. Murder. there's good cops and there's bad cops. White cops, black cops. Got to call it what it is, call it what it is, call it what it is. Murder, 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 murder. Trayvon Martin, Ezell Ford, Michael Brown, and so many, many more. Call it what it is, call it what it is, call it what it is. Murder. Government ain't easy. Policing ain't easy. Hard times ain't easy. Oppression ain't easy. Racism, no, ain't easy. Fear ain't easy. Suffering ain't easy. What it is, call it what it is, call it what it is. Murder. Gun control, mind control, just a little self-control. We've dug ourselves a hole, a hole, a hole. Call it what it is, call it what it is, call it what it is. Murder. Got to call it what it is, call it what it is, call it what it is. Murder. Call it what it is, call it what it is, call it what it is. Thanks so much. Thank you. I don't want to snap anybody's ears off, so I'll unplug this. That's cool. I can do one more before everybody splits. I know it's traffic. It's L.A. I know L.A. Born and raised, hometown. You know. I tried to get into the Trump press conference today. They wouldn't let me in. I hightailed it right back here. Hey, man, that's the T-shirt right there. That's my shirt. Excuse me, mister, do you have the time? Or are you so important that it stands still for you? Excuse me, mister, lend me your ear. Or are you not only blind, but do you not hear? Excuse me, mister, isn't that your oil in the sea? And the pollution in the air, mister, whose could that be? Excuse me, mister, I'm a mister too, and you're giving mister a bad name, mister like you. So I'm taking the mister from out in front of your name, 'cause a mister like you puts the rest of us to shame. It's a mister like you putting the rest of us to shame. And I've seen enough, I have seen enough. I've seen enough to know that I have seen too much. Excuse me, mister, can't you see the children dying? Say that you can't help them, mister, you're not even trying. Excuse me, mister, won't you take a look around? Mister, just look up and you will see what's coming down. And you're giving mister a bad name, mister like you. So we're taking the mister from out in front of your name, 'cause a mister like him puts the rest of us to shame. It's a mister like him putting the rest of us to shame. And I've seen enough, I've seen it, we've seen it, seen enough to know that we have seen too much. I've seen enough is enough. It's enough to know that I have seen too much. 'Cause mister, when you're rattling on heaven's gate, let me tell you, mister, by then you're much too late. 'Cause mister, when you get there, they won't ask what you saved. All they'll want to know, mister, all they'll want to know, mister, is what you gave. I'm a mister too, and you're giving mister a bad name, mister like you. Now I'm taking the mister from out in front of your name, 'cause a mister like him puts the rest of us to shame. It's a mister like him, a mister like him, Lord, puts the rest of us, all the rest of us. Thank y'all. Hey, I'm honored to stand with you guys today. It's an honor.
All right, folks, you're part of the Fox 10 and News Now stream. In just a little bit, we're hoping to get the stream in from CPAC as Michael Reagan, son of the former President Ronald Reagan, is speaking right now.
Mercedes Schlapp.
That's better.
They didn't tell me. And?
The mic is hot.
And?
Lucia.
Lucia.
Can you wave, Lucia?
Hi, Lucia Schlapp. Can I have a high five, please?
High five.
Just a little one? Thank you. Didn't tell her to slam my hand so hard. 1 of 5. Please welcome political pundit for Fox News, The Hill newspaper, and Breitbart News Network, David Webb, with Astrid Martin. And ladies and gentlemen, our keynote speaker for this evening, author, columnist, speaker, advocate, and president of the Reagan Legacy Foundation, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Michael Reagan, and his wife, Colleen. Please, let's have one last great round of applause for these distinguished conservatives. All right, schmoozers, stop schmoozing. Things are getting serious now. Please welcome ACU board member Muriel Coleman. She will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
So tonight I'm going to be Muriel Coleman and Kimberly Blissmo. So you get to hear from me twice.
I am so sorry.
It's okay.
I only say what they tell me to say.
It's kind of like live television, right?
Exactly. I just threw someone under the bus.
Okay, ready?
Yes.
Where's the flag? Here we go. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, for liberty and justice for all.
Yeah, baby. All right. So if I could ask you to stay standing for a moment. For those of you who don't know, I do radio every day here in Washington, D.C., and I speak for hours without a script. And it is quite daring for them to give me a script because I'm going to go off script once in a while. And, anything could happen tonight, so pay attention. And one of those things is about to happen now because we were going to sing the national anthem. We're going to have somebody come out and sing the national anthem for us.
I'm not doing that.
No, you're not. And we were told at the last minute that the person was not available, and that's cool. And they... Well, we truly are going off script, see? See, I had a feeling in a room full of conservatives like this that we could not go without singing our national anthem. And so our discussion was, do you cut the national anthem? And I said, oh, hell no. We ain't cutting the national anthem. And by the way, this isn't one of those things like, because you've been to those events where the one person sings the national anthem and then everyone just sits there and they act like they don't know it. You know what I'm talking about, the Democratic National Convention? We're all singing the national anthem tonight. Make no mistake. And what is your name?
Andrea Thornock.
Andrea Thornock is going to be leading us right here so she can have a microphone.
Okay, great.
How great is that?
Thank you.
And we are all singing along, aren't we? Good, proud conservatives. And
All
you're
right.
cutting my mic now. So it doesn't
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave. God bless America. Thank you.
That
You're
was
my hero,
fabulous.
and my 81-year-old mother loves you.
Oh,
You're
thank
amazing.
you. Thank you so Wow. One more time for Andrea. Yeah. Yeah. Wow. That doesn't happen at a meeting of the DNC, okay? It just don't. All right. Now, you are supposed to do this, right? All right. Kimberly Bellissimo will now deliver our invocation.
That was amazing, by the way. Thank you. So I have a short story to share with you before the invocation. I met a friend of ACU last night at one of the receptions. We got to talking, and she asked me if I was a woman of faith. I said I was, and she told me that she had gone shopping yesterday afternoon and bought a mini rosary bracelet. Please don't worry, I'm not going to make you all say the rosary. But this very kind lady took off her bracelet and told me that she wanted me to have it, and I'm wearing it now. That it would remind me to pray more often, especially when I go on my walks. It really touched me. It was a very kind and generous gesture to do for someone that she had just met. That's what people of faith are asked to do, the kind of people who gather here at CPAC. Good people, kind, loving, compassionate people of faith who have a love for family and of country, true patriots. So will you please bow your heads with me as we pray. Dear Lord, as we gather here in the harbor of your safety, we thank you for the fellowship of our friends, colleagues, and family. We thank you for the Conservative Union, the yearly gathering of our conservative family called CPAC. And I especially want us to pray for the unsung heroes of this conference, the staff of ACU, who has worked tirelessly to bring us this amazing experience, and I know they're all very exhausted. We also thank all the people who are working so hard to bring us this meal. Lord, you are the source of all blessings. Thank you for every gift that has been given. We stand before you, Holy Spirit, conscious of our sinfulness, but aware that we gather in your name. Come to us, remain with us, and enlighten our hearts. Guide us by your wisdom, support by your power for who you are, God, sharing the glory of the Father and the Son and the Holy Spirit. You desire justice for all. Enable us to uphold the rights of others. Do not allow us to be misled by ignorance or corrupted by fear or favor. Unite us to yourself in the bond of love and keep us faithful to all that is true. As we gather in your name, may we temper justice with love so that all our decisions may be pleasing to you and earn the reward promised to good and faithful servants. You live and reign with the Father and the Son, one God forever and ever. Amen.
Thank you. Great job.
Thank you.
Where's the rosary? Oh, there it is. It's beautiful.
It is.
I love that. That's beautiful. All right. Could I take a quick moment to ask those veterans from the United States military and anyone who may be active duty military to please just take a quick moment to rise so that we can acknowledge you and thank you for your service to our nation. We are honored and humbled to be in your presence. And as we enjoy a fantastic evening tonight, I would beg for you also to bear in mind and keep in your minds those who are currently serving for us right now in the military overseas and doing the hard work and sacrificing their lives, and all of the families who are behind supporting them as they fight for our freedoms. Now, we have a very full program for you tonight, and being a member of the media here in Washington, D.C., I am asked to attend a lot of dinners. And I, just like you, hate that guy who stands up there and makes my dinner go much longer than it needs to go and keep me from doing the things that I want to do. And I assure you, I am not going to be that guy. So take a few minutes right now, start enjoying your food. We're going to kick off with our first award presentation in just a moment. That is the Jean Jordan Kirkpatrick Academic Freedom Award, sponsored by the Lyned and Harry Bradley Foundation. So start eating. I'm not going to wait forever for you to finish your first course. We're going to jump right in while you eat with that award, but only if you all stop talking when it's time. Do you promise? All right, eat, drink, be merry, be conservative, love our country.
2016, we did it! We did it! Thank you. And I'm very honored to be here today. I'm delighted and thrilled that CPAC invited me. Me, a foreigner, in your country. But you know, it's a funny thing. Since November the 8th, since the election of Donald J. Trump, every time I come to America, I'm feeling a little bit more American, I have to tell you. When, in years to come, the generations that follow us study the history of this period, there is one year that will stand out. There is one year that every school child will know, and that year is the year of 2016. Because in 2016 we witnessed the beginning of a global political revolution, and it's one that is not going to stop. It's one that is going to roll out across the rest of the free world. I had been fighting against Britain's membership of the European Union for 25 years. 25 years. And if you've endured abuse, if you've been called deplorable, you've only had a few months of being abused. I've had 20 years of it. But you know what? None of it mattered. I always believed that we should govern our own country. I always believed we should be free to reach out and make our own deals with our real friends in the world. And it's funny, our real friends in the world speak English, have common law, and stand by us in times of crisis. So I battled away for all those years. I thought I might become the patron saint of lost causes. And then the referendum came along, and we were told by vast sections of the media that we couldn't do it. We were told by many of the pollsters we couldn't do it. We were told by many of the commentators. Any of this ring familiar with you guys? We were told by the commentators that we couldn't do it, and they lined up all the big businesses, all the big banks, all the big politics, not just from Britain, but from across the world. Do you know we even had a visit from the 44th President of the United States of America? I will, to my dying day, be grateful that President Obama came to my country, intervened in the referendum, and told the United Kingdom's people, told America's greatest friend and ally in the world, and told us that if we voted to get our independence, we would go to the back of the line. And the British people were so disgusted by Obama treating us like this that it put us up 2% in the polls. So I shall always be grateful to Obama. So the great day came, 23rd of June, 2016, and by 3 o'clock in the morning, it was clear that after a period of just after 4 decades in which our politically corrupt rulers had given away our independence, our democracy, our sovereignty, the ability to make our own laws, the ability to choose our own friends, the ability to make the right trade deals with the right countries. Oh, and they'd also given away control of our borders. And by 3 o'clock in the morning of June the 24th, it was clear the nightmare had come to an end. We had voted to get our country back. And I can't tell you how thrilled and pleased that I'd felt. It seemed incredible. that people had the courage to stand up against the entire establishment. But the brave British people did it. Oh, and by the way, the last opinion poll says that now 68% of the British people want us to get on with Brexit. And then a funny thing happened. I went to the Republican convention in Cleveland, and I realized that amongst the Republican activists and amongst a large chunk of the American people, there was something approaching Brexit mania. And I got the opportunity, through my friends in Mississippi, through the governor in Mississippi, I got my opportunity. Would I stand on a platform with Donald J. Trump, and would I tell that audience that what we'd done in Brexit was what you too could do here in America? And I told that audience, don't listen to the pollsters, don't listen to the media, don't listen to the commentators. They're trying to break your will. They're trying to make you stay at home. Don't listen to any of them. And I said, we got our country back on June 23rd, and you can get yours back too on November the 8th. And you know what? I am pleased and proud that I did that in Mississippi and that I came to America many times in that campaign to give Donald Trump support. I'm proud to have been part of that campaign. I really am. And what I'm seeing 36 days in to the Trump presidency, I'm seeing something quite remarkable. I'm seeing an elected leader who is trying to put in place the platform on which he was elected. How about that? Because we've had years, haven't we, of people making promises, getting into power, and not even attempting to put into place the things upon which they've been elected. And I believe that Trump, who is determined, and we saw him this morning, didn't we? And wasn't he just superb? No, what Trump is doing by trying to put in place that ticket on which he was elected, he is restoring faith in the democratic process, and good for him. Good for him. 2016 was the year that the nation-state democracy made a comeback against the globalists and those who would wish to destroy everything that we have ever been. But of course, Trump, amazing personality that he is, could not have done it on his own. He had some good people behind him. He had people like Steve Bannon, Kellyanne Conway, and many others. But he also had every single one of you, and this event is your celebration. Well done to all of you. Now, great though the night of June 23rd was, great though the night of November the 8th was, my favourite part of 2016 wasn't so much the victories, no. My favourite part of that evening of November the 8th was watching the faces of the CNN presenters. And you know what? They haven't given up, have they? They are in deep denial. They would like to wind the clock back to 2015 to pretend that none of this had ever happened. But just as Brexit becomes more popular by the day, President Trump will become more popular in America by the day. No, they won't give up. And some of their biggest cheerleaders, I'm thinking of Tony Blair in particular. Oh, wow. So he's popular here too, is he? Fine, good. I think of people like Tony Blair, who says that 2016 was just a blip. 2016 was an aberration. 2016 was just an outpour. But Tony Blair is wrong. He's wrong because what happened in 2016 is not the end of this great global revolution. What happened in 2016 is the beginning of a great global revolution. And this will roll out across the rest of the West. We've got some very exciting elections coming up in the Netherlands, in France, in Germany, possibly even in Italy. And believe me, I don't yet know whether the results in 2017 will be as dramatic as the results in 2016. But what I do know is that even if the challengers don't get over the line in this year, what they will do is shift the center of gravity of the entire debate. Because what is happening across Europe is people are rejecting this form of supranational government. They're rejecting the idea of being governed by a bunch of unelected old men in Brussels. Although I'm very grateful to these unelected old men because I've had some real sport with them in the European Parliament over the last couple of years. And they're rejecting the absolute madness and idiocy of what Angela Merkel did 18 months ago when she opened up her doors. And we've got to be clear. We're not against anybody based on religion or ethnicity. We're not against anybody, but we're for...
All right, so you can keep enjoying your dinner. Why am I shouting? I've got a microphone. Keep enjoying your dinner. But as I promised, we're going to move things along. We've got a lot of distinguished people in the audience. Before we start with our first award presentation, I'd like to help recognize all of the very distinguished people we've got. I'd like to call on Z. O'Jackley, the first vice president of Ford Motor, to recognize some special folks. Let's hear it for Ford. I'm a big fan of the Flex.
Flex
I like
all
the
the
Flex
way.
a lot.
Yeah.
The Ford Flex rocks. You know, I'm from Michigan originally, right outside Detroit.
Good man.
Right?
Good man.
Go blue.
Go blue.
All right.
Huh. So we wanted to recognize a couple of additional distinguished conservative leaders here with us tonight. We have in the House Chairman of the Ways and Means Committee, Kevin Brady of Texas. Congressman Ken Buck of Colorado. Congressman and Mrs. Barry Loudermilk of Georgia. Kentucky's Lieutenant Governor Janine Hampton. Nevada's Attorney General Adam Laxalt. Tennessee State Senator Brian Kelsey. Tennessee State Rep Timothy Hill. State Rep Julie Emerson of Louisiana. State Representative Rick Saccone of Pennsylvania. And in addition to Omarosa and KT mentioned earlier, we have the Honorable Andrew Brenberg, Assistant to the President and Director of the Domestic Policy Council. And last but not least, the Honorable Tom Honig, the Vice Chair of the FDIC. So give all these conservative leaders a great round of applause. Thank you.
That's right. All right. Wow, the Attorney General of Nevada. Or is it Nevada? I'm so confused after all that. I got to tell you, sir, the sports book at the Mirage is robbing me blind. And there needs to be an investigation. The spread it's always a half point different. And as my brother tells me, even if it's fixed, you still have a 50-50 chance of winning, so, and I don't. All right, time now to call on the ACU chairman, Matt Schlapp. What a week Matt Schlapp has had. Come on, can we give him some love, please? He does such a great job for the conservative movement and for ACU. And ACU Foundation Vice Chair Millie Hallow, who is actually running everything tonight. I guarantee it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can you hear me? Yes? Because I'm sort of short. I just want to tell you a little bit about the origin of this award. In the mid-90s, at a dinner honoring Jesse Helms, yes, Jean Kirkpatrick, ambassador, and Wayne LaPierre were sitting at a head table talking about political correctness on campus and the diminution of the conservative word. And thanks to then ACU Chairman David King, we were able to establish the Jean Kirkpatrick Academic Freedom Award. For a while, ACU tried to do it on his own. We picked some very interesting conservative types that had even more interesting day jobs. And we decided that we ought to turn it over to the pros. And so the entrance of the Bradley Foundation was heartfelt and needed. And we have so welcomed their partnership and their willingness to define the parameters of this award. So I just wanted to give you the history, and now Matt will introduce the Bradley Award convener.
Thank you, Millie. I don't know what this is going on with my throat. It could be exhaustion, maybe. I don't know. Has anybody seen me waddle down the hallway in the last 2 days? It's been quite a lot of that. If we could just get your attention, this is a very important award. I'm going to do what my mother used to do for me. Shh. Oh, it always works. It's so exciting. How blessed the American Conservative Union, indeed the entire conservative movement, is for the appointment of Rick Graber as the president and CEO of the Lined and Harry Bradley Foundation. You all know the Bradley Foundation. They do great work. After the stewardship of Mike Grebe, we all wondered who would be the new guy or gal who would steer the ship. Well, our worries are over. As you all know, Rick Graber is that man. He's been the United States ambassador to the Czech Republic, a former international senior vice president of Honeywell, director of the Kern Family Foundation, and former state chairman of the Republican Party of Wisconsin. You got the right party there, Rick. Good job. It's my pleasure to bring to the stage my friend, the Honorable Rick Graber. Come on, Rick.
Good evening, and thank you, Millie and Matt. The American Conservative Union Foundation and the Lined and Harry Bradley Foundation are pleased to announce that the winner of the 2017 Jean Jordan Kirkpatrick Award for Academic Freedom is John McAdams, Associate Professor of Political Science at Marquette University in Milwaukee. This prize includes an award of $10,000. And as Millie started to comment on, this award is named in memory of Dr. Kirkpatrick for her outspokenness, her strength, and her determination in the midst of opposition, and her dedication to free speech and American exceptionalism. Trained as an academic, Jean Kirkpatrick spent most of her life as a political science professor at Georgetown University here in Washington. As a lifelong Democrat, she increasingly found that the foreign policy of the Democratic Party was at odds with her own principles. Their approach, she famously said, was to blame America first. As ambassador to the United Nations under Ronald Reagan, she was known for the Kirkpatrick Doctrine, which advocated U.S. support for anti-communist governments. Her vision, her courage truly made a difference. But it was Jean Kirkpatrick's willingness to stare down hostile crowds on college campuses which really led to the creation of this award in her honor. In 1983, shouting down speakers was somewhat shocking and unusual, but what Stanley Kurtz calls the mother of all campus shoutdowns happened to her that February at UC Berkeley. In an act of defiance against the hecklers who completely drowned her out, Mrs. Kirkpatrick calmly continued on and finished her speech. She simply refused to be intimidated. The heckler's justification that oppressors don't deserve free speech was ludicrous at the time and remains so today, but it's an excuse that has become all too common 30 years later. Our award winner this evening, John McAdams, is a professor of political science at Marquette University, where he has taught since 1977. He's respected for the work in his field and is also nationally regarded as an expert on the assassination of John F. Kennedy. Through his blog, The Marquette Warrior, he's been a consistent and thoughtful critic of political correctness, most particularly on the Marquette campus. A devout Catholic, Professor McAdams has frequently revealed activities on that campus that have embarrassed Marquette's administrators, or at the very least annoyed them. For instance, last spring he exposed a campus mural celebrating terrorist and FBI most wanted felon Assata Shakur, which was promptly removed in the wake of that publicity. And perhaps as a result of his opinions, Professor McAdams is now in the fight of his academic life. In the fall of 2014, a student asked his instructor why she had not permitted him to express his views on gay marriage in a philosophy class. She informed him that he didn't have the right to speak in her class and that his views on gay marriage might be offensive to certain students in the class. When the student attempted to complain to the administration, nothing was done. So he went to Professor McAdams, bringing with him a recording of his interaction with his instructor. John posted the incident on his blog, and a storm of controversy ensued. A month later, John was informed by his dean without explanation that he was suspended and banned from campus. Ultimately, it became clear that he was being accused of cyberbullying, with critics arguing that as a result of his blog, the instructor, who was a graduate student, had received denigrating emails. Last spring, Marquette's president announced that he would implement a unanimous recommendation from a faculty committee to suspend Professor McAdams through the fall 2016 semester. To this ruling, the president added the caveat that McAdams apologized for his, quote, reckless, close quote, behavior. John refused, saying that he was simply telling the truth about an incident between a graduate instructor and her student. Despite the professor's long and respected career, Marquette University effectively fired him, and John has sued. His court date is fast approaching. Professor McAdams' defense has been taken up by both the left and the right. The Atlantic magazine called Marquette's action an attack on academic freedom. FIRE's executive director, Robert Shibley, said, if Marquette can fire a tenured professor for criticizing a fellow teacher on a blog, then tenure at Marquette is worthless as our freedom of speech and academic freedom. Professor McAdams has been selected from a broad field of worthy and deserving candidates for his fearless and outspoken defense of academic freedom and free speech. On behalf of the Board of Directors of the Lynd and Harry Bradley Foundation, it is my pleasure to present the 2017 Jean Jordan Kirkpatrick Award for Academic Freedom to Professor John McAdams.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I'm not yet convinced that I actually deserve this award, but I'm really enjoying the perks. I was told by the Bradley Foundation that they were going to get me a room in this hotel, and then when I checked in, I found I was in something called the Riverview Suite. I went up to it and found out that, number one, it really does have a river view, and number two, it is a real suite. Now you ask, why are you impressed by this? I'm a kind of ordinary academic, so my view of suites is sort of, suites are defined by 2.5-star motels just off the interstate in southern Illinois, and here I am in a really fine suite, so thank you, Bradley. But the issue for tonight is, how have we come to where we are in academia? How is it that a place in American society that ought to be the most open and tolerant of different ideas is, for the most part, the most intolerant, the most closed place in the society? So I'm going to give you just a little bit of history. It's important to remember that for much of the 20th century, about 2/3 of the 20th century, threats to academic freedom came from conservatives. Conservative trustees, conservative alumni who were big donors, conservative state legislators. And academics who leaned liberal, then as now, produced a kind of elaborate justification for academic freedom. The AAUP, American Association of University Professors, came out with classic statements about academic freedom in 1915 and 1940. And they were pretty compelling. Not only was it compelling to those liberals, it was compelling to a lot of conservatives, particularly those who resonated to John Stuart Mill's on liberty. And that prevailed for a while. But then there was an inflection point in the 1960s. Academia in the 60s prospered. Huge increases in enrollments, huge increases in number of faculty. Also, by the 1960s, academics had begun to feel quite secure in their own academic freedom because of their own political power and the political power of, say, allies in the liberal media. They felt that, hey, our freedom is secure. Under those circumstances, we might expect a group that has had a robust notion of academic freedom to start finding it appealing to shut up people on the other side, people whose views they see as evil, right? So I'm confident that I can say what I want. They can't shut me up, but hey, there are these other people saying evil things. Let's shut them up. So what you had in the 1960s was a cohort of college students, not all college students in the 60s, just some, but college students who tended to self-select into academia, that started embracing ideologies that said we can shut up speech we think is bad speech. The intellectual mentor of these people was a fellow named Herbert Marcuse, who talked about something called repressive tolerance. Repressive tolerance, in his view, was tolerance of bad ideas, and liberating tolerance was tolerance of good ideas, and he thought bad ideas should not be tolerated. And a fair number of students adopted this. Now, the media have been saying recently, isn't it ironic that at Berkeley you have riots because they don't like Milo, but that was the beginning of the free speech movement? That's too simplistic. There were in the free speech movement some genuine libertarians who believed in free speech, but a lot of the free speech movement were nasty authoritarians who wanted free speech for themselves and were the same people who felt it was all right to shout down speakers they disagreed with, who felt it was all right to occupy an administration building and shut down a university because they didn't like the Vietnam War. Now, these people, a lot of them went into academia. So in the 1970s and 80s, you had some talk about tenured radicals, okay? But it's only been fairly recently that this whole process has played itself out to completion. Because remember, you're an undergraduate, you've got to graduate. Then you go to graduate school, it takes at least 4 years, maybe 7 to graduate. Then you get a teaching job, and it takes a few years to get tenure, and the first part of your teaching job, you're a junior person, graduate students don't flock to you, you don't mentor a lot of people. So it takes a lot of years before you can start reproducing yourself. You can start producing a bunch of people like yourselves. So what we have in academia today is, in at least a lot of disciplines, certainly the humanities, the soft social sciences, the intellectual children and grandchildren of the authoritarians in the 60s generation. And that, I think, is why all of a sudden, remember, we've had the example of Jeane Kirkpatrick that you heard. We've had that for a while, but all of a sudden it seems to be all over the place. That's because these people have come to so thoroughly dominate academia that they even dominate places like Marquette University and lots of institutions that used to be Catholic or something like that. Now, another important factor here is bureaucratic bloat. If you're a university bureaucrat, well, all bureaucrats like to have a large organization. They like to have lots of subordinates. And it's important to understand, if you're a university dean or provost or president, the faculty is not your bureaucracy. Faculty run their own affairs. So if you want a bureaucracy, you're going to have a bureaucracy in your own office. You're going to have assistant and associate provost, associate deans, third assistant provost for things Hispanic, etc. And one obvious way of hiring a lot of people is to hire people with diversity or inclusion or multiculturalism in their names. So this is what the administrators do, and then they proceed to set about doing things that have the effect of stifling speech. Some examples. Harassment. Universities are required to give all their employees training about harassment and how to avoid harassment. Marquette University does this. Okay? The online module about harassment is terrible. For example, it says if you tell an ethnic joke to someone and they're not offended, they think it's funny and they're happy, that's still wrong because that's harassment. Now, the problem with that is the law of harassment is very clear, and nothing is harassing unless it is unwanted. Any communication that is wanted is not harassing. Even worse, in the module Marquette uses, there's an example of a conversation between two employees who are talking about how they oppose gay marriage. Another employee overhears this conversation and is unhappy about it. People who take this training module are told that the two women who were simply talking to each other about their opposition to gay marriage have harassed the third fellow, who may not even be gay, who takes exception to what they said. In other words, Marquette's harassment training says, in effect, don't say anything political that someone might take exception to. The whole notion of offensiveness is used to shut up speech. At Marquette, back about 2005, a philosophy graduate student put on his door a sign that said, "As Americans, we must always remember that we all have a common enemy, an enemy that is dangerous, powerful, and relentless. I refer, of course, to the federal government." I think probably lots of people here would endorse that. Okay, he's a libertarian. Fine. Several people in the philosophy department at Marquette complained about that sign, and the chair of the philosophy department, having gotten those complaints, went to his executive committee, that's other professors that are supposed to advise him, and they decided it was offensive. And in fact, he wrote the graduate student the following. He said, "While I am a strong supporter of academic freedom, I'm afraid that hallways and office doors are not free speech zones. If material is patently offensive and has no obvious academic import or university sanction, I have little choice but to take note." So his little sign was torn down. Marquette sided with the department chair, saying it's not a free speech issue, it's a workplace issue. The workplace is a university. Then, of course, you have speech codes. Some of these are absurdly broad. Marquette's speech code is itself absurdly broad. I won't read it all to you, but I will say the definition is behavior, offensive behavior, behavior hostile and demeaning, or which could or does result in mental, emotional, or physical discomfort, embarrassment, ridicule, or harm. Note that. It's harassing if it results in mental discomfort. What should a university education do other than create some mental discomfort? Of course, I think we all know that an outspoken atheist creating mental discomfort among Christians, that wouldn't count. Or whites who resented being berated about their white privilege wouldn't count. Then there are bias incident reporting systems that are a higher tech version of the East German Stasi. And at one place, the University of Northern Colorado, a professor decided to discuss transgenderism in class. And people sort of said things favorable or unfavorable to the notion of transgenderism. The professor, viewing himself as a devil's advocate, said, "Well, gosh, people are just two genders. You know, you can't just be whatever gender they want." He was reported to the administration through the bias incident reporting system, and the bias response team contacted the professor and encouraged him to avoid discussing that issue again. They told him to avoid stating opinions, his own or the students on the topic, because students would be unhappy with that. Then, of course, there are microaggressions. And yes, people do sometimes say stupid things that might demean a particular group unintentionally, but the University of California has defined as microaggressions simple political opinions. At the University of California system, saying America is the land of opportunity is defined as a microaggression. That's in an official document from the chancellor of the entire system. So, academia is in a tough situation, and you might ask Lenin's question, what is to be done? I don't begin to have time to tell you tonight. In fact, I don't exactly know. I know doing something about it will have to involve state legislatures and parents and donors and students. But I do know this: if anything is done about it, it will be done by the people who are here tonight and other people who are like the people who are here tonight who will stand up for free speech on campus. That's going to have to happen if we save the university. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. I have 4 children. I'm not quite to the schlapp level of procreation. I've done my best. And my oldest is 17 right now, and we're starting to tour universities. And can you homeschool college? Is that an option? Trust me, I'm thinking about it. I hope you're all enjoying your dinner. We will continue the program as we continue to eat, as we are having a very efficient evening. And I would, to that end, like to introduce Leonard Leo and Adam White to bring us a very important update on the Supreme Court. Who here cares about the Supreme Court a little bit? They're all yours. Good, thank you. Gentlemen.
Well, thank you. So, the title of the talk is The Importance of the Judiciary.
So-called judiciary.
Yeah. Nominating Supreme Court justices is one of the most important jobs the president has, and so before we begin, we just wanted to ask, how do people think of the job the president is doing so far?
Now, before we get into it, before we get into Neil Gorsuch, because this is the Ronald Reagan dinner, I think there's something really important we have to do tonight. I think we have to first raise our glasses to President Ronald Reagan for appointing the man whose seat we're going to be talking about tonight, and secondly, to raise our glasses to Antonin Scalia, who spent 30 years in great service to our country on the U.S. Supreme Court. 2 very great men.
Here, here.
All right, now we can talk about Neil Gorsuch.
And thank you for giving me an excuse to bring my wine to the podium. Thank you very much. But Leonard, you are not only a fan of Justice Scalia, you're a close friend, a colleague of Justice Scalia, and so this must have been a very poignant and challenging moment, helping the new administration seek out somebody who befits the seat that Justice Scalia left vacant.
There is no replacement for Justice Scalia. There's only a successor. And that's where Neil Gorsuch is. And look, Neil Gorsuch is a really worthy successor. He's an extraordinary man, great legal talent, but even more importantly than that, he's a man of courage. You know, there are a lot of smart people who can serve on the Supreme Court, Adam. But what you really need on the court is you need courage, you need strength. What President Trump was saying after the election was he wanted a justice on the court who was, quote, not weak. He wanted someone who was going to do what needed to be done. He was going to stick to his guns when it was a tough case. And that's what we have in Judge Gorsuch.
So let's take a step back. President Trump is elected, he's inaugurated, and through all of this, you're searching for somebody to fill this seat. How did you go about, what were you looking for in the candidates to fill this seat? And you played a role from very early on.
Well, first of all, it's what the president was looking for. Going all the way back to the campaign, President Trump understood the importance, the awesome responsibility he was going to have in naming a justice to the U.S. Supreme Court. And early on, from the very start, he set down a number of really important criteria. He said he wanted a man of extraordinary legal talent, someone who was going to be respected by all. He wanted someone who was, and these are his words, he wanted someone who was going to interpret the Constitution the way the framers meant it to be. And finally, he wanted a person who was not going to be weak. And by that, he meant someone who was not going to be looking over his shoulder, not thinking about his legacy, but thinking about defending the Constitution of the United States, which is a justice's oath of office.
And so let's look ahead. What happens next? The nomination was announced on January 31st. There's going to be hearings. What happens next?
What happens next? Those of you who are from Washington, you all know what happens next, right? The Democrats at every turn engage in obstruction and delay. That's what happens next. And what happens after that is we demand that they do their job. That they do their job.
What does that mean?
Well, that means that we've got a really tight schedule here. You know, we're reaching the end of a Supreme Court term, and we want the ninth justice on the court to break as many ties as there may be. And what that means is that we've got to get a Supreme Court justice confirmed in early April, before the Senate recesses on April 10th. And we're not going to have a hearing until March 20th. So we're going to have a really tight schedule, and we're not going to be able to allow Democrats to engage in the normal obstruction and delay tactics. What it means is that if the Democrats are not willing to do their job, then they need to cancel their vacation in April, and they need to stay, and they need to get the job done.
But, Leonard, I have good news. For the last year, the Democrats have been saying...
The good news is we're going to win. That's the good news.
But the good news is the Democrats have said for the last year that they need a justice immediately, that it's time to put a ninth judge on the court. So surely the Democrats will proceed with all deliberate speed and get somebody voted in.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure they won't be hypocrites.
So what happens if they filibuster?
Well, if the Democrats filibuster, the usual rule is we got to get 60 votes. And my hope is that we've got 8 Democrats somewhere out there in the Senate who can see past this particular battle and understand that there's a big election in 2018. And they may want to be with us on this one, because the American people spoke very loudly in November. They knew there was a Supreme Court vacancy, and they elected President Trump to fill that seat. And he's doing just that, nominating Judge Gorsuch. But, you know, look, if they don't want to give us the 60 votes, then we may have to do what Senator Reid and Senator Schumer said they would do, which is invoke what's called the Reid precedent, or the nuclear option, and do it with 51 votes. Which, by the way, is the Senate's precedent anyway. You know, when the Democrats nominated Sonia Sotomayor and Elena Kagan to the Supreme Court, guess what? We had a 51-vote majority to confirm them. Way back when we had Clarence Thomas and Bob Bork, 51 votes. That's the tradition of the Senate. For almost 200 years, 51 votes. None of this 60-vote threshold. That's a fiction. That's something made up by an obstructionist Democrat Party in the early 2000s.
Okay, so obviously we want Judge Gorsuch confirmed as quickly as possible, but a confirmation hearing is an opportunity, right? It's an opportunity to spell out a vision for how we think the Constitution should be interpreted, what the Constitution means, what the Constitution protects. And so there will be a hearing and there will be questions. What do you think are the most important issues or aspects of constitutionalism that you think this hearing process will make clear?
Well, I hope that the hearing will do one very important thing, and that is show the American people how important it is to understand the relationship between what I call our structural Constitution and the preservation of liberty in our country. So what really protects, and Justice Scalia always used to say this. He used to go around from law school to law school, and he used to say, what really protects the American people? What makes America great? And, you know, some law student would always get up and say, oh, it's the First Amendment or it's the Bill of Rights. And he'd say, no, any tin-ear dictatorship, any dictator for life, even the evil empire, the Soviet Union, they've all got great bills of rights, some of them even longer than ours. But what makes America great, what makes it important, what really protects our freedom is the separation of powers, the checks and balances, federalism, limits on the judiciary, what we call the structural Constitution. And I hope that during this hearing, Judge Gorsuch will have an opportunity to unfold that for the American people. Because if you look at Judge Gorsuch's record, the one thing you will see more than anything else is an incredible deep devotion to that structural Constitution and how it is inextricably intertwined to the defense and preservation of liberty in our great country.
And one part about Judge Gorsuch's record I find particularly interesting is he's been a staunch proponent of rolling back the amount of deference that courts give administrative agencies. He's part of this ongoing national discussion about just fundamentally rethinking the administrative state, I would say the progressive administrative state.
Okay, so for those of you who don't know Adam White, this guy's an administrative law geek, okay? So I was expecting this question.
I sneak it in at every meal.
So look, this is an interesting debate that we're having actually with the Senate Democrats right now. I don't know how many of you have seen a couple of these Senate courtesy meetings that Judge Gorsuch has been having, but in a lot of them, the Democrats come out of their offices and they say, well, you know, we just have to make sure that we have an independent judge, right? That we have a judge who's not going to be a rubber stamp for the president's agenda. And I'd say two things to that. One, Judge Gorsuch has shown in his record that he is very willing and is very skeptical about the administrative state. He wants to make sure that when the administrative state acts, when regulatory power is exercised, that it's justified under a Constitution or laws of the United States. So he's no shrinking violet when it comes to executive power. He has struck down administrative regulations when they have derogated from a statute or derogated from the Constitution. But here's the really interesting thing I have found in all of this. On the one hand, the Democrats want to say we need someone who's not a rubber stamp. We need a judge who's independent. But then they turn around and they express dismay every time they see a Gorsuch opinion that strikes down a federal regulation or that slaps the wrists of the executive branch. They can't have it both ways. So in addition to delay and obstruction, the other thing we'll all see, which is a typical Washington response, is contradiction. And you will see throughout the hearings Democrats engaging in the most contradictory thing possible. 1 minute telling us they want an independent judge, the next minute telling us they want Judge Gorsuch to predetermine the result in every important case that might come before him. And this is what we're going to see in the hearings, but hopefully he can cut through that and really give the American people a sense for what he stands for and that he's a man of courage and what the Constitution really means in our country.
Now, this is obviously a very important appointment, but it's not the only judicial appointment that President Trump will make, and I don't just mean perhaps future Supreme Court appointments. He's going to appoint dozens and dozens, over 100 appellate court nominees. Tell us what you think about his vision of this, and you're on leave from the Federalist Society right now, so I know you're playing a strong role in advising this administration. What do you see as the administration's vision for the lower courts?
Well, first of all, just one thing I want to say about the opportunities this president has to reshape the federal judiciary so it defends our Constitution. You're quite right, Adam, that there's a really good possibility that this president gets one more or two more or maybe three more vacancies on the U.S. Supreme Court. And that will affect this country for 1 or 2 generations to come. And so that's going to be a really important thing. And make no mistake, how we deal with this vacancy right now, the strength that we as a pro-Constitution movement demonstrate in this fight will determine the extent to which we are able to both nominate and confirm pro-Constitution judges as we move forward and other vacancies appear on the U.S. Supreme Court. Now, with regard to everything else, as many of you know, the president has 105 vacancies to fill. 105 vacancies. And there are some people who believe that before the end of his first term, there could be as many as 70 to 90 Court of Appeals vacancies that have to be filled. In other words, he may be able to shape over 40% of our federal court system. It's an awesome, enormous responsibility.
And Leonard, let's finish where we started with Justice Scalia. He's left an immense legacy on the law. I'm very fortunate, as mentioned earlier, I was very fortunate to get to teach a class at the Scalia School of Law, which I never tire of saying, and I see Professor Adam Ossoff here and others who get the privilege of teaching at that school. how would you describe Justice Scalia's legacy in Washington, in constitutionalism, and just in general?
I think he taught the American people and a generation or so of people in the legal profession and the judiciary that Americans have to learn to love gridlock. They have to learn to love a system of government where there are breaks and separation of powers and where the structure